Storming along the fence, the man curses loudly, slamming his fist against the wall. "Why couldn't I do it?" he roars, convinced even an F rank could beat that monster. With blazing eyes, he bitterly blames someone else for his failure. Elsewhere, a dark-haired young man named Ninth glances back, noting someone has left. A girl in shining armor, concerned, asks if he's okay. Ninth gives a reassuring smile and insists nothing is wrong. With a swift flick of his sword, every monster clinging to his back vanishes in an instant. Observing this, Niney remarks dryly that he's simply attacking. A few months ago, in the ancient biblical city, Nane was quietly doing laundry in his dorm when a bold stranger entered, announcing someone wanted him. Startled, Nane asked if Lord Ailes was the one who wished to see him. Rising slowly with a weary sigh, he complains about his lost dream of sleep. At just 15 and 2 months into adventuring, his magical power is only 1 rank F, the weakest tier, barely above nothing. The nickname feels pointless to him. A mountain of responsibilities weighs on his shoulders: laundry, cleaning, inspecting equipment, handling the shopping, and on top of it all, he serves as a frontline fighter. Once seeing himself as useless, he caught the eye of Mr. Isles, their team leader. That moment began his journey as an aspiring adventurer. Eager to learn more, he turned to Inu, ready to begin a new chapter. The cat meows softly from the windowsill, then leaps onto his shoulder. To Nine, her reply seemed like an excuse, but he reassures her, already understanding what Inu wanted to say without her speaking. It felt as if things had always been this way. To Nain, the cat had become like a dear little sister, while to Inu, he was cherished as a younger brother. Approaching the master's door, certain the old man is drinking again, he steadies himself, knocks, apologizes softly, and as the door opens to reveal Alis with a glass, gently asks if they watched his duel. Alis lounged beside 2 enchanting girls, exuding confidence. With a cocky grin at the 9, he declared that these trolls were trifles and the city's dungeon battles hardly a challenge for him. At his feet, one girl exclaims in awe, marveling that such mastery is precisely what one would expect from the esteemed Lord Ailes. Beside her, another highlights the sheer brilliance of his magical strike, her voice tinged with astonishment. The girls admit he's captured their hearts again and inspired them to learn from him, while Nain, eager but distracted, notices a scattering of empty bottles on the floor. Disappointment fills him as he realizes he's spent all his money on drink and can't buy bread. Seeing his defeated look, Ellis wonders if letting such a useless man join them was a mistake, then gestures sharply for him to sit. Nain approaches, kneels gracefully in submission, and lowers her gaze. A-list, barely hiding his delight, observes with an ironic smile, remarking his jet-black katana is already sold, and sarcastically lamenting, "What a pity." Shock freezes Nine in place. Aless leisurely sips his drink, grinning slyly. "What's wrong? Go deaf! That sword dropped right into your lap. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with this swill. My father hasn't given me a coin in ages." Nine was stunned. Had his prized sword truly been sold without his knowledge, and why stage such strange theatrics with Shepan Mantagamu? Just yesterday, he'd used that very blade to slay a monster for the team. Nain, pride blazing, glared furiously at Gile Fubard. "Why did you do that? How do we fight without a sword now?" Before it escalated, Aless cut in coldly. "Enough." Silence. "Are you testing my patience or just deaf?" Doubt flickers in Nain's eyes as he struggles to rebut, realizing he'd only endured the law of traces without ever questioning or exploring its true meaning until now, forcing himself to finally unravel its depths. Drawn to the thrill of adventure, he joined this team despite his lack of magical talent. Even as a servant, the promise of becoming an adventurer was simply too tempting to resist. Driven by the desire to fulfill his late father's final wish, he plunged fearlessly into a life of adventure. No matter how grueling the trials, unwavering determination carried him through every obstacle on his path. In an era when magic flourished and the world brimmed with untold possibilities, someone as powerless as him could only grit his teeth and endure, for anyone dreaming of becoming an adventurer had no other choice. Clutching the sale contract of his cherished weapon in trembling hands, he lifts his gaze in despair, only to see Alice and the girls beaming with triumphant grins, radiant with satisfaction. An overwhelming surge of happiness coursed through him the moment they discovered his presence. On top of that, gratitude filled his heart, and he longed to express it by unveiling the sword technique inherited from his father. With a desperate cry, Nine declares that this sword is the only memento he has left of his father. Without it, he would be utterly defenseless, stripped of both his weapon and the last connection to his past. Leaning back in his chair, Ailes delivers a stern warning. It's time to stop burdening others with your own troubles. Outraged, he questions if that's how someone senseless should speak. He wonders why his answer wasn't accepted, or his money appreciated, and is even more confused to find himself accused alongside the others. Today, Ailes admits, he narrowly escaped death's grasp. Had he failed to vanquish those trolls, Nain would have joined the ranks of the lost. His thoughts then snag on a single vivid red Darian, and a storm of fury ignites within him. Scarlet Daria, elite adventurer and top sorceress of the famed Scarlet Falcons, was hailed as the continent's greatest offensive mage. Some even called her a princess. Nain, a novice, felt comparing himself to her was like earth to sky. With a sheepish grin, Alès tells Nine he once embarrassed himself before a top-ranked adventuress, who even gave him a potion as a parting gift. Was there anything in this world that could truly unsettle her? Anxiety flickered across Nain's face as he wondered why the master, deep behind the front lines, lost patience and rushed into battle. Nearly killed by a monster, the master was saved just in time by Nain's forward position. The blow struck him with such force that he was hurled clear across the room, crashing into the wall. Scarlet Daria dashed to his side, worry etched across her face as she anxiously asked if he was all right. Without warning, she pressed the vial to his lips. Bewildered, he gulped it down, eyes wide with confusion. As she withdrew the bottle, gratitude passed between them, and Scarlet Daria rewarded him with a heartfelt, radiant smile. The list bristles with fury. Deep in thought, Nine wonders, was it your intention to boast before an adventurer of the highest rank, or does he simply see all this as utter nonsense? Ailes admitted he'd almost expelled him instantly, but chose mercy. If Nine sincerely apologizes and fasts 3 days, he might be forgiven. Setting down his glass with a glare, Ailes coldly orders Nain to leave. Perched uncertainly, Nine struggled to grasp even a fragment of clarity, yet everything blurred before his eyes. A maelstrom of feelings churned within, confounding and elusive, but deep down, he sensed this was inevitable. According to him, when people find themselves backed into a corner, their spirits swiftly falter, and they surrender without a second thought. Conviction grips them. Trying to talk to him is pointless. After all, he would never understand. Determined to follow suit, he bows respectfully before him and begins to share the tale of his sword. Suddenly, Inu's paw brushes against his leg, accompanied by an insistent, owl-like screech. Nine raises his eyes and finally notices her presence. Alès slams his fist onto the table with a menacing glare, declaring to Nain that he's got a mountain of work to deal with, so Nain had better not waste any time before Aless's patience runs out. Ailes fixes a piercing gaze as Inu boldly steps before Nain, meeting his eyes with calm defiance and disdain glinting in his feline stare. Anxiety floods Ailes, nerves fray and cold sweat trickles down his brow. Hailing from a neighboring land, Ailes was born into a powerful local noble family. In her homeland, customs and traditions differed markedly from those here. For example, throwing down a glove was a clear challenge to a duel, requiring a response. Also, young aristocrats had to always be accompanied by ladies, and were forbidden from being alone. The moment a black cat darts across his path, he takes it as a sign of impending misfortune. So whenever one appears before him, he never fails to chase it away with a swift kick. This ritual is something he has always meticulously observed. Ale leapt up in fury, struck Inu so hard that blood spattered, and shouted his disgust at the whole ordeal. Inu fainted. Meanwhile, Nain approached the trembling girl, gently lifted her, and anxiously asked if she was okay. Trying to hide his misdeeds, he brushed things aside, but Alice dismissed it, saying, "It's only a cat." Nain objected, and when Alice teased him, horror flashed on his face before he lunged forward, eyes blazing with determination. A brutal punch crashes into Ales's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, stunned and speechless, unable to muster a protest or even regain his senses. In this moment, Nain is certain his hair is as white as snow. Noble lineage means nothing to him now. One thing alone is clear: anyone foolish enough to challenge him will pay the ultimate price. A second blow lands, and he braces himself for a third, when a plaintive, drawn-out meow suddenly drifts to his ears. Instantly, he freezes, caught in motion, the strike suspended in mid-air. Freed from his grip, Aless collapses as Nai turns to Anu and hears her meow like a guitar's final chord, her signal to stop. Aless lies unconscious while Nai stares, wondering if one blow really knocked him out. In the very next instant, the girl hurls herself at him with a furious cry of, "You're horrible!" Sword flashing, she launches her attack, but he nimbly twists aside, evading her strike with ease. A sudden realization hits him. Losing composure made him vulnerable, and a single misfortune could have killed him. Another girl rushes to Lord Isles, healing him miraculously before amazed onlookers, while the ninth staggers and falls. Memories of Xena flicker through his mind, making him gently ask if she was in pain. She just purrs contentedly. Nain notes he didn't endure the harsh kick, though wasn't she the mastermind behind it all? Wrapping the cat in a firm embrace, he dismisses the notion as mere nonsense. After all, cats simply don't act this way. Yet, with a gentle smile playing on his lips, he adds that the most important thing is her safety now. Among the girls, he's called Ailes. Nain quietly tells Inu his decision is final. Inu softly mewls in surprise, curiosity in her eyes. Nain approaches, regretful, silently vowing never to let tragedy befall her again. His voice echoes, turning every head. Calmly, Ninefold surveys his companions with purpose, then declares he's leaving. "Well then, Miezapoli." Shocked, they watch him go, as Iolus asks if he's really leaving the group. Without hesitation, he sweeps Ina up and turns his back on the rest, who instantly spring to their feet, panic-stricken, scrambling to halt his escape. Ilas reminds him there's a reason he's here. With weary eyes, Nain nods respectfully, accepting everything has purpose. Sensing the moment's weight, Ilas assures him and gently says it's time to apologize. Fury in her eyes, Nain shouts, accusing him of hitting Ina. Can he not see how much she matters to him? Ailes, trying to stay calm, explains the black cat is bound to his homeland's ancient laws and traditions. Ailes claims the past can't change and tells others to stop blaming him. Pointing to his bruised cheek, he blames Nain, who seethes silently. Yet Ailes has never once apologized to Inu. As he passes by Ailes, he announces his decision to leave the team, expressing heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support and assistance up to now. Ailes, in response, can only heave a heavy sigh. Whirling around, he erupts at Nain, vowing he'll regret his choices, and, with a glare, pledges to report the treachery to the Adventurers Guild. By tomorrow, he promises, everyone will know the truth. An unshakable anxiety plagues 9.9, its cause unclear. Complaints feel useless. Then he sees it. No servants in the house. He must wash his own clothes. How do those with help spend their days? What occupies their time? Number 9 informs him that, starting tomorrow, they'll be handling the laundry themselves. As for today, he's destined to spend his time in the washroom. A command rings out, handle it yourselves. For the first time, Ailes entreats him to wait. The ninth, ever inquisitive, wonders if there's more. Freedom is granted. He may go wherever he wishes, but only if he agrees to one condition. In a calm but resolute tone, he declares his plan to leave everything behind and disappear, as the company no longer appeals to him. He empties his pockets, sets down his backpack, potions, and trinkets, saying he'll leave it all here. Ailes clicks his tongue in irritation, seething as he demands the armor be surrendered. Silently, 9 calmly unbuckles and places each piece on the table, never breaking eye contact with Ailes. Amidst all this, nothing seemed to truly resonate with his heart. Each day, his hard-earned coins vanished on simple loaves of bread, leaving his longing for a new weapon unfulfilled, his funds forever just out of reach. They called him worthless and gave him only a pittance, taking everything he owned. Declaring he had nothing left, he softly said, "Take care of yourself," as Ailes stood frozen in silence, lost and confused about what to do next. Despite angry shouts meant to stir regret, Nain walks away undeterred. As he searches his belongings, he suddenly realizes his blade is gone. Ailes truly did give it up to be sold. The backpack's contents spill out. The cat flicks its tail, meows plaintively as if to say no rules truly bind them. 9 responds calmly, voice steady, reassuring that all is firmly under control. He believes only his emotions matter. Suddenly the cat meows, leaps onto his shoulder, and he freezes in shock when he spots a mysterious object clasped in the feline's jaws. Stunned by the coin, he freezes in disbelief, while the majestic cat watches him intently. Realizing the coin could sustain them for a year, he questions the cat, who replies quickly, but Nain reminds him they found it by chance. The cat suggests a way out of their predicament. With a hint of skepticism, Ninth wonders if all this effort truly revolves around reclaiming his father's sword and voices his doubts, asking if even that small hope is now too much to wish for. The cat lets out a plaintive meow, weighed down by uncertainty. Its anxious eyes fixate on the coin, nerves trembling in fear that, despite past efforts, it still might not please its masters as it awaits their reaction. With a humble tone, he remarks that there's simply no other way. Clutching the coin tightly in his palm, he offers Annie a heartfelt thank you for her unwavering support. Their journey begins. Warmed by his caring younger sister and their new purring companion nuzzling him, Nain smiles with certainty. They'll always be together. He hugs her tighter, grateful for their unbreakable bond. He pauses at the doorway, urging everyone to reconsider. Maybe they should set up camp under the pillar and get to work, like exterminating mice, since She Meow really can't stand them. 9, curious, inquires if Katz behaves the same way. With great pride, Katz declares herself a cat with a strong sense of dignity. A slow realization dawned on 9. No longer a member of the group, he had become a solitary wanderer. What companion would choose to stand alongside a nameless outcast, stripped of all magical power? Filled with resolve, he reminds himself that a true adventurer never gives up. To honor his father's wishes, he must rise as a dragon slayer and reclaim the lost sword. Determined, he's ready to chase his dream as Gate 9 opens, a new path ahead. But he hesitates, turning to see Scarlet Daria, arms folded and eyes sharp, closely watching his every move. A flicker of suspicion crosses 9's mind. Could this be the very princess once imprisoned in the dungeon? What pressing business could possibly draw the continent's most formidable mage to this remote place? A warm smile lights up Scarlet Darius's face as she turns to him and playfully asks if he's heading home already, addressing him in that familiar, almost teasing way reserved for young men. Scarlet Daria, an S-class adventurer and the most formidable battle mage on the entire continent. 9 struggles to comprehend what could have possibly brought such a legendary figure to this place. With a surprised smile lighting up her face, Scarlet Daria extends a hand toward him and exclaims, "What a surprise! Are you really heading home already?" A sudden hiss erupted from the device perched on Ninth's shoulder, slicing through the quiet. Scattered across the continent lay countless dungeons and perilous locales, each brimming with untold dangers. In these lands, fearsome monsters lurk, their very presence threatening the lives of all who dwell nearby. Brave souls who rise to drive these beasts away and reclaim the territory are hailed as adventurers. To stand against fearsome monsters, a formidable guild was established. Requests for her aid flowed endlessly, coming from humble townsfolk and influential nobles alike, all seeking her steadfast support. To ensure that every mission was met with the utmost efficiency, the guild established strict strength standards. Thus, a unique ranking system was born, guiding adventurers from all corners of the globe. The SS rank has been vacant for over a century, while only the elite Crimson Falcons, led by legendary Daria the Mighty, hold the prestigious ES rank. A-less is B rank, and the ninth remains near the bottom in F rank. Guided by Daria, a skilled adventurer of ES rank, Minu found herself swept into an unexpected journey deep within perilous dungeons. Behold the Biblos dungeon, a labyrinth of the lowest tier. Into its shadowy depths, the daring adventurers of the S-ranked squad known as the Crimson Falcons ventured, eager to test their strength against the darkness within. A sinister troll loomed as the adversary, a fearsome overlord who ruled these shadowy depths with iron authority. Encounters of this sort were no rare ordeal for unwelcome guests wandering these underground halls. Deep in contemplation, List weighed his next move. Pursuing that rare magical gemstone with logic alone offered him almost no hope of success. With each monster's demise, a precious artifact emerges, a magical stone brimming with untold value. Unflinching, the ninth stands his ground as the hulking troll lunges in fury. He stays composed, radiating steadiness, and parries the monstrous blow with unwavering confidence, holding firm against the creature's brute strength. As the young man's cloak deepens in shade, his armor, hair, and sword follow suit, all swallowed by darkness. Radiant Daria gazes at him, her mind drawing parallels to a living shadow. So elusive and enigmatic does he appear. 9. With a mere flick of his sword, the monstrous troll's giant club shatters with a deafening crack, splintering into fragments that rain down onto the ground. A furious roar erupts as the enraged monster screams. Scarlet Daria stands frozen, shocked by the chaos. In a blur, 9 quick strikes slash the air, but not one lands. Rising to her feet, Scarlet Darius remarks on his astonishing swordsmanship. The sheer mastery he displays leaves her genuinely awestruck. It's almost as if magic plays no part at all in his remarkable skill. In the heat of close combat, battle mages unleash the dormant magic nestled within their weapons. With every sweeping strike Daria delivers, her sword crackles with growing power. In the present age, people would call a weapon like this enchanted. In Daria's bones, certainty settles. There's simply no way to sense Nine's energy flow. Leaning in, she whispers a cautious question to Linda, hoping for a different answer. But Linda only shakes her head in silence, having noticed nothing at all. Linda, her voice trembling with dread, asks Daria if he truly outmatched her. With a hesitant nod, Daria confesses that, astonishingly, it seems to be true. Awash with astonishment, Linda can't help but wonder, who is this enigmatic boy, really? Linda senses a surge of powerful magic from the troll's staff. Only a fighter with exceptional speed could deflect its crushing blows, and the weapon is even stronger than the troll's iron-hard hide. She explains that reaching such a level is only possible after years of relentless training. After all, even seasoned adventurers often struggle to withstand attacks like these. Astonishment flickers across Scarlet Daria's face. Somehow, the boy has handled the task with unexpected ease. No matter how hard she tries, she simply cannot fathom how he managed to pull it off. Thoughts swirl within her mind. It appears he might be capable of overcoming the menacing troll on his own. With each swift movement, his magic sharpens, becoming more precise, more formidable. Where, she wonders, do the true limits of his power lie? The third man wonders aloud if he's the only one taking part in the fight. With a startled glance around, Scarlet Daria's confusion melts away. Everything finally clicks into place. Renowned for keen strategic insight and agile maneuvers, he expertly claims vital positions at the heart of the vanguard. His remarkable skills empower teammates to read the battlefield and react with lightning speed. The beast lunges at number 9 but misses. Dari notes she cleverly lured it into a trap by giving up the right flank, though she thinks the result could have been achieved without such tactics. Spotting a prime vantage point for his partner to advance, the boy observes that a breakthrough here would let the hill's defenders launch an unimpeded attack on the enemy's rear. Linda notes that the narrowness of the cave is an unexpected ally. Should the troll so much as draw a single breath, the end would come swiftly. Obstacles seldom stay away for long, Darius muses. Sometimes, out of nowhere, fresh dangers appear behind the monsters themselves, shifting the tides of battle in a heartbeat. The monster dodges each blow with agile precision, leaving all 9 versions of Alis gasping for breath as they come to a weary halt. Frustrated shouts ring out, and 3 among them huddle together, urgently debating a fresh strategy. Fiercely determined, Daria clenched her fist. Failure wasn't an option if roles were reversed. Without hesitation, she lunged and struck Alis square in the face, her desperation fueling the powerful blow. Slipping past the enemy from both front and rear, the 9-year-old boy moved as stealthily as a shadow, toying with his prey like a cunning cat at play. He moved with lightning speed and agility, never letting the monster react. Each time, Daria's earlier suspicions returned, and with every repetition, her belief in their truth grew stronger. With a swift move, 9 knocks the weapon from the monster's grasp. At that very instant, Darius, holding his breath, catches the gaze of the black cat. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Could this truly be fate? One thought swirls endlessly in her mind. He has completely captured her heart. In her imagination, she's already dubbed him the swordsman Black Cat, and a single question haunts her. Who is he, truly? Certainty flickers in Daria's eyes. 9 has unraveled the knot again. Despite her vast experience and elite ES rank, she senses nothing of his magic. How he achieves such feats remains a complete mystery to her. Excitement mingles with pride as she realizes this surpasses anything she ever dared imagine. Yet an unshakable curiosity lingers. Just who is he, truly? Alis's sharp voice cuts through behind 9, brimming with irritation as he calls him a worthless fool. Stunned by the sudden outburst, 9 freezes, caught off guard and helpless against the biting insult. Irritated, Elias demands the wild blade's swinging stop, orders the others to trip the troll, and declares he'll deliver the final blow. Daria, overhearing, is unable to hide her astonishment. To Daria, this fool is the weakest, yet he exudes confidence as if he knows more than anyone. His arrogance, once just annoying, now crosses all bounds and infuriates her to the core. Thoughts of Doria's suspicious glances linger in her mind, refusing to let her go. The question gnaws at her. Was it truly such a shock for him to witness someone displaying ES rank right before his eyes? With a burst of indignation, Daria shouts for him to quit staring and focus on the fight. The enemy has just left a perfect opening, a golden chance to strike. Her voice rings out, urging him to stop standing there like a statue and take action. With deliberate slowness, Scarlet Daria draws her sword, keenly sensing that an extra hand might prove useful here. Yet Linda adamantly refuses any assistance, and without protest, Daria yields to her determination. Aless approaches the monster with deliberate slowness, prompting an incensed Scarlet Daria to erupt once more. Her voice rings out, brimming with outrage as she berates him, demanding to know what madness has possessed him this time. A monstrous beast charges at Eyeless with wild, unbridled fury. Yet, instead of dodging, Eyeless stands his ground as Neil boldly steps forward, intercepting the savage blow with the blade of his sword. Yet the monster unleashes a devastating blow, sending Neil hurtling far into the distance. Witnessing the harrowing scene unfold, Scarlet Daria stands frozen, her eyes wide with terror. Dasha rushes to his side in an instant, her swift response leaving Linda thoroughly astonished. Neil, barely conscious, groans in agony, his face etched with exhaustion and pain. With a dramatic flourish, Alis climbs the fallen troll, claiming victory and asking the crowd to remember his triumph. His young fans cheer, praising him as unmatched, while one girl, eyes shining, insists no one compares to Alis. The monster vanishes, leaving Aeolus collapsed and exhausted. In its place, a shimmering crystal forms. Aeolus, unsurprised by this outcome, lets a faint smile appear as he reflects on the inevitability of it all. Grasping the crystal in his hands, a surge of certainty washes over him. At last, he can truly claim his place among the Crimson Falcons. Within this gem lies the entirety of his hopes. A streak of vivid red, Daria rushes toward him with electric energy. Joy surges as he realizes she's come for him, and for a moment, it feels like she's about to officially welcome him to the team. Radiant with joy, convinced that his triumph would finally be recognized, he beams with anticipation. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Darius strides past without so much as a glance, leaving the hero utterly bewildered. Alongside the other girls, he turned around and spotted Daria, her cheeks aflame with a vivid scarlet hue of excitement. With gentle care, she was healing the ninth, who offered heartfelt gratitude for her kindness. With a playful smile, Scarlet Daria gazes at him, pondering her next move. Moments ago, she had rushed toward him so impetuously. Ailey approached them with a courteous nod, expressing no wish to intrude. Yet, turning to the formidable Daria, Ailey earnestly requested her judgment on the match, for the spectacle had truly been a sight to behold. Fixing her gaze intently upon him, Scarlatoria rises gracefully and observes that his actions far too often seem reckless and utterly nonsensical. She realizes that without the boy shielding him, he would have collapsed, but she's more troubled by his missed chance to counterattack, regretting that greater caution might have turned the situation in their favor. With swift determination, Linda seizes her hand and earnestly urges her to halt. Daria glances around in confusion, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events and unsure where Linda intends to lead her. With heartfelt sincerity, Scarlet Daria asks for their forgiveness and then declares that the time has come to depart. At that very moment, everyone rises to their feet and vanishes in an instant, as if they had dissolved into thin air. At that moment, Neil had no inkling just how deeply their retreat from the dungeon had wounded Aelis's pride. Later, Inu tells Nail that things actually turned out for the better. Nail, confused, asks why. Inu mischievously says it's all thanks to him, but Nail disagrees. Just then, Daria joins their conversation. With another soft meow, she remarks that today felt far more exhausting than usual. Yet, in the end, all the hardships proved worthwhile. Their efforts have at last put an end to all his schemes involving Nile. Scarlet Daria gazes at him, eyes sparkling with wonder and curiosity, and asks if he can talk to other cats. Smiling warmly, he replies that, apparently, he can only understand Ina. His gentle touch as he caresses her reminds her she's been by his side since birth. To him, she feels like a little sister, though she's actually older. He corrects himself as she purrs contentedly. Scarlet Daria often boasts about her cat's remarkable intelligence, though the sentiment appears far from mutual. With a touch of regal indifference, the feline coolly turns her back, making no effort to conceal her disinterest in her proud owner. A gentle smile plays on Scarlet Darius's lips as she leans in and asks once more if he's finally ready to head home. Curiosity flickered in Nail's eyes as he wondered if Daria had finally pieced everything together. With a playful grin, she apologized, quipping that his booming voice was probably heard all across the neighborhood. A wave of embarrassment washes over me whenever I recall how it all unfolded. Could it really be that she had been standing outside, waiting, the entire time? She admits she still doesn't fully understand what happened that day, but deep down believes it was for the best. When his magic erupted, a profound calm and crystalline clarity instantly filled her mind and soul. Delighted, she exclaims, "The food is delicious." Relieved, Neil admits he's finally shared his feelings. Curious, Daria suggests they keep talking, asks his opinion on snacks, and cheerfully says she knows a great spot. Doubt begins to coil around his thoughts when it comes to Dario, and she assures him, if he chooses to reject her help, she won't force her concern on him. A look of surprise flickers across Neil's face as he passes by, hesitating for a heartbeat, as if unsure whether to agree. Then, adopting a tone quite unlike his usual one, he purrs that such trivial matters hardly concern him. The two stroll languidly across the bridge as Daria lights each lantern with effortless magic. Inu, curious about her flirting, asks why. Neela quietly urges her to stop, but Daria smiles, saying she just wants them not to stumble in the darkness. With eager anticipation, Harry asks if he might hold her hand. Flustered, she replies that it isn't necessary. Everything is just fine as it is. Scarlet Dari nods, accepting his answer, and yet to Neil it feels as though she's indulging a child. Meanwhile, Ineyu can't shake the suspicion that this girl must have faced serious troubles in her upbringing. Daria says there's something she wishes to clear up with him. Perhaps he already has an inkling of what it might be about. According to her, the Crimson Falcon crew ranks among the continent's top 3 S-class adventurer guilds, legends in their own right. Their reputation shines so brightly that nobles and wealthy merchants from distant lands constantly seek their aid. With a flick of her wrist, she weaves a spell, her voice weaving explanations about the typical cost of a single request. Above her fingertip, glowing digits blaze into existence. 10,000. Astonishment fills him as he watches the number appear, and a realization dawns. By spending wisely, a life free of needless worries could truly be within reach. With a flourish, Daria conjures her latest earnings, announcing the astonishing sum with pride. Neil is stunned. To him, that fortune could easily fund a carefree life for at least 100 lifetimes. With unwavering confidence, Darius declares that next year he will earn at least as much, perhaps even more, since such a prestigious title can be claimed in any country. Niall is confused by her words. Darius claims greater rewards await and urges her on. To Nelu, though, it seems the princess just wants to turn him into her personal errand boy. She is royalty, after all. Daria beckons him to stand by her side on the front lines. Terror paralyzes Neil. His mind is a blank canvas, not a single thought flickers within. With unwavering conviction, Daria insists that his strength is absolutely essential. Only by joining forces, she asserts, will they have any hope of defeating the dragon. He remembered true adventurers who never gave up. Resolute to honor his father's will, he felt destined to defeat the dragon. Memories of the epic battle with the fearsome, scale-clad beast flooded his mind. He realizes that defeating ancient dragons in perilous underground realms is seen as truly noble, and in many lands, those who achieve such feats are revered as genuine heroes by the needy. Furthermore, it crosses his mind that the princess before him, along with her companions, already boasts a collection of 5 dragon heads among their trophies. Daria wonders aloud if she has ever climbed a mountain. Pulled from his thoughts, he pauses and asks her to clarify what exactly she means. She asks again for clarity, stressing this is a highland filled with trees, boulders, and natural features. He replies that his homeland is in the mountains, so the scenery feels very familiar to him. Darius recounts how she once conquered a towering 3,000er and slew the dragon that called its summit home. To Niall, her calm, offhand tone suggests this feat was no more challenging than a casual stroll to the bakery for a loaf of bread. Her tale unfolds further, describing how the summit of that mountain engulfs a person in indescribable sensations. Even seasoned adventurers of SS rank have made their way to this legendary peak. Contemplating the matter, Nail reflects on how an entire century has slipped by without anyone earning that prestigious title. Whispers of doubt have started to swirl. Some people even question whether such individuals ever truly existed at all. Daria insists that no one has ever set foot in this spot before them. Pioneers of the path, they carved the first trail to the summit. From that lofty height, the land seemed endless, stretching beyond the edge of sight. She describes reaching the summit above the clouds, beneath a starry sky, where only her small group witnesses the awe-inspiring view, prompting her to praise her companions and inspire joy in their secluded, magical moment. When you look at the stars, she insists, you see the sky isn't the limit. Beyond the clouds is an unseen realm beside the stars. Clenching her fist, she vows they'll reach that distant place one day, no matter what. Reaching out with an outstretched hand, she declares that together they will be the pioneers of this world, the very first to transform dreams into reality. Neil couldn't speak. The world blurred into a hazy distance. Yet amid his muddled thoughts, one thing stood out. Daria, with her bewitching eyes, was utterly enchanting. Within the bustling weapon shop, Neil's eyes widen with delight as he discovers the sword and armor he has always dreamed of. Barely able to contain his excitement, he implores the shopkeeper to let him purchase the treasured items. Stepping out into the bustling street, satisfaction warmed him. His mission to reclaim the item was a success, and with only one armory in the entire city, he knew his task had been a fortunate one. As he and Enor eagerly examine the array of weapons, Daria lingers in the shadows, her gaze fixed on him. With a playful smile, she remarks that he reminds her irresistibly of a black cat. Niall turns to face her, questioning if what he's heard is true. Flustered, she quickly denies it, fumbling for an excuse. In the end, though, she suggests they simply move on and leave the matter behind. Approaching the grand castle, Daria suggests heading inside, confidently declaring her intent to claim the place as her own. Yet, a thoughtful pause follows as she wonders aloud whether the restaurant's prices might be unreasonably high. A waiter, impeccably dressed in a flawless suit, greets them with a courteous bow and a warm wish for an enjoyable evening. Neil glances around in astonishment, briefly wondering if perhaps a private room has been reserved just for them. One after another, a parade of dishes gracefully makes its appearance before them. Succulent fish, tender spring chicken, fragrant soups, pillowy soft buns, crisp salads, and generous cuts of mouth-watering aromatic meat. As Niall eagerly watches the excitement, suspicion flickers. Something feels off. Rumor has it the city has recently become a hotbed for swindlers, casting doubt over the unfolding spectacle. Noticing his hesitation, Scarlet Daria flashes a warm smile and wishes him a delightful meal. Flustered, he stammers out a grateful response, eager to return her kindness. Choosing to start with the steak, he carefully slices off a piece and lifts it to his lips, a flicker of suspicion shadowing his thoughts. What if the dish is poisoned? Pure exhilaration lifts him sky high after tasting that piece of meat. The unexpected burst of flavor nearly knocks his legs out from under him. Without a doubt, it's an unbelievably delicious experience for him. Each bite reveals even richer flavor, and he wishes he could eat this meat forever. Its extraordinary taste is far beyond anything he ever experienced with wild boar or rabbit from his hunts. Gratitude wells up within him, not just for the present, but for his very existence, for every moment that led him to this point. A sense settles over him. Nothing in life will ever return to the way it was before. The sight of the dish draws an appreciative comment from Daria about its mouth-watering appearance. Niall, delighted by the praise, eagerly echoes his words, only to blush furiously when he realizes just how enthusiastic he sounded. With a cheerful smile, Daria slices off a piece and eagerly invites him to taste it by her side. She promises they will try it together. Smiling, she carves the chicken with light, elegant, dance-like gestures. Niall looks on in awe, wondering how she dines so gracefully. Rumors whisper she's a true princess. Then Inu bounds over, cheerfully meowing. Savoring the dish, she wonders aloud if it tasted good. Catching the contentment radiating from Yinu's face, Neil's lips curve into a warm smile. He assures her the meal was absolutely wonderful. Darius pauses, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Before moving on, there's something she must know: the fierce battle with the wicked trolls in Tanzjian. Why, after all the struggle, had victory slipped from his grasp? She points out that he could have acted at any moment, so why did he stop at merely destroying the weapons? Niall pauses, pondering her words with a calm, measured gaze. "You're right," he admits, voice steady. "Nothing is certain. Someone could just as easily kill me too." According to Daria, there is no doubt that efforts to refine and elevate the team's skills remain a constant priority. Niall confesses that after delivering such a blow, he can't even stomach a single bite. Daria lifts her gaze in astonishment, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Niall reveals that Mr. Isles is the kind of man who insists on delivering the final blow himself. On days when his mood soured, his subordinates might find themselves deprived of even the barest crust of bread. With calm detachment, he observes that he has always been nothing more than a backup choice, forcing him to adapt time and again. Doubt flickers in Daria's eyes. Could this truly be the case? Without hesitation, she meets him head-on and asks, point blank, was he really nothing more than a servant to him? Niall tries to protest, stumbling over his words in embarrassment, insisting it's not like that at all. But mid-sentence, uncertainty overtakes him, and he freezes on the spot, caught off guard. Anticipation sparkles in Daria's eyes as she awaits his answer. Suddenly, Neil breaks the silence, voicing his own doubt aloud. Is it truly all for nothing? Fury blazing in her eyes, Daria demands to hear it again. Flushing with embarrassment, Neil admits the truth. His magic is all but gone. He can barely muster a spark, and the guild went so far as to suggest he quit altogether. A sudden wave of heat washes over Neil, filling the room with an oppressive warmth. The air seems to shimmer as the temperature rises, every breath growing heavier beneath the sweltering atmosphere. With a gentle honesty, Neil explains that it was at that very moment he took him in. Candidly, he admits that everything he possesses now, he owes entirely to him. Outrage flashes openly across Daria's face as she listens, making no effort to disguise her displeasure. Again and again, she demands clarification, incredulous. Could it really be true that he owes this man everything? Bubbles swirl in the glass as Inu sinks down with a weary sigh, stretching out across the surface. Without a word, Neil nods in agreement. Those words ring undeniably true. Neil's heart warms and a grateful smile appears as she starts to thank him, but Dari suddenly erupts, slamming his fist and shouting he's not useless. Drinks spill, silence falls, and Neil is left frozen in shock. With a stern voice, Darius declares that he will no longer tolerate Neil putting himself down. Neil fumbles for an explanation, yet in the end, all he can manage is another apology. Daria turns away. Inu lets out a long, weary meow, as if winded, her breath catching. At that, Daria glances back over her shoulder. Apologizing for her sharp outburst, she settles calmly into her seat at the table. An uneasy silence lingers over Neil, who remains wordless, fidgeting with discomfort. Just then, a waiter approaches their table. Dario finally admits his magic is weak. She recalls hearing such rumors at the guild. Suspicion flickers in Neil's eyes. He wonders if she always knew. Calmly, she explains her friends discovered this truth some time ago. A flush creeps across her cheeks as she shyly admits her interest, but his only response is a sly, knowing smile. Niall remains utterly bewildered by her confession. Meanwhile, the waiter silently glides by to refill her glass. She reveals that the staff he split belonged to a wicked troll, a weapon forged from raw, unbridled magic, more akin to a talon than ordinary wood. That, she says, is precisely why shattering it seemed such a simple feat for him. The waiter hands Inua a cushion, and delight immediately blossoms across her face. Darius, brimming with excitement, remarks that everything happened so swiftly they barely had time to sense the movement at all. Darius observes that she appears utterly clueless, then smugly remarks that he surpasses her, S rank notwithstanding. Her fist crashed onto the table once more, and with fierce conviction she declared, "This is what true strength looks like." Then, fixing him with a steely glare, she demanded to know if he still thought himself worthless. Unable to contain herself, she bursts out, furiously calling them fools for their words about him. Returning to her seat, she apologizes quietly, admitting she shouldn't have raised her voice again. Clenching her fist, she utters through gritted teeth that this drives her to the brink of fury. An overwhelming sense washes over Niall, as if the entire city stands on the verge of weeping alongside him. Daria makes it a point to remind everyone who crosses paths with the Aylis not to call him master. Niall agrees, remarking that he's already parted ways with their group. Delighted by the news, Daria exclaims that this is wonderful to hear. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she asked for his opinion about joining her team. She earnestly wished to see him unlock his true potential alongside her and her like-minded companions. Without a hint of hesitation, Niall declares he possesses not a single talent. Darius simply shakes his head, a sigh escaping as he comments on Niall's severely low self-esteem. Neil again laments life's futility, but Daryl, unfazed, says that even as a child he loved adventure and quickly mastered swordsmanship, his eyes shining with excitement as he dismisses Neil's gloom. Niall shakes his head, insisting he's only studied here 2 months. Dasha, still confused, asks again. Meanwhile, Niall searches for an answer unlikely to make her leap from her seat in astonishment. Astonished, Daria sees the young man's boundless skills after just 2 months of training. Proudly, he explains his father began teaching him swordsmanship from his earliest childhood days. Darius remarks that they mastered this art side by side. Now, the secret behind his effortless cleaving of that ill-fated troll's mace is crystal clear to her. Niall explains that, in truth, the spell had drained a significant amount of his magic. Daria, curiosity lighting up her eyes, eagerly inquires when exactly he managed to pull that off. Doubt swirls in his mind. Could she possibly believe him? Iolis's warning echoes from the past. Do not squander precious time on foolishness. Yet that very folly had sealed his exile. With a swift motion, he unfastens his scabbard, revealing his weapon with a flourish. Confidence radiates from him as he assures her, magic holds no terror for him. After all, he wields the refined technique of a 5th-level elite fencing school. Delight sparkles in Daria's eyes as she gazes at him. A hush of sacred celebratory silence blankets the world around them. In that precious stillness, Neil can't help but marvel inwardly at how utterly enchanting she looks in this very moment. At the entrance to the Bible dungeon, Daria and her team eagerly announce to Nain that they've been waiting for him and can hardly contain their excitement for his arrival. Without hesitation, they call out to him, urging a display of the true might of the Crimson Falcon. Fired up by their request, Nine eagerly plunges into action, ready to prove his strength. Mere hours before everything unfolded, Nine and Daria, having just stepped out of the restaurant, set off straight for the underground labyrinth. The Sword of Seven Stars style, famed for piercing even the essence of magic, seems perfect for open combat. With this in mind, they join Darius's renowned Crimson Falcons, resolving to fight together, at least for now. Inumaos, curious, urges Ninth to prove his famed 5-star technique while keeping a sharp eye on Daria, unable to shake the suspicion that something unusual lurks behind the girl's behavior. Nain listens to her intently, gently urging her not to be so harsh. In response, the cat simply lets out a soft meow. As Nain strolls, he realizes he never truly thanked her for dinner. The memory of Mia's delicious steak lingers, making him wonder if showing their technology really repays her culinary magic. With an apologetic smile, Daria interrupts the conversation with Kisea, expressing her regret for the sudden pause. Confusion flickers in Nine's eyes as he hesitantly asks which cat she's talking about. He has no idea who Daria could possibly mean. Awkwardly, Daria asks if that sounded strange. Naini reassures her it didn't, but notes her real name is Anu. When called her nickname, Anu playfully sticks out her tongue at Daria, feigning annoyance. Daria inquires if she may address Ninth by his given name. The notion strikes him as unusual, yet he makes no objection. With a cheerful glint in her eyes, Daria affectionately calls him Ninth, yet can't help but wonder aloud, curiosity dancing in her voice, why she still goes by Daria and nothing more familiar. Suddenly, a burst of laughter escapes her, and she exclaims that it was all just a joke. As they make their way across the river, Darina turns to LL and, without hesitation, asks him a direct question. With unwavering confidence, she asks whether he likes girls. Flustered, he folds his arms across his chest and, unable to hide his surprise, asks her to repeat the question. With a spark of pride in her eyes, Daria playfully inquires whether he finds her attractive. Caught off guard, Nine musters an awkward smile, his thoughts scrambling as he searches for an answer. Daria wonders aloud if your heart leans toward falling in love first, allowing passion to blossom before sealing your bond with the vow of marriage. 9. A deeper flush sweeps across his cheeks as he stares at Daria in utter astonishment. With unshakable confidence, she boldly asks what he truly thinks of her. Completely at a loss for words, he struggles to find any response. At last, she boldly declares herself to be stunningly beautiful and irresistibly cool. His thoughts about the date slip out before he can stop them, and blushing, he looks down and stammers an apology. Daria steps closer, her hands warm on his shoulders, sending a wave of tension through him, igniting the very core of the 9. Eyes sparkling with excitement, she eagerly asks if he truly thinks she's cool. A shy nod is all he can muster in response. Daria insisted she lacked any feminine allure and that he could never see her as a woman. When 9 protested he never said that, Daria triumphantly announced, "The test is over." Stunned, he stares at her in disbelief and demands clarification. Darja calmly explains, "The Crimson Falcons are 3 lifelong, inseparable friends whose loyalty has remained unshakable since school. Dario firmly believes that 4 is the perfect number for a team. Upon reflection, this truly seems like the ideal lineup." With a note of regret, she confides that, unfortunately, the 4th remains undiscovered. Naim listens intently, his interest plainly visible. She's certain any girl joining their team would fall for their flawless, commanding, noble-born leader. Surely, a man of his caliber already has a fiancée waiting for him back home. Daria goes on to explain that this is precisely why the leader breaks off his relationship with the new girl, prompting her to leave the team. Disappointment laces her voice as she speaks of fame. She realizes the same pattern happens with boys. If she fell for a close friend and was rejected, she'd be devastated. She's already faced this heartbreak 10 times, leaving 9th astonished as he hears her confessions. When Daria speaks of Nayanu, her words brim with hope and certainty. He is truly unlike anyone else. Beside him, she feels none of those primal urges stirring within. His presence awakens something altogether different in her heart. Doubt flickers in her words as she confesses uncertainty about Linda. Whether her best friend harbors feelings of love remains a mystery, one that will stay unsolved until she witnesses the truth for herself. Breaking the silence with determined curiosity, she presses. If such a peculiar restriction exists, then what about boys? Does he feel any affection for them? 9 responds calmly and without hesitation, assuring her that he harbors no such feelings. With a burst of excitement, Dasha exclaims how wonderful this is and immediately invites him to meet 2 other team members. They'll see them soon enough. After all, those 2 have no idea she's just decided to welcome him into their ranks. Nayan looks astonished as he repeats the question. Are they really meant to meet at night, deep in an underground vault? The idea seems unthinkable, but Daria's calming smile assures him there's no need to worry. As they approach the entrance to the dungeons, Linda fixed Daria with a stern gaze, her voice sharp with reproach. It's time you learn to consider others, not just yourself. Such reckless behavior will no longer be tolerated. Paralyzed by uncertainty, Daria stands guilt-ridden, searching for an excuse. Linda, exasperated, reminds Darius of her many warnings about thinking before acting instead of recklessly rushing into trouble. Curiosity shines in her eyes as she demands to know the reason for the midnight strolls. With a flash of magic, she summons them both unexpectedly. Darina quickly apologizes while Neil gauges how angry the princess really is. Linda bursts out, sternly warning Daria not to have dinner with that man. Daria scoffs, thinking, it's just dinner with number 9. At that moment, the leader enters, his presence calming Linda's temper. The leader's name is Eugene. With reassuring confidence, he insists that everything is perfectly fine. In his eyes, they are a flawless match for one another. Daria bursts out in a sharp cry, emphatically declaring that nothing is happening between them yet. Linda, utterly perplexed, cannot grasp what Daria meant when she insisted they aren't officially together. Seizing what he thinks is the perfect opportunity to introduce himself, 9 opens his mouth, only to be swiftly cut off as Dasha beats him to the punch and calls him by name. 9. Eugene shares that he uncovered this information by questioning members of the guild. Beside him, Linda remains poised and unruffled, her composure unwavering. Daryl gestures to Eugene, announcing this handsome man as the leader. While his looks may arouse suspicion, he's kind-hearted. Eugene, meanwhile, looks bewildered, unsure if she just insulted or complimented him. Yevon extends his hand to 9, saying it's time to get properly acquainted. 9 accepts, gently asking Yevon to look after him. Watching, Daria reflects that they still haven't exchanged a handshake after all this time. Nain believes he is destined to become a mage healer. The moment he enters, a single glance reveals the truth. His power eclipses that of everyone else in the room combined. Though Eugene knows his magic only shields, he tries his hardest, presenting his plan to Hiyari. Linda supports him, urging a careful review of every detail, hoping that this time luck will finally be on their side. Among themselves, surprise flickered in their voices as they wondered why she called, especially since they had just settled in for the night. Daria strides up to Nayan, extending her hand with genuine warmth as she expresses her delight at meeting him. He returns the handshake, a friendly smile lighting up his face as he assures her the pleasure is mutual. Within the prison of Bibli, dampness clings to every stone, and darkness suffocates the narrow corridors. An incessant drone of flies joins the shrill squeaks of rats, weaving a chilling symphony that echoes off the grimy walls. Daria reveals the existence of an invisible current winding through the depths below, the soul artery. This mystical river serves as the wellspring from which monsters are born. Attracted by the promise of magical stones and rare treasures found within the monsters, a city sprang up at the entrance to the dungeon. Enduring through the ages, this city is known today as Babel. The city's fate depends on remembering that monsters can enslave or destroy everyone. Yet despite these dangers, the dungeon beneath remains a surprisingly safe haven for the city's residents. Babel's stingers are ideal for both beginners and seasoned explorers, offering a balanced difficulty that suits newcomers' enthusiasm and intermediate adventurers' ambitions. Daria confidently asserts that he had known about this all along. Nain, unable to hide his astonishment, exclaims that it's the first he's ever heard of such a thing and offers her his heartfelt thanks. With a gentle pat on Patsnin's head, Daria's warm smile illuminated her face as she remarked on his sincere and candid nature, a compliment so genuine it brought a flush of rosy color to his cheeks. The sting of realization struck him. She was treating him like a child once more. Deep down, he knew dealings with her demanded exceptional caution. Midway through their journey, Linda suddenly orders everyone to freeze, her sharp senses picking up the same uneasy premonition as Rura. It feels as if the enemy is disturbingly close. An impenetrable darkness sprawled ahead. She noted calmly that these were nothing more than low-level fiends. 4 hulking figures, hobgoblins, each towering nearly 2 meters tall, stood armed with axes and heavy clubs, ready to block the path. Eugene calls out, promising that he and LL will cover the others. Hope flickers in Daria's eyes as she glances at Ninth, determination burning within her heart. At her request to witness the 7 stars cutting technique, the Ninth assures her that a demonstration will follow soon. A menacing roar grows closer, chilling them. Shadows flicker as monsters creep in, but suddenly, the Ninth steps into their path. Every creature freezes, stunned by this unexpected figure blocking their way. Curiosity flickered in Eugene's eyes as he asked Nain what his plan was for dealing with the goblins. In response, Nain raised his sword high, prompting the monstrous creatures to snarl menacingly, their hostility crackling in the air. The first grotesque foe lunges forward, only for the Ninth to respond with an unflinching sweep of his sword. An instant later, the monster's head tumbles to the ground, its body collapsing in silence. Panic seizes the monsters as Nain declares that the moment has come to fulfill a promise, to reveal the secrets of dissecting magic. From beneath his hood, Inu peers out cautiously, while Meow greets him with a gentle, reassuring smile. With a flash of motion, Nine dispatches several goblins in rapid succession, leaving them no chance to comprehend what has just occurred. Amidst the chaos, bodies lose heads and limbs, yet one figure remains miraculously untouched. Panic widens his eyes as he frantically scans his surroundings, desperate to avoid the impending strike. A fleeting glance downward, and suddenly, the light slices through the darkness, unveiling the faces of his companions. Nine pauses, realization dawning on his face before admitting he'd forgotten something important, despite defeating his rivals without magic. Inu sighs, smirking. Honestly, you really are such a fool. The final beast hurtles toward him, launching a fresh assault. Flames ignite along its staff, and in the blink of an eye, the monster hurls the blazing weapon straight at Nine. Eugene narrows his eyes, recognizing the magic in the torch's flickering flame. The goblin doesn't seem terribly menacing, but Eugene senses enough raw strength for a powerful strike. Confidence radiates from him, certain that the boy possesses far greater power than an F rank. A blazing fireball hurtles straight toward him, yet he stands his ground, unfazed and unmoving. Nine draws in a deep breath. It's nothing extraordinary, just breathing, plain and simple. Under his breath, he murmurs a plea. Let him unleash his magic and obliterate that ominous sphere. With a swift motion, he unleashes his cutting magic, slicing the torch cleanly in two right beside him. Astonishment washes over Linda and Eugene as the situation takes an unexpected turn, while Daria, brimming with pride and joy, observes the unfolding events with sparkling eyes. The ninth opens his eyes, raises his sword, and declares, "The 7 stars' style outpaces even the wind itself." In the blink of an eye, 9 vanishes into thin air, his disappearance slipping past unnoticed by the goblin and everyone else alike. In a sudden blur of motion, he appears behind the creature and drives his sword mercilessly into its skull, felling the beast instantly. The last monster falls. In a flash, his sword is out, so swift that Dasha can only marvel at his agility. To an ordinary onlooker, it would seem nothing more than a sudden, sharp arc of steel cutting through the air. The 7-star wind spider technique mirrors the mastery of shikuchi in martial arts. In essence, shikuchi is a unique movement skill, an artful maneuver that harnesses one's own weight to surge forward with daunting speed. With a swift shikuchi technique, 9 appeared behind the goblin in an instant, landing a decisive blow. Unfazed, he calmly wiped the blade of his sword with a cloth, carefully removing the crimson droplets. Addressing the team, he wondered if this display was enough. His eyes met the group. Yevon and Linda wore smiles tinged with awkward satisfaction, while Daria radiated unmistakable pride. Drawing closer, he listens as Daria declares with unwavering confidence that the blade holds not a trace of magic. Yevon remains silent, while Linda echoes her sentiment, emphasizing that there was truly nothing mystical about it. Astonishment flickers across Darius's face. How had he pulled it off so flawlessly that not even she sensed anything amiss? Linda admits, equally perplexed, that absolutely nothing struck her as out of the ordinary. Bursting into the conversation, Eugene exclaims in awe that this is nothing short of incredible. It reminds him of a circus illusion, and if someone claimed a real kitsune was behind the trick, he'd believe it in a heartbeat. Leaning in, he questions Darius. Was she sure magic wasn't involved? She replies firmly, "Absolutely, no doubt." Besides, she reminds him, he's admitted he almost never uses witchcraft. With a flourish, he presents his sword, prompting Daria to declare it a rare and remarkable technique. Meanwhile, Yevhen remains quiet, lost in thought as he considers the display before him. After a pause, he notes most adventurers are mages. Darius calmly disagrees, saying there's no rule and he's never felt connected to magic users. Meanwhile, 9, unfazed, casually piles his tools in order during the exchange. Eugene Waverly, aware of the situation's strangeness, hesitates to act. With many of his abilities still unknown, he can't decide on his next move until he fully understands the extent of his own powers. With a keen gaze fixed on him, Gary suggests putting all his abilities to the test. Linda and Eugene exchange astonished glances, clearly taken aback by such a bold proposal. Daria suddenly storms off, with Linda panicking and pleading to know her intentions and the source of the enchanted stone, while Yevon and Ginemek both shout for Daria to come back and reconsider her actions. Suddenly, a firm hand lands on Nine's shoulder. Startled, he whirls around to find Daya standing before him, her lips curled into an enigmatic smile as she gazes at him. With urgent insistence, she urges him to leave, holding out a crystal that suddenly bursts into brilliant light. Confusion clouds Naina's face as he struggles to grasp what's happening, while Linda and Eugene shrink back in alarm, tense with anxiety. A dazzling flash blinds Nine, leaving him blinking and bewildered as he tries to recover. Meanwhile, curiosity shines from Inu Miao as she eagerly surveys her surroundings, trying to understand the strange events. A quick glance around reveals an entirely unfamiliar place, nothing remotely like the dungeon he remembers. Confusion clouds his mind as he tries to make sense of this eerie setting, utterly baffled by where he has ended up. Before him sprawls an entire clearing of mushroom-shaped plants, encircled by the massive trunks of ancient trees. The scene is enclosed by a towering latticed fence, sealing the otherworldly grove from the outside world. Along the borders of the kingdom of Gatelio, on the eastern shores of the Armenia continent, something entirely new begins to stir. The heroes found themselves deep within the ominous mule forest, one of the last pockets where human life still clung to existence. Alongside them traveled Linda, Eugene, and Daria, yet not everyone seemed pleased with this unlikely company. Awkwardness washes over Nain as she glances at the group, curiosity in her eyes about the commotion. Linda immediately turns to Daria, accusing her of having a mind full of idle fantasies and foolish notions. Curiosity flickers in her eyes as she wonders how she ever mustered the wit to use the magic stone in the well. The question lingers. When will she finally learn to think for herself? With steady composure, Daria urges everyone to remain calm and resist the urge to panic. Her voice rings with absolute confidence as she declares she already has a well-crafted plan in mind. With a note of skepticism, Linda admits she's decided to trust her. Daria suggests they clarify everything with Nina first. With a candid tone, she admits they've strayed from their original objective and now requires his aid to defeat the looming monster. Standing a little apart, Eugene muses to himself, finding her excuse rather unconvincing. Eugene calmly explained their mission. Obey all orders from the kingdom of Gatilio, and if the danger zone expanded, rescue those at risk and protect the people from imminent threats. An endless forest called Mule stretches from the kingdom's borders to the distant sea, teeming with monsters at every step. Despite its dangers, Mule relentlessly expands, devouring new lands with insatiable hunger. When a threat emerges that even the king's seasoned adventurers cannot overcome, they have no choice but to take up arms themselves. Yet, twice in succession, defeat has already been their bitter companion. As he spoke, the warning became clear. By dawn, the forest would engulf their kingdom, with darkness threatening both the land and the people's trust in their rulers. With urgency in his voice, he declares this their final opportunity. Time slipped away as they struggled to perfect their swords, yet the deadline arrived too soon. To make matters worse, the guild offered them not a shred of support. He openly admits they've often wanted to give up and surrender to fate, but Nain casts a skeptical glance, doubting they came here for more than just hunting monsters. Could his words really be true? Yevhen declares with conviction that they stand on the brink of an epic clash with the dragon of evil. Nain glances over at Daria. She answers with a firm nod, lending silent support to his claim. With a determined glint in her eyes, she declares that she will return to him with this request once more. Eager to join forces, she suggests teaming up with the Crimson Falcons to defeat the dragon together. With the help of the magic stone, the entire group of boys instantly found themselves transported to the tent at the Crimson Falcon team's base. Yevhen claims this place is wrapped in a magical barrier, a shield forged to protect all of humanity. Normally, those who absorb magic outside these walls perish within mere minutes. Yet there is a way to escape such a grim fate. Ever watchful for the emergence of monsters, Linda possesses a cloak endowed with a truly extraordinary power. Linda stands firm, unwavering. Yevhen and Daria watch her closely, searching for doubt. Finally, Daria breaks the tense silence, her voice gentle but firm, and asks Linda to at least listen to them. Mastering the art of magical summoning grants one the ability to forge mystical bonds with chosen individuals. Linda, in particular, possesses the remarkable talent to weave such connections with several people at once. All contact with Nain was lost. Linda had thought of summoning him to fight the dragon, but now she was sure he'd only be a burden. It would have been better if he'd never agreed to join the team. Enthusiasm sparkles in her eyes as she vividly describes the finest gourmet dishes, her excitement impossible to hide. In her view, that very passion is the sole reason he ultimately agreed. Momentarily stunned, Dario blushes and asks if he truly cares for her. Linda, her confidant, gently encourages Dario to overcome her embarrassment and let go of her worries. She believes she's exploiting his feelings for her to serve her own interests. Daria nods, admitting that's entirely possible. Linda cautions sharply, if he fails, it will be the death of him. Daria firmly protests, that's not her view. Linda angrily retorts, "It's nonsense. With only 3 months as an adventurer and almost no experience, how could he possibly dream of fighting a dragon?" Daria points out, almost incredulously, that they managed to defeat a dragon only 3 months after becoming adventurers. What truly annoys her is the very idea of being compared to others. Aside from Chaya, there were 3 of them in that group. With a hint of sorrow in his eyes, Darius confides that he trains without rest. Sensing a deeper truth, Linda suspects he might possess no magic at all. Carefully, she asks if that's truly the case. Daria responds with a confident gleam in her eye, revealing that she wields a sword capable of slicing through any magic. "Isn't that enough?" she counters, clearly piquing interest with her remarkable claim. Waverly glances over, acknowledging that she understands the attraction to this boy. Still, she cautions, no one truly knows what he might be capable of. Agreeing with Darina that his sword holds the power to slice through even the strongest magic, she can't help but wonder if it all happened by mere chance. With a confident smile, Daria asserts her unwavering trust in her vision. Linda falls silent, uneasy, as Eugene urges them to stop quarreling. After all, they haven't yet realized the full extent of his abilities. He exuded total confidence. Outsmarting the devious Grizzy Zed was well within his abilities, and without him, the mission's success was uncertain. Failure wasn't an option this time. Victory was essential. Danger is always on Darius's mind with her. He sees her as the embodiment of peril. Yet this drives his longing to offer her something pure, a genuine connection shaped by their shared powers. He asks her to lend 9 the substitution talisman, which grants 2 chances to evade enemy attacks, ensuring quick, certain escape if danger arises, as it did during Joker's assault. Linda warns with insight that no one has truly considered Dario might risk his life to protect someone. This risks her life too. His inexperience could make her intervention fatal rather than protective. Beneath the leafy canopy, Eugene stands with quiet resolve, observing, "If she chooses to hide me here, then by using the talisman, there's a chance she can save us both." Linda firmly insists, if he has only one chance left, and Daria chooses to stand up for the boy, then let her promise she won't use the talisman. Eugene turns to Zidaria, seeking her response. She faces him, her eyes resolute, and promises unwaveringly that she will never behave that way again. She says the 9th will receive a talisman, an artifact promising salvation, but if danger comes, she will never help or use its power for him, even if things become dire or someone asks her to intervene. A bittersweet smile flickers as she notes how the body instinctively reaches out in distress, but today she holds back. Their stubbornness persists, and her attempts to change their mind have failed so far. Linda urges her not to dwell on worries that someone might try to take advantage of her. They are a team, bound together by duty to support and care for each other. With a heartfelt smile, Darius expresses his deep gratitude to Linda, confessing just how much he treasures friends like her. In response, she warmly admits her love for them. Linda raised her eyebrows in surprise, then sighed in relief. "If everyone understands, that's wonderful," she said gently, apologizing for her earlier sharpness. Eugene smiled warmly, saying how refreshing her words were. With quiet determination, Yevon announces to both of them that his decision is final. 9 will be joining them on this journey. Meanwhile, Inu stirs awake, his eyes fluttering open to find Jan gazing at him, a gentle smile warming her features. Extending his hand, Eugene offers the 9th a talisman, an enchanted charm promising to save its bearer, but only once. Accepting the amulet, the 9th studies the card intently, his gaze lingering on every intricate detail. A skeptical eyebrow arches as he asks again, "Was it truly only once?" Eugene responds with measured calm, emphasizing the law of substitution at play here. After all, this concerns the Joker. He clarifies that the talisman serves a purpose in 2 situations, when saving himself from imminent danger, or when protected by Daria's vigilant care. By now the name Daria no longer catches you off guard. Eugene reminds you gently that disregarding her unique presence would be a mistake. 9, with genuine admiration, declares her a true and courageous princess, forever poised to rush to the rescue. He promises to do his best not to get in their way. With a hearty pat on the back, Eugene encourages him to give it everything he's got. Naina watches him with shining admiration in her eyes. Eugene strides forward with unwavering confidence, his voice ringing out a sharp warning. Only 30 seconds remain until it all begins. Side by side, he and his partner brace themselves, ready to spring into action as one. He asks if everyone is ready. A confident smile spreads across Daria's face as she assures him they're fully prepared. Beside her, the 9th echoes her sentiment, declaring his unwavering resolve. Yevhen extends his hands toward them, unleashing a surge of brilliant light that engulfs everything around. 9 stares at his own hands in astonishment, marveling at the transformation. Whenever magic collides with enchanted armor, dazzling veins of light streak across its surface. The brilliance intensifies in direct proportion to the strength of the spell unleashed. In the midst of battle, radiance often shifts from being an asset to a glaring weakness, drawing unwanted eyes like moths to a flame. For Yevhen, this serves as a unique form of training, a preparatory trial before the real clash begins. The Crimson Falcons, fearless guardians of the kingdom, stand ready to unleash their full power in battle. His unshakable faith drives him, while their radiant aura proves their unwavering fighting spirit. Daria's eyes flutter open, radiating a silent determination that John immediately recognizes. Eugene shouts that everything is ready. Only 10 seconds remain until the start. With urgency in his voice, he calls for everyone to stay alert. Boldly declaring their intent to defeat the ancient dragon and rescue all of humanity, he initiates a countdown. The moment he utters 0, teleportation magic flares to life. In the blink of an eye, they launch themselves into the heart of battle. In the halls of Noven Novi Academy, excitement grew as the professor urged students to reflect on Armenia's legendary battles, whose tales of heroism and grandeur still echo through history. Linda and Eugene drank in every word from the lecturer, pens dancing across their notebooks as they diligently recorded each insight. Meanwhile, beside them, Darius battled drowsiness, stifling a yawn and struggling to keep his eyes open. The professor reminisced about an era when donning striking or colorful clothing was perfectly acceptable. Back then, of course, magical armor and such marvels had yet to make their appearance. Back then, magic was a mysterious force for the chosen few, mainly knights, foot soldiers, and mercenaries, who marched into battle in matching uniforms, inspiring comrades and boosting morale. The advent of magical weaponry, he observes, revolutionized the very nature of warfare. In modern battles, flashy displays are liabilities, a fact respected by both seasoned soldiers and adventurers. Hearing this, Daria looks up in confusion, clearly surprised by the professor's statement. The professor emphasized that the most gifted students of the new Nova Academy would one day become magicians, and inevitably, they would face perilous battles. Upon hearing these words, Eugene wholeheartedly agreed. As enemies bend demons and other monstrous creatures to their will amid the chaos of battle, the radiant glow of enchanted armor quickly becomes a hindrance, complicating matters even further. Memories of battle flooded Yevhen as he recalled rallying the Crimson Falcons amid chaos. With Nye and Daria landing by his side, their arrival set the stage for a legendary confrontation. All around, the forest awakened with an array of sounds. The whisper of leaves, hushed murmurs from unfamiliar voices. With rapt attention, Ninth listened, marveling at how the woodland seemed to come alive before his very ears. Daria Grand soothed Nine, assuring her there was no reason for concern. She explained that the forest was simply angered, its ancient spirit less than welcoming to those who wandered into its domain. Wolves with huge fangs burst from the forest into the clearing, followed by other fearsome beasts and a towering ogre. In moments, Naya and Daria readied for battle as the monsters swiftly surrounded them on all sides. Out of nowhere, one of the wolves lunged at Daria from behind. The ninth, quick to spot the looming threat, shouted a fierce warning to alert her of the danger. With a swift motion, Daria hurled her sword at the wolf, forcing the beast to leap aside. The rest of the pack surged forward, baring their fangs. In a heartbeat, she reclaimed her weapon and, with a lightning-quick strike, felled another adversary. Daria's thunderous strike startled Nain, who flinched and wondered if the crash was her technique or swords clashing. Uncertain, he eyed his weapon as monsters pressed relentlessly, drawing ever nearer. Linda lingered atop the fortress wall, eyes trained through the optical scope of her rifle. Startled fascination flickered in her gaze as vivid bursts of explosions erupted amidst the dense tangle of the forest below. Certain now that no leader lingered nearby, Linda watched as the forest surged relentlessly forward, advancing at a breathtaking pace of 10 kilometers per hour. Linda suspected the monsters were growing uneasy because of the simmering tension in the air. All around, sinister predators prowled, gruesome birds of prey, monstrous spiders, hulking ogres, and menacing trolls lurking in the shadows. Linda shivered as she saw the monsters had grown by 20% since last time. Nearly 150 abominations now swarmed before her. It seemed impossible life would ever return to these scorched ruins after the battle. Linda sighed, admitting she should have thought before destroying everything. Outraged, Daria demanded to know where Linda's tenderness went, and immediately ordered her to apologize and declare her love on the spot. Linda explained Daria made the comment, reassured everyone things were fine, and gently urged Daria not to argue. Daria responded with a sly grin, clearly pleased Linda had confessed everything to her. With a loud call, Daria summoned Nina-kun. Startled, Nina spun around, only to find herself suddenly lifting off the ground. Swept up through the treetops, she soared skyward as Daria whisked her away from the forest, leaving her utterly astonished. The heroes soared above the forest canopy. Nine watched Daria float midair, gripping her sword as radiant light shone from her and her cloak fluttered. With eyes shut, she seemed lost in another world. On the eve of battle, Nine recalled a conversation with Eugene and Daria about their plans to storm the forest. Instead of answering Nine's question, Daria drew closer, eyes gleaming, and asked, "Have you ever set foot in a theater?" Darius noted that in a once friendly community, uncontrollable protests broke out. Just 3 days later, the theater hosted its final show, a legendary play remembered as The Fire Game. The unsheathed sword of Dragon's Demise, also called Flame Blossom, glimmered ominously in her grip as she soared above the elven forest, joined by 9 other legendary blades, slicing through the morning sky. The moment the dragon slang sword is drawn, its transformation process ignites. This metamorphosis unfolds in 4 distinct stages. The process starts with the sword hidden in its scabbard, latent and silent. As the journey progresses, the blade slowly reveals itself. A magical opening appears, and the intense heat inside the sheath nurtures the sword's birth. The 3rd stage heralds liberation. As the sword resonates with the current of magic, its true nature begins to awaken. At last comes the 4th stage, a pivotal moment when the blade's power unfurls in all its glory. The concept behind this weapon reveals itself with striking clarity. Only once every century does an individual emerge, capable of wielding such formidable magic. This time, destiny has chosen Daria as its rightful bearer. As the girl finished her tale of the legendary sword, Bahamut Nova roared. Darja's 9 soared above the forest, and when Darja revealed her full power, a massive explosion shattered the silence across the land. A fearless battle unfolds, with lives hanging in the balance. Suspended in midair above the very heart of the explosion, Daria and Nine hover motionless, caught in the eye of the storm. Everything around bursts into the air. Nain shields himself with an arm. Flowers explode, scattering in all directions. The earth trembles beneath his feet. Flames engulf the entire forest. From her distant vantage point, Linda watches the explosion unfold and nods grimly. No doubt lingers in her mind. Wahameth will soon reduce them all to ashes once again. A silent realization dawns within her. The most crucial moments are yet to come. Just then, something mysterious catches her eye, shimmering delicately in the distance. In a distant corner of the forest, another mighty explosion erupts. The mana, saturated within the magic woodland, responds to Daria's fiery sorcery, unleashing a true storm of flames. Explosions erupt with growing frequency, igniting a relentless chain reaction, one detonation sparking the next in a furious cascade. To Linda, the chaos resembles a single spark meeting a powder keg, setting off inevitable disaster. A colossal explosion erupts, blazing all the way up to the heavens. Watching the chaos unfold, Linda realizes with a chill, this is far from over. The explosion obliterates every last monster. Their bodies are hurled skyward, caught in a mesmerizing dance of flames and smoke. All around, shattered stones scatter, echoing the tremendous force of the blast. At the very heart of the colossal explosion, a peculiar vacuum vortex is predicted to materialize, ravenously devouring everything in its path. A violent force knocks Linda off her feet, and she struggles to stand as an ominous sense warns her. Something is terribly wrong with the mana. Her strength fades, making even asking for help feel impossible. A keen awareness fills her mind. Were it not for the protective magic enveloping her, only a handful of ashes would remain where she once stood. Droplets begin to fall from above, prompting her to lift her gaze. Dark clouds gather overhead, swirling together as the first signs of a brewing thunderstorm take shape across the sky. A knowing smile spreads across her face as she remarks that it's really not so bad at all. For a moment, she finds herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. The whirlwind dissipates in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Even the very air above the 9 seas feels transformed. No wonder he's hailed as the most formidable battle mage on the entire continent. A sudden, thunderous roar erupts from below, and before the heroes looms a colossal monster. Astonishment flashes across Nine's face as the thought flickers through his mind. Could this abomination have truly survived such a devastating explosion? Before diving into the conversation, Linda makes an effort to connect with Daria, asking if her voice comes through clearly. Daria responds with assurance, confirming that she can hear everything just fine. Linda notes about 80 monsters are still alive and asks how many have been sighted. Darius confirms it's 80, matching Little Vi's prediction. He explains they all come from the true enchanted forest, and Linda agrees. Fury flashed across Daria's face as she seethed at their maddening stubbornness. Linda, her voice cutting like steel, reminded them sternly that this was no moment for jokes. With fierce determination, Daria declares that from this moment on, they will fight until the enemy is utterly destroyed, and she requests covering fire. Linda nods in steadfast agreement, urging everyone to stay safe out there. With fearless determination, she charges into the fray. Close behind, Nine races after her, shouting mid-flight how amazing it all looks. Enthralled, he calls out in admiration, declaring Daria nothing short of incredible. Daria's amazed smile shows as she wonders how he can call this chaos cool, remembering her own first awestruck battle. She notes the monsters are faltering. Without the forest's power, their defeat is near. Her command rings out, and Nain obeys without hesitation. Side by side, they launch themselves headlong toward the monster, their resolve unwavering as they rush forward. With swift precision, Daria readjusts her grip on her weapon and ignites the photon blade. In a flash of blinding light, the monstrous creature is cleaved cleanly in two. All that remains are its lonely legs. The rest vanishes without a trace. With a mighty sweep, Darius's prowess reaches new heights, as his single devastating strike obliterates 3 monsters in an instant. All the while, Nina watches intently, her gaze never leaving the unfolding spectacle. Spinning back to face him, she announces that they'll have to part ways right here. With a fleeting smile, she suggests meeting up later at the boss's place. Nine listens intently and nods. Daria, her voice slightly nervous, asks if he can really manage alone. With confidence, he assures her sincerely that everything will work out. With new excitement, he admits it's the first time in ages he truly believes in himself. Energized, Inu nods with determination at the road ahead, and Daria, noticing, beams with a radiant smile. With a gentle nod of agreement and a promise to meet later, she accepts his words. Afterward, Nine announces his departure and takes his leave. As Ninth retreats, Daria watches with a warm, audible smile and bubbling laughter. Turning back to the forest, curiosity gleams in her eyes as she eagerly asks about what just happened. Declaring that if he dares not appear, a grisly fate awaits every one of his subordinates, she issues her ultimatum. In response, the beast unleashes a roar so thunderous that the very earth trembles beneath its power. With effortless grace, Nine dispatches the monsters that Daria is also hunting. From a distance, Yevhen watches intently, his gaze fixed on every twist and turn of the unfolding events. Confident that everything is unfolding according to plan, he notes only the occasional monster still lurking about. Linda hurries to inform Eugene that a band of ogres is marching toward Daria. He immediately acknowledges her warning, assuring her that he's already taken it to heart and is preparing for what lies ahead. The monsters march straight toward Daria with unwavering confidence. Yet Yevhen remains unfazed. It hardly matters if they're savage trolls or hulking ogres, 50 or even 80 in number. Their ranks pose no concern to him at all. Eugene holds the divine staff of heavenly dragon annihilation, forged from the sacred tree, an ancient earthborn spirit. Legends say the staff was created solely to destroy dragons. He chants, summoning a blinding point of light. Searing flames erupt, devouring reality. Chains shatter, fragments unite, wholeness is ripped apart, and the seeds of primordial sin dissolve, vanishing into oblivion. Above the monsters' heads, a mysterious structure materializes, a ringed form reminiscent of a molecule. In the blink of an eye, it detonates with overwhelming force, obliterating every creature beneath it without a trace. The silent beasts untouched by the spell fall swiftly as Dasha darts in from behind, finishing them off with precise strikes. Meanwhile, Yevhen weaves charms of speed around her, heightening her agility and allowing her to move with lightning grace. Stunned momentarily by Daria's strike, the monster drops its guard as Eugene steadfastly supports his allies. Suddenly, the massive beast swings its huge club directly at the Ninth. A massive shield appears before Ninth, blocking the enemy's blow and saving him. Eugene then casts a slowing spell on the monster, halting it just long enough for Ninth to deliver a devastating attack. Most of the spells Eugene wielded were the very ones once mastered by the fabled sorcerers, legendary figures renowned for their power. These very incantations would later become the cornerstone of their formidable magical prowess. Channeling the dragon's might toward Nina and Daria, a surge of energy courses through them, sharpening their power as they brace themselves for the impending assault. Pride swelling in his chest, Yevhen watches them intently, until Linda's urgent voice cuts through the moment. Birds are advancing from the right flank. Whipping his head around, Yevhen spots the flock, shrieking and soaring straight toward them. Without warning, massive winged monsters swoop down from above, their razor-sharp fangs bared and dark feathers gleaming. These fearsome predators are known as mantelos. Swarming in relentless packs, these pesky creatures pose a real threat only to adventurers ranked at Class C. At Eugene's fingertip, A tiny magical orb materializes, instantly unfurling into a roaring torrent of dragon fire. With effortless precision, he incinerates the entire flock of birds in a single beam. Eugene remains perfectly still, his finger extended forward, unwavering and resolute. Suddenly, one of the surviving birds materializes behind him, ready to strike. Yet before it can attack, several lightning-fast beams pierce the monster, halting its advance in an instant. A sly grin flickers on Yevon's face. Linda, eyebrows raised, asks if he'll thank her. He replies icily that effort should be acknowledged. Outraged, she calls him dull. Unruffled, he calmly says, "Thank you." She scowls. Is that all? Bewilderment clouds Yijing's face as uncertainty gnaws at him. Had he perhaps said something he shouldn't have? Suddenly, however, his eyes catch sight of something truly peculiar, halting his thoughts in their tracks. Linda and Daria scan their surroundings with sharp eyes, alert for any sign of danger. In a low, urgent voice, Eugene warns the group to stay on their guard. He's already here. The earth suddenly shudders violently, jagged spikes erupt to impale the monsters above, and the ground quakes and crumbles beneath them, threatening to plunge everything into an abyss. From beneath the earth, a monstrous maw bursts open, its blade-like fangs glinting savagely as it unleashes a thunderous roar, growling menacingly at everything within reach. The ground quivers violently, threatening to slip right out from underfoot. Drawn as if by a spell, Daria freezes at the very heart of the unfolding chaos. Yet instead of fear, an uncanny calm holds her captive, too stunned even to flinch. The monstrous creature bursts forth, its colossal size awe-inspiring. Eugene notes it's the third emergence. Daria confidently agrees, assuring him that this time the beast will not escape its doom. Attentively absorbing their words, Linda restrains her emotions and decides to clarify the situation. Turning to Nine, she inquires whether he is still alive. Nain darts forward at breakneck speed, leaping effortlessly from precipice to precipice. Reaching a towering cliff, he grins and shouts in delight, gloriously alive, exhilarated and intoxicated by the thrill of his prowess. Curiosity sparkles in his eyes as the question slips out. After all, it's a stone turtle. The trio falls into awkward silence, uncertainty flickering between them. Then comes the next inquiry. Does he truly enjoy all of this? After all, it's a dragon. In ages past, the divine dragon and the remnants of humanity stood side by side, rising as one to confront a common foe. United in purpose, their alliance sparked a war that would shape the fate of the world. The dragon lets out a thunderous roar, its blazing eyes fixed on them, but Daria stands firm and vows they'll conquer the beast. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet splits with a spine-chilling crack. Out of that ominous hole, a monstrous claw suddenly emerges, gripping at the air. In its wake, shifting shadows reveal the silhouettes of other strange creatures lurking in the darkness, each one more bizarre than the last. Astonished, Nain asks if monsters really erupt from the ground. Eugene nods, explaining the earth dragon can control the crust and shift land across hundreds of kilometers with its primary power. The earth dragons sculpted this forest with their own hands, conjuring forth astonishing monsters at every turn. Every creature they encountered along the way matched the raw power of those that surged up from below the ground. Their numbers had grown larger than ever. Unsure, she wondered if they'd need to destroy everything again, but was reassured this was unnecessary and reminded her immense powers weren't limitless, so she should stop causing destruction. Curious about the explosion, she asks Yevon, who urgently says they have one shot left. If there's any chance, she must get close again and strike with all her strength, just as she did before. Daria assures everyone their instructions will be followed as Yevon rallies the Crimson Falcons to press forward. Daria urges all to give their best. Linda leaps into action, while Naini watches, feeling like an outsider. Inu matches Mayao's fierce determination, step for step. 9 calls out her name, awkwardly hesitant, only to be answered by her feline meow. Pressing onward, he forges ahead over the jagged stones. Daria swiftly slays a monstrous spider, its limbs collapsing as a predatory bird attacks from behind, only to be shot down mid-flight by Linda, who then quickly slips into the shadows to remain unseen amidst the chaos. From her newly claimed vantage point, Linda unleashes a well-aimed volley, expertly scattering the flock of birds that threaten to overrun Eugene. Nearby, Daria watches in awe, deeply impressed by Linda's boldness and quick-witted tactics. The demon, a spider clinging to it, snarls, but Daria strides through, leaving a hole in its belly. Confused by what happened, she notices her foes grow stronger, yet each battle strangely feels easier than the last. For Yevon, this position truly resonates with his spirit. Whenever monsters are involved, Nayan's name inevitably surfaces. Confident events mirror the past, Daria uses her trademark cunning and skill, taking key positions to lead her squad and help them regroup amid the chaos of battle. Her gaze sweeps across the entire battlefield, taking in the chaos surrounding the 9. Monsters have gathered in droves, yet the girl dispatches each one with astonishing ease. Linda, alert and watching the battle, is chilled as a monstrous creature appears above her. Suddenly, a flock of birds hurtles toward her, and she instantly realizes they have found her. Convinced that no other options remained, she steels herself to act, only for 9 to suddenly break through on the comms, commanding her to stand by and observe from below. As soon as the ground shook and jagged stones erupted, she ran, thanks only to Nina's warning. A chill hit her as she realized her radar was sabotaged with magic. Had the enemy tracked her by her gunfire? Even Mul had noticed. Knowing capture means certain doom, the sniper feels the gravity of the situation and envies others' ability to fly. Despite growing annoyance, she stays visible in the open a bit longer, determined even as the risk increases. A thought flickers through her mind. Should she overdo the dosage, she might become prey herself, just like a jay skewering its catch on a branch. With determined force, she jerks her hand, ready to spring into action, only for the ground beneath her feet to vanish without warning. Her desperate plea for a radiant savior rises to the heavens. Suddenly, a dazzling bird bursts into view, streaking across the sky and diving headlong toward her. Clinging tightly to the bird soaring through the sky, she feels exhilarated by the rush of wind, an intense relief after teetering on the edge of death, now safe above the chaos of battle. Terrifying creatures thunder in hot pursuit of Linda, but she urges her winged steed to greater speeds, shouting defiantly that they'll never catch her. The Sapsan crossbow, a legendary dragon hunter's weapon once owned by a famed hunter, is famed in many tales. With it, Linda swiftly downs several birds, then playfully sticks out her tongue to tease everyone nearby. Linda glances at 9 through the device, trying to reassure herself, but is startled when he suddenly turns to face her, seemingly sensing her gaze from afar and noticing her presence even at this distance, to her astonishment. Now that the memories have returned, it strikes me. This all unfolded before the Earth Dragon made its entrance. At that moment, 3 portals burst open simultaneously, and she found herself shielding 3 people at once. Doubt fills her mind as she considers stories of the 9th. He can see behind himself and is immune to blades and bullets. Or maybe, she thinks, it's all a cunning act to lure victims and catch them off guard. A blush warmed her cheeks as she called such a goal the finest. Arrows never strike instantly. Daria and Yevon knew this too, yet she felt, even together, they couldn't match what the 9th could achieve alone. Coordinated assaults risk allies colliding, so Linda protects her team from threats and eliminates hidden foes. But when number 9 joins her, the battlefield changes completely. Bird-like monsters dive at Nain. He meets their gaze, then suddenly acts. A bullet whistles toward them, but one agile beast twists aside, narrowly dodging the shot. Linda notes with astonishment how, in desperately dodging the bullets, he unwittingly steps right into her line of fire. In essence, he's the one who signals to her when to pull the trigger. Unconsciously, her thoughts drift. Does he even notice the gunshots at all? Curiosity bubbles up within her. How can he instantly tell whether each shot hits its mark? Nain spins around, realization dawning. This is the true art of swordsmanship unfolding before her eyes. Meanwhile, Eugene soars boldly through the open air, swift as an arrow loosed from a bow. Looking around, he sees the stakes erupting from the earth have stopped rising, their power spent from lack of mana. Amid this fading chaos, a strange whirlpool catches his eye, leaving him breathless with astonishment. Stepping back, he muses that, fortunately, the crater gouged into the earth serves as a warning for any impending attack. The last two defeats had revealed crucial enemy insights, which Eugene shared with Nain before the battle. Now, using this knowledge, Nain skillfully dodged danger throughout the fight, his evasive abilities truly astounding. Eugene spots the dangerous move and feels a prickling tension. The warning urges him to stay alert. When the ground trembles, there's no time to hesitate. He must immediately strike back. Suddenly, a flock of birds hurtles straight toward him, straight for Karis. Could this truly be an assault from every direction? Dodging one attacker, he narrowly escapes a vicious strike. Breaking from the flock, he raises his staff and sweeps the birds away at once. Yet unease lingers. Could it really be over? A heartbeat later, he realizes the ordeal has only just begun. The assault of the Mentalo and the barrage of clay stakes hem him in, trapping him within the narrow confines with no escape in sight. Droplets fall from above, spattering his skin. His gaze drifts downward. Crater-pocked earth stretches beneath him. Anxious thoughts swirl. Could it all give way in an instant, collapsing without warning? The stakes shoot upward with sudden force, slicing through the air, but he manages to break free from the trap just in time, escaping without a scratch. Casting a quick glance at his abdomen, he wonders if the blast had knocked him backward. Could the arrow be Linda's? The thought convinces him she saved him, yet she's uninvolved. Eugene notes this oddity, his disbelief growing. Such a thing seems impossible. A distant gunshot echoes. Eugene is amazed that Nain instantly grasped the situation and fired in time, saving his life before Eugene could react. Grateful yet mystified, Eugene shouts thanks, wondering how Nain acted so perfectly. With a calm turn, Nain replies succinctly, stressing that true strength lies in mastery with the sword, not just in wielding magic. Soaring through the sky, Daria is swept up in exhilaration, thrilled that she's nearly caught up to them. She streaks after the ninth, who darts nimbly over the earth below. With unwavering resolve, she dispatched the monsters one by one, carving a clear and safe path for the ninth while granting him ample room to move freely. Quietly, Daria couldn't help but note that he still hadn't mastered the art of flight magic. Yet as the Earth Dragon emerges, the assault enters a new phase. The pace quickens dramatically. Hurtling forward, the dragon mercilessly obliterates every monster that dares to cross its path. Irritation hits her. Where did Nain go? He vanished before her eyes, and she realizes she never quite reached him. Using Shikuchi, Nain masters instant movement, traveling vast distances in a blink. He easily defeated every monster with his sword alone. Eugene's enchanted armor and power-boosting spells helped, but the real marvel was the remarkable surge in his mana that made the fight almost effortless. Daria struggles to keep up as ninth races ahead, effortlessly leaping from stake to stake. He casually destroys a monstrous, spider-like creature, leaving Daria in awe at how nothing in this world can stop him. With a single, thunderous blow, he obliterates the entire horde of monsters. Eyes wide with awe, Daria watches as the hero surges forward without missing a beat. His strike unleashes earthen stakes that mercilessly skewer the monstrous foes. Landing squarely in a smoldering crater on Earth, he peers around in astonishment. Could these creatures truly emerge wherever his fissures appear? At last, understanding dawns. Their relentless assault now makes perfect sense. With a single sweeping gesture, he annihilates the enemy, unleashing a torrent of earthen stakes. The spectacle leaves Daria deep in thought. Could he truly possess magic that reveals glimpses of the future? Whispers of hidden magic threaded through the fabric of space and time, yet the future stubbornly remained shrouded in uncertainty. Each glimpse granted to them unveiled only a single path, one possibility among countless fates waiting to unfold. This sorcery offers no glimpse into the future. Admittedly, in a real battle, it would prove utterly useless, though it's doubtful that Nij has any inkling of that fact. Monstrous figures block her path, but with unwavering confidence and technology equal to theirs, she summons her magic, rises, terrifies them, and unleashes a burst of energy that cuts through all in its path. Boasting aside, she was born with unmatched magic and wields it with such mastery that her talent amplifies every spell she casts. While some elves excel at sorcery, none rival her supreme command of overwhelming magical forces. She vanishes from the monster's sight, beheading them before they react, yet cannot fully grasp her power. Just as she distances herself, a devastating explosion erupts behind her without warning. Amazement fills her as clarity dawns. She can recall her past actions and understand their underlying motives. Strangely, enlightenment follows, and the path forward reveals itself with newfound certainty. Her true strength still puzzled her, nagging at her thoughts. Relief surged as she caught up to the ninth, but then a suspicion flickered. Had he orchestrated this all along, subtly leading her right into his grasp? In a sudden whirl, Ninth spins toward her, swiftly moves ahead, and plants herself firmly between them and the wooden stakes that come hurtling from behind without warning. With one swift strike, he defeats them all as Daria, embarrassed by her slow reaction, thanks him and asks how he noticed the attackers so quickly. 9, smiling cryptically and showing his weapon, says, "True blade mastery is the secret." A warm smile spreads across Darius's face, while Linda and Eugene freeze, rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. Suddenly, Inu materializes with a soft meow, and cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Nain finally admits, "Yes, it's true." Daria lowers her head in sorrow with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, all three look up, indignantly demanding if swordsmanship has any limits. Even Nava hesitates in disbelief. Do they still not know the answer? "That's insanely cool!" Nine exclaims repeatedly, his voice alive with exhilaration. He hops with joy, declaring he's never felt so powerful, moving swift as wind, unstoppable, and charged with newfound strength. Soaring upward toward the monsters, a spark of excitement ignites in his eyes as he marvels at the power of S-rank buffs. Now this is true greatness. Inu nods enthusiastically, sharing in his exhilaration. 9 surges forward to attack, reflecting on the innate spark of magic in everyone, yet painfully aware that his power is still far weaker than the overwhelming strength of S-class heroes. A keen observation reveals how Eugene's attire and Daria's armor frequently amplify the very same strengths. Daria once remarked, almost in awe, that the moment she dons this armor, her power knows no bounds. Limitations simply vanish. Suddenly, a flicker of envy stirs within 9. As his eyes lift, an involuntary realization dawns on him. The enigmatic way of the 7 stars favors those who expect it least. As the monstrous beast loomed before him, a memory stirred, his father's words echoing in his mind. Even if magic eludes you and your strength seems lacking, mastery of the sword remains within your grasp. He swiftly dodges the monster's attack and counters, his weapon empowered by enhancement spells. Each strike lands with force, and amid the flurry, he's surprised by just how high he managed to leap. Elation surges as he leaps skyward, graceful as a nimble cat. Upon landing, astonishment flickers in his eyes. Beneath his feet yawns a gaping crater. Eugene's words echo in his mind, recalling how they had been preparing to strike these very earthen stakes. A quiet sigh escapes him. The realization strikes. The first crucial step is to steady the breath. Mastery of the sword begins with this fundamental act, for only through calm and control can one truly sense the opponent's intentions. Master of the elusive seven-star swordsmanship, his focus sharpens on the ethereal ash of the heavens. With a single stroke of his blade, he commands time itself, freezing the world in place for 9 decisive strikes. The world before his eyes dissolves into a black and white vision. A shadowy sky sets off pale splashes, while brilliant stars suddenly dim, resembling ash drifting silently down from the heights. Nain's abilities extend far beyond that. He can peer into the minds of others, perceiving their thoughts and sensing the torrent of emotions they conceal. Nain gazes upon brilliant rivers of thoughts and emotions, though, to be precise, they more closely resemble luminous lines weaving through the mind. Lines come in countless shapes and lengths, endlessly wandering across the world while time itself stands still. These are the lines of attack. In Nain's view, this was nothing more than a theory, a fragment of wisdom once shared by his father. Yet, ever since childhood, the world had always revealed itself to him in precisely this way. With each nimble leap, his enchanting energy weaves seamlessly with the mana that saturates the air. This flawless connection grants him the uncanny ability to anticipate anyone's next move, exactly as he had intended. Perhaps it resembles the ultrasonic sounds dolphins emit, though certainty eludes him. Suddenly, the looming clay spikes above catch his eye, poised to pierce him at any moment while Linda stands tensed, ready to hurl herself at their deadly descent. A conviction burns within him that his strike will land precisely on those vulnerable spots of the stake untouched by Linda's diagonal lines. Achieving this demands a keen visualization of the exact trajectories their movements will follow. To him, the world is a tapestry of unseen lines, with the universe seeming to revolve around him. Guided by instinct, he senses the future and anticipates every move before events unfold, always at the center of the action. By blending swordsmanship with the uncanny ability to assess his surroundings in an instant, like a bird sweeping the landscape with a single, all-encompassing gaze, he attains the power to swiftly scan every inch of the territory around him. Whenever his thoughts deepened, a sharp ache throbbed at his temples from the flood of information. Yet he expertly organized every detail and anticipated enemy moves with uncanny accuracy over hundreds of kilometers. Eyes unwavering, he keenly tracks every movement of his opponents. Fortunately, not a single dangerous line draws near Daria, for, empowered by Yevon's strength, he perceives with perfect clarity where each enemy stands. Planting his foot upon the imaginary ground, he summons celestial ash. At once, the warriors of Earth surge forward in attack. In a heartbeat, with movements as swift as lightning, he halts them all, leaving his enemies utterly without hope. His eyes flick upward, catching sight of a dragon gliding ever closer. Their gazes lock, a meeting of eyes that sparks nothing but revulsion. To the mighty Earth dragon Mulu, discerning the shape of a human proves nearly impossible. Humans appear so minuscule in his immense gaze that attempting to hunt them becomes a formidable challenge. Beyond the 5 senses, dragons have a rare 6th sense that lets them detect magical energy, though even they struggle to precisely identify its nature due to its subtle and elusive qualities. Noticing the 9th, his gaze immediately lands on the figure's modest stature. When clad in black, blending seamlessly with the shroud of night and without the aid of magic, approaching him becomes a venture fraught with genuine peril. To the dragon, the boy is as insignificant as a fleeting shadow or a microbe. With a single effortless sweep, The mighty Nine brushes aside all obstacles and continues on his path unhindered. The dragon found himself baffled by the source of the bacterium's brazen confidence. It marched fearlessly toward him, nimbly sidestepping every menace that crossed its path and deftly parrying each cunning trap set in its way. The dragon's gaze sweeps over the trio of remaining beasts. Potent magical energy pulses from each one, but only Darius captures the dragon's interest as a worthy rival. His immense power stands on equal footing with the dragon's own. Noticing their weapons and armor, he realizes these are true dragon slayers, artifacts once bestowed upon mortals by the gods themselves, forged with a singular purpose: to bring an end to dragons. The dragon's ancient wounds still ache with phantom pain. Roaring thunderously, the enraged beast strikes out, determined to drive away anyone bold enough to remind him of his centuries-old torment. After centuries of peace, ancient forest magic regained just a tenth of its former splendor, despite every effort. But it was humanity who broke the silence first, launching a brazen assault on the quiet groves. Undeterred by 2 previous battles, the audacious little ones refused to yield, much to the dragon's surprise. But now, with resolute certainty burning in his chest, he declares, this time, he will reduce them all to dust. Absolute confidence radiates from him, the notion that neither dragon hunters nor the mightiest magic could ever break his will. Little do they realize what wretched, pitiful creatures they've brought to this place. Lost in thought, his attention is suddenly caught by a silhouette below. Astonishment flickers across his face at the unexpected sight. Striding toward him with unwavering confidence comes Nain. Shock fills the dragon's eyes. Could it be him? Doubt gnaws at his instincts. Have they failed him? Is he about to let his rival end him? Meanwhile, Nine leaps higher, fearless, dodging razor-sharp spikes with stunning agility. With chilling precision, Nain aims leveled his blade at the dragon, whose initial scorn turned to awe as Nain's cold mastery revealed itself, leaving the dragon to briefly wonder if this mysterious swordsman was a disguised deity. With a sneer, the dragon brands Nine as a deceitful dragon slayer, dismissing him as nothing more than a pathetic insect. Surprised, the great beast questions whether the stone stakes truly fail to instill fear in such a fragile creature. Pushed to the brink of fury, he roars that he'll simply wipe his opponent from existence, and in the very next instant, unleashes a torrent of shadowy spheres. Nain speculates that the attack trajectories originate from the sky, yet their direction shifts relentlessly, and the impact zone sprawls across an enormous expanse. Nain's heart hammers wildly in his chest. Pressing a trembling hand to his breast, he searches for the right words to share with the others. Forcing a deep breath, determination settles within as he gathers his thoughts and recalls memories. After all, everything remains firmly in hand. They are, without doubt, the Crimson Falcons. Rewinding to that moment right after the dragon appeared, Inu boldly stepped forward and let out a loud, commanding meow. Offering her suggestion, she proposed that he might be the one to guide them forward. The 9th, clearly taken aback, questioned why he, of all people, had been chosen for this role. Inu explains that everything around him has changed. Friends and enemies alike are no longer as they once were. Handling it alone feels impossible, yet he refuses to be anyone's errand boy, like Aaron ever was. Nine reviews urgent tasks with the group, feeling defiant, yet nearly overwhelmed by demands. But Inu's warning prevails. Unless Nine proves his skills now, everyone faces doom. With calm assurance, she clarifies that his arrival could never be mistaken for arrogance. Circumstances have pushed them to a point where retreat is no longer an option. Memories of their campfire talk returned to her with effortless grace. He listened intently to every word. Confidently, she assures him understanding will bloom for them both and gently urges him to trust their journey. With a gentle smile, Nina remarks how rarely such words escape Inu's lips. Irritation flickers across Inu's face, her cheeks blazing with indignation. With a sharp command, she orders everyone to be silent and hurry along. Nain nods in understanding, though a hint of nervousness lingers in his eyes. Curiosity piqued, he ventures. What exactly do you mean by that? With a wry smile, she wonders aloud if perhaps she should just sit down and give in to panic rather than waste her energy battling the dragon. A greeting from 9X, a word of advice. Choose your words with care. Provoking the wrath of the dragon is never wise. Calling upon the celestial ash technique from the 7 Stars swordsmanship, he moves with uncanny precision. Eyes sharp and unfaltering, his gaze anticipates every conceivable attack before it even begins. In an instant, the heavenly ash skill dissolves as soon as he notices the attack's trajectory veering toward Linda. Fingers tighten around the hand as memories surge, just like before June, before everything broke. That gentle, fleeting warmth returns. Urgency stirs. He must call her, gloves pressed to his chest, so she knows he still keeps them close. With no hesitation, he commands Linda to look down. Confused, she asks exactly where he means. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gives way. 9. That's the size. Linda thinks it seems she managed to dodge the danger. Relief washes over her. Raising his eyes, wonder flickers across his face as he inquires about the radiant bird before him. Shah, it seems to him incomparably beautiful, almost otherworldly in its splendor. Noticing Linda taking aim at him, a chill of fear ripples through her. Meanwhile, he locks eyes with Linda's piercing gaze, silently apologizing for his earlier harshness. The sheer scale of his presence astonishes, and the idea of slowing down feels utterly unattainable. Tirelessly, he darts from one place to the next, never granting himself even a moment's rest. A gnawing worry refuses to let go. Eugene's life hangs by a thread. Stripped of any chance to use flight magic, he can do nothing but race forward at full speed, trusting in nothing but the strength of his own legs. Beside Eugene, he edges toward the trap, peers through the boulders, and spots their foe. One look at the battle line reveals the enemy's plan, to encircle Eugene and block every path of escape. Desperately, he tries to make a call, only to be met with silence. No signal. The gravity of the moment settles in. Could it be that he truly turned off the microphone? Instantly discerning the path of Linda's attacks, she comes to a sudden halt, deciding she's seen enough. With deft precision, he bats away Linda's ball and, accompanied by Eugene, heads straight for the mountain. The bullet strikes Eugene. Satisfaction gleams in Nina's eyes. Her plan has worked flawlessly. Linda understood her signal perfectly. Casting a glance at his hand, a flicker of satisfaction crosses his face as he confirms everything works perfectly once more. Assured of his readiness, he wastes no time and darts onward. A sudden glance over his shoulder reveals Daria weaving effortlessly through the crowd. Amazement flashes across his face as he witnesses her dispatching orcs and menacing trolls with remarkable confidence and agility. Suddenly, a swarm of attacking lines rushes straight toward her, catching his sharp eye. Instantly, the danger dawns on him. The ominous dark hue signals that peril is mere moments away. In a heartbeat, he leaps to her defense, shattering the wooden stakes into splinters. Stunned, Daria freezes in place, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. Even without his intervention, Dasha undoubtedly would have dodged the blow with ease. He justifies his actions by claiming that both Linda and Eugene would have dodged the attack anyway, yet he still delivered the blow regardless. Though never teammates with Islas, he felt quiet satisfaction at Linda and Eugene's gratitude. Their astonished, appreciative faces still linger in his memory, leaving a lasting warmth he won't soon forget. Reflection reveals these three form an exceptional team, united by attentive listening and thoughtful analysis, consistently achieving harmony. Darius's heartfelt, tender confession of love remains forever etched in his heart. Doubt gnaws at his mind as he wonders if he'll ever truly belong to this team. Unease lingers, refusing to let him rest, as uncertainty clouds his every thought. With a determined voice, he openly declares his desire to face this very trial alongside them. His grip tightens fiercely around the hilt of his sword. Memories surged. Daria's challenge echoed in his mind, her voice urging him to prove his strength. Every push forward now was for her, to let her witness firsthand the power he truly possessed. With a booming voice, he proclaims to everyone within earshot that his sword remains in his grasp solely due to his unmatched skill. Such a declaration stirs outrage among the crowd. Could there truly be no limit to his astounding prowess? Inumiyawa smiles warmly and tells Nain her quip was clever. Linda, a bit awkward, grins back, thanks him, and calmly explains how they can proceed without his involvement. With a gentle nod, Eugene remarks that it makes no difference whether it concerns swordsmanship or any other pursuit. He then offers a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Arms confidently crossed over her chest, Dasha asked with a proud gleam in her eye, "Well, what do you think of me?" And truly, her presence was nothing short of remarkable. "He's not really mine," Linda says as Eugene joins her. Inu meows indignantly. Daria's face falls, wondering why she's always treated this way. But Nain just watches the scene with a wide, mischievous grin. Nain suddenly shouts to alert the commander of an imminent attack from above on the right. His warning is more urgent this time, stressing that the overwhelming enemies are attacking like a torrential, all-consuming downpour. With an urgent shout, Eugene declares it, a genuine rain of stone. Massive boulders loom overhead, poised to crash down from the sky at any moment. Everyone must brace themselves and stay on high alert. A relentless shower of stones rains down upon them, the barrage hurtling straight from the menacing dragon. High above, Linda takes aim at the beast, poised to unleash her weapon with unwavering determination. Stones rain down upon her. Assessing the situation, she quietly notes that, in her view, this challenge is manageable. Soaring atop the sacred bird, she deftly deflects each attack, returning the blows with the very pebbles hurled at her. Her voice rings out as she calls for it to appear again, tirelessly smashing each massive stone. Ninth watches in awe, amazed as Lindy shatters every block, turning the impossible into a breathtaking spectacle. Nine walks forward, oblivious to the massive boulder hurtling at him. Suddenly Daria appears, slicing it apart with her sword in one swift arc. Stunned, Nine watches the fragments crash down, saved just in time. With a joyful shout, he calls out Daria's name, earning an encouraging reply in return. Suddenly, a web of attack lines snaps into focus before Nine's eyes. His voice echoes through the corridor as he warns Daria. Just 10 steps below awaits one of 8 formidable challengers. Daria, undaunted, responds with absolute confidence, assuring him she fully understands. Without warning, razor-sharp stakes shoot up from the ground, all aimed directly at Daria. Nimbly weaving through the deadly trap, she dodges each strike with effortless grace and presses forward, undeterred and unscathed. Nine gazes at her with such admiration that his cheeks redden, exclaiming, "That was incredible!" Daria smiles, saying no one here is cooler than him, while Enumios sighs in annoyance, obviously unimpressed. Suddenly, Daria and Nain are startled by Yevon's shout. His voice rings out, summoning them with urgent news. He's managed to corner the enemy, leaving no way out. With booming confidence, Yevon unleashes his magic and shouts to the dragon that its reign has ended. The time to surrender is now. The group presses onward, yet an uncanny force seems to hinder their every step. With a commanding tone, Daria beckons Ninth to follow her lead, and he obediently falls in line behind her. With unyielding speed, they race directly toward the dragon. Sensing their approach, the beast locks eyes with them, its gaze blazing with fury and ravenous greed. In his eyes they are unbearable, vile creatures. Darja from the 9th group approaches him. The dragon swears vengeance, promising to wipe them from the face of the earth. From beneath the earth, several clay pillars erupt, brushing against them. Dario's eyes widen in astonishment. Why so many? What purpose could such an abundance serve? Realization hits as they reach the ninth. She rushes forward to help, but in a heartbeat, a massive stake tears through Daria's body. Frozen in terror, she stands helpless, horror flooding her gaze. Before Nain's very eyes, true horror unfolds. Shocked, he cries out for Daria, his voice edged with terror. Yet in the next heartbeat, a vicious stake thrusts through his chest, wrenching a choking cough and a ragged groan from his lips. Both hang from stakes before the dragon, which basks in victory and looks at them with pride. Their heads bowed in defeat, they suddenly dissolve into mist and vanish, leaving the astonished beast behind. The dragon glances around, bewildered, its gaze darting between shadows. Above, Eugene watches the chaos intently as ghostly Darian and Nine rush the beast. Realization dawns. It has been caught in a masterful illusion. The clones surge upward to attack the dragon. Initially wary, the beast quickly reacts, hurling earthen spears at each one. The duplicates vanish one by one, shimmering out of existence before its astonished eyes. Fury seizes him, fueled by confusion over his bewildering surroundings. Distracted by the swarm of clones, he is caught off guard. A sudden, agonizing blow pierces his side. Standing apart, Yevon and Linda are dismissed as mere insects, while he roars in fury, spitting out his words. Nothing annoys him more than their presence. A ferocious growl erupts from him, thundering across the entire area. As the powerful sound wave sweeps over everyone, the clones begin to dissipate one by one, fading into thin air. Eugene's eyes scan the chaos, sensing the crisis's gravity. Linda leaps into action, blocking the blow, while Daria and Nine, eyes blazing with determination, race toward the rampaging monster. With effortless grace, Nine swings his sword through the air, while Daria surges ahead with such breathtaking speed that even his roar fails to touch her. At last, she lands with unwavering confidence. With a sharp cry, she commands Nine to jump. No hesitation flickers in his eyes. In a heartbeat, he lands atop Daria's sword, and with a powerful, sweeping motion, she sends him soaring upward. All hopes now rest on Nine's shoulders. A confident smile flickers across Darius's face as he assures Nain that the honor of the first strike is his. Meanwhile, Nain strides steadily forward, each purposeful step bringing him ever closer to the looming dragon. Moments before the operation commenced, a strategic meeting unfolded. Eugene pointed out that these were the findings they had managed to gather during the previous battle. Nain responded with a brief nod, signaling his understanding. Daria turned to the ninth, her voice steady but urgent. She confessed that she needed his support. The moment her strike landed, before she could reach her goal, it would fall to him to clear the way. This crucial task was his and his alone. Nine glances at him in bewilderment, asking again what blow he's talking about. Haria, patience wearing thin, begins yet another explanation. Right there, just as Eugene described. She recalls how, during the first fierce clash, the forest was saved from the hungry flames. Yet triumph was fleeting. As monstrous beasts and their dragons swiftly regained their strength, retreat became the only option. For a fleeting moment, his mind sparks with the memory of that ferocious battle in the elven woods. Relief washes over him as he realizes that, this time, their group consists solely of humans. She recalls how, during her second match, victory seemed just within her grasp. Yet, in those final moments, her decisive strike was halted. The disappointment struck so deeply that even now, she finds no peace. Returning to the present moment, Nine lunged forward, igniting in a blazing assault against the monster. His sword erupted with the fiery brilliance of the Seven Stars style, heavenly ash. The paths of potential attacks become clear to him. A towering stone wall emerges ahead. Daria grasps the situation as well. Meanwhile, the dragon traps itself within an immense, impenetrable barrier. Assaulted from all sides, with even the sky blocked by an earthen dragon overhead, escape is impossible. The situation feels like being trapped in an unbreakable fortress, with its walls closing in. Lost in thought, he mused aloud. During their final battle, Daria claimed she had exhausted every last ounce of strength. Yet even her unwavering resolve couldn't secure victory. The enemy remained unbroken, forcing them, in the end, to retreat. Confidently, Daria urges the group to find another way through the wall, leading them to upgrade weapons and recruit allies, while 9 quietly notes that their failure would make his own mission much simpler. A resolve hardens within him. This wall must be reduced to nothing but sand. Neither Linda's uncanny precision nor Eugene's devastating thermonuclear detonations had managed to break its stubborn resistance. Ning realizes that victory lies within her grasp, thanks to her sword magic. Only 2 seconds remain before the stone wall materializes. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges straight at the monster, snapping out of his trance as his blows lose their rhythm. Meanwhile, the dragon remains perfectly still, its sharp gaze locked on his every move, watching in silence. At that moment, the earth dragon's gaze found the 9th. Due to Eugene's protective spell, the 9th was slow to realize he could be seen, but he immediately sensed acceptance. With a desperate surge, he soared toward the dragon, eyes widening as magic coils snaked around the beast's talons. Both monstrous legs now shimmered with a radiant energy, an astonishing sight he'd never witnessed in all his battles. The monster grinds its teeth with ferocious intensity, sneering disdainfully as it questions whether such a tiny creature truly dares to defy it. With a defiant glint in his eye, Nain declares that pride will be his downfall. Just as he predicted, a colossal stone wall emerges, rising slowly yet inexorably, sealing them off from the outside world. Undaunted, the 9th advances, his sword arcs decisively through the barrier. In a single, fluid motion, the blade's magic cleaves off the barrier's upper dome, stripping the dragon of its last defense. Terror fills the monster's eyes as it stares at him. What looked like solid stone is actually a fortress formed by intricate enchantments that instantly repair any crack, leaving no weakness anywhere on its seamless surface. Long ago, during a fierce war among gods, a maiden blessed by Bahamut devastated the continent. After the destruction, Bahamut descended to the Earth's core, creating the world's strongest protective barrier. Not even the legendary red-haired sorcerer, acclaimed as the mightiest of his era, managed to obliterate this. Such a feat is simply impossible. This defies imagination itself. Nothing and no one could ever break through this barrier. The barrier shatters, chaos erupts, and the monster freezes in terror. A chilling thought creeps in. Could number 9 truly be beyond control? The wall crumbles into fragments, scattering in every direction, never to be restored. A flicker of confusion crosses the dragon's mind. Is the magic no longer fortifying the barrier? What could be causing this unraveling of power? Why is everything unfolding in such an unexpected way? With a bold step forward, Darius calls out to 9, declaring this to be brilliant. In that instant, the dragon senses that his moment has finally arrived. With a fierce heavenly strike, Darius unleashed his triumphant attack. The blow proved irresistible, overwhelming the dragon and rendering it helpless beneath his might. Daria unleashes a decisive blow, but the dragon, undeterred, bellows defiantly that they will never succeed in defeating him. With a roar, the earth shakes as debris flies. Eugene and Linda stand firm, bravely defending. A nin is flung back by magic, but Linda's swift reflexes let her catch them mid-air on her majestic bird's wings. Soaring above a roaring current of pure energy, 9 finds himself utterly mesmerized by its dazzling splendor. Yet the moment he catches sight of Daria, his breath catches, and her name echoes endlessly within his mind. With a radiant smile lighting up her face, Linda turns back to him and exclaims with delight that everything has gone perfectly. Then, in a sweet, teasing tone, she affectionately calls him her obedient boy. Crimson flushes across Nine's cheeks as he shyly averts his gaze and quietly thanks her. Lita, sincere and regretful, apologizes for forbidding him to fight, her heartfelt words stirring memories in Nine's mind. He calmly reassures her that it's normal to see him as a failure. After all, an F rank rarely inspires trust, especially when leaders must give their all. Still, Linda can't help but notice the depth of his knowledge. As their journey continues, a quiet thrill stirs within Linda. She cannot help but feel grateful for how things have turned out. With genuine admiration, she marvels at the sheer brilliance of his extraordinary abilities. Linda recalls the look on Darius's face and confidently remarks that, in the end, her judgment of him had been spot on. Admitting to often making decisions under the sway of impulsive emotions, she nevertheless holds fast to the belief that every path she chose ultimately proved to be the right one. Naga remarks on the uncanny way they seem to understand each other, as if their thoughts are connected by an invisible thread. With a warm smile, Linda replies that their friendship began back in early childhood. She admits mistakes were inevitable since watching over him wasn't easy, gently reminding him of this. Nainen hymyilee lämpimästi, liikuttaa päätä yhteisymmärryksessä ja onnistuu saamaan Lindaan iloinen nauru. With a stern command, she orders them to end their tender exchanges at once. Her voice rings out, louder than necessary, forcing them to hurry off toward Daria without delay. Upon arrival, they catch sight of Daria standing tall amidst the turmoil, exuding unwavering confidence as he casually rests his sword across his shoulder. Whirling around, she spots a bird swooping rapidly toward them. From afar, the woman erupts into loud curses, hurling a stream of insults in their direction. Curious, Nine pressed Linda about her sudden outburst. She quickly reassured him nothing serious had happened, suggesting she might have just wanted him to step back a little, or something like that. Curiosity flickered in Nain's eyes as he wondered aloud if the magical aura might be behind it all. Slightly flustered, Linda suggested they move a little further away. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he asks if she truly believes they should soar away atop that luminous bird. Her lips curl into a mysterious smile, and she replies, "Something like that." Linda insists she must come along or her magic will run out, grounding her. Ninth reassures her that just by staying close, everything will be fine. Soaring above the landscape, they gaze down upon a battlefield littered with fallen monsters and shimmering shards of crystal. The scars of a recent ferocious clash are written across the desolate ground. Nain gazes thoughtfully at the ES-ranked adventurers, wondering just how many hundreds of similar clashes they must have weathered by now. Once upon a time, he believed that nothing in the labyrinth's depths could surpass the sinister trolls in sheer terror. Only hours had passed since he met the boys, yet memories of their first encounter haunted him as a chilling question seized him. Would any of them escape this underground labyrinth alive? A thought lingers in his mind. If he completely dissolves into this strange place, how will he ever find his way back? Perhaps, somewhere out there, an otherworldly omnibus exists, ready to guide him home. He jolts awake, eyes scanning the toppled earthen pillars now reduced to soil. A fragile hope stirs. Maybe in time, grass will grow, and flowers bloom where destruction once prevailed. Suddenly, his eyes alight on several intact, unbroken stakes. Astonishment flickers across his face as he wonders why these particular stakes remain untouched. Horror flashes across his face as he sees Yin Yu rising to her feet. Both of them shout Darja's name in unison, trying to warn her of the looming danger behind. But before their cries can reach her, the statue bursts from the ground and strikes. Burk! Silence overtakes her as balance slips away, leaving no time to react. Linda's voice pierces the tension, calling out her name in alarm. Step by step, she retreats from the stakes, yet they relentlessly re-emerge before her. Daria stumbles and crashes to the ground, but in a heartbeat, she springs back to her feet, letting out a soft, defiant laugh. With a gentle smile, she confides that she recognized Nain's voice, even though there was no way they could possibly have communicated. Could this truly be a new depth of friendship? Linda, exasperated, interrupts and tells her to stop talking nonsense. Worry crosses her face as she asks if all is well, but Darina just smiles calmly, assuring her she's perfectly fine. Mourning her cherished cloak, she regretted its loss. Suddenly, the ninth's eyes widened in alarm. Danger was coming. Without warning, he shouted as a devastating assault erupted from below. Anxiety etched across her face. Daria gazes downward. Suddenly, a colossal dragon blade bursts from the earth, forcing her to leap back just in the nick of time. Eugene and his companions stood frozen, terror etched across their faces as they watched the dragon before them. A chilling doubt flickered through their minds. Had the previous dragon truly been the real thing? A voice rings out with a daring theory. Perhaps, in the split second of the strike, he shed his outer shell and slipped underground, eluding the attack entirely, only to resurface now, safe and unscathed. A gentle smile touched Daria's lips as she realized his former power had faded. His weak magic and now shrunken, delicate body made it clear he was only a fragment of the force he once was. Could it be that the ordeal isn't over yet? Daria hangs on by a thread, sensing that her own fate is about to mirror the grim end she's just witnessed. The creature emerges abruptly before Daria, its ghastly form startling her. Forcing a strained smile despite the pain, she watches as blood trickles steadily from the corners of her mouth. Gravely wounded, a gaping fist-sized hole yawns where her abdomen should be. Yet, befitting a true leader, she commands extraordinary healing arts, instantly unleashing potent regenerative magic. Painkillers have become a thing of the past for her now, yet swiftness still eludes her. Numb, paralyzed nerves stubbornly refuse to obey. Idle chatter finds no place here. This is neither the time nor the setting for such distractions. Danger looms over everyone present. Suddenly, the monster's eyes roll back, and deep within those obsidian sockets, new pupils flicker to life. Horror sweeps through everyone at the sight before them. Suddenly, a towering wall erupts around him, prompting the ninth to suspect it's yet another stone barrier. Walls materialize one after another, rising from thin air, and at this close range, Daria suddenly realizes just how dire the situation has become. Sharp stakes surge up in front of her, forcing a hasty retreat. In a single blink, the beast hurls a torrent of stones. Astride the great bird, Linda and Nguyen instantly grasp the grave danger they're in. Watching from afar, Eugene senses the creature's rage boiling over, an unrestrained fury unleashed. He confesses he can't control his power and urges everyone to stay alert, ready to destroy him if needed. Suddenly, stones fly at them. Linda's mind races with anxiety, wholly focused on concern for Darius. Their eyes lock in tense silence as memories flood Daria, begging Nina for help after that blow. Now she realizes her mistake. They should have united from the start and fought together as one. A shadow of sorrow flickers in her eyes as she realizes that arguing any further is futile. With a heavy heart, she calls out to Eugene, urging him to retreat. Grasping the crystal, Yevon lifts it high, while a sudden realization flashes through Daria's mind. Only with its power do they stand a chance of escaping this place. On the far side of the vast continent, safely out of the reach of marauding dragon attacks, sprawled a thriving city. Only 4 may continue onward. This is the perfect number for the crystal. After all, most adventurers travel in parties of 4. Noticing a striking similarity, she observes that 9's magic resembles Eugene's teleportation. Unlike most mages, He can instantly relocate an entire squad anywhere with just a thought, without needing physical contact. Awareness dawns. Only they will go, yet the land ahead is unknown, full of strangers. No answers come, no time for doubt. A choice is urgent. If the dragon attacks again, disaster is certain. Daria knows Eugene would say so. Conviction burned within her. This monster would never be satisfied with ravaging a single nation. Its rampage marked only the dawn of a larger conquest, heralding the subjugation of the continent's entire eastern coastline. Memories of her home flicker in her mind, a place soon to be under siege. Remaining here could spare countless lives from needless suffering. Tension clenches her jaw, but it's futile. Brilliant crimson falcons are too drained to fly. Even if the 9 break the wall, the chance for a decisive blow is lost, as Eugene, Daria, and Linda well know. She confesses her stomach agony is unbearable, an old wound to blame. Before age 15 and meeting Hafizur Amin, pain made her sob endlessly, but after that, her tears vanished. Back then, Linda always soothed her soul. With a pensive air, she remarks that breaking through so many walls of stone would prove a daunting challenge, even for the 9th himself. Gripping her weapon tighter, a realization flickers in her mind. Should she strike with all her might, the wound will only tear wider. Yet suddenly, an unexpected thought surfaces. 9 might have another way. Once more, 9 sharply commands her to stay perfectly still, then solemnly promises he's about to smash through this wall. Daria stares in awe at 9's unwavering confidence. Daria listens intently to his voice. Not a trace of fear lingers there. Instead, a hesitant note tries to cloak itself in bravado. Yet deep within, something unsettled still stirs, betraying a restlessness he cannot quite conceal. Realization that he is only 15 makes her smile blossom with delight. Suddenly, laughter bursts from her lips, quickly swelling into an exuberant peal that echoes all around, drowning out every other sound. Eugene pondered whether she had truly decided to stay after all. Meanwhile, curiosity got the better of Linda, prompting her to ask Daria what she was up to these days. Darja pauses, aware each laugh both burns and strengthens her abs, but also reopens her wound, drawing fresh blood. Though she knows this pain well, she decides she must set an example of strength for those younger than her. No matter what challenges arose, facing them head-on with a confident smile was essential, never flinching, never looking away. However bitter the pain might be, he resolved deep within never to allow himself the luxury of tears. She shouts at 9th, demanding his full trust, her eyes blazing with determination as she promises to see this through. Raising her weapon high, she strides forward with unwavering resolve. A quiet smile plays on her lips as she steels herself for the daunting challenges that lie ahead. Even the shadowy thought of death slips into her mind. Suddenly, an invisible force seizes her, rooting her to the spot in sheer stillness. Linda and 9 rush toward her, with Eugene appearing just a heartbeat away. Daria's mind races in astonishment. Could it be they truly failed to escape? Did they not use the crystal after all? From a distance, she watches the 9 and smiles, her heart swelling with gratitude. How lucky to be surrounded by true friends. What a wonder it is to know she will never have to face hardships alone. Fury blazing in her eyes, she screams at the dragon, calling it a ruined wretch and vowing to face it head-on. Reborn and enraged by past defeats, she and her companions swear to burn everything around them to ashes. The battle raged on. With fearless resolve, Daria launched herself at the monstrous foe, unleashing the full might of her sword. A thunderous surge shattered the walls, marking her triumphant breakthrough, her objective achieved. Soaring on the back of a snow-white bird, Kun and Linda glided through gaping holes in the walls, scars left behind by Darius' blow. Without warning, 9 spun around. His sharp eyes caught the breach in the wall, slowly sealing itself shut. The same phenomenon unfolded ahead of him, the opening gradually closing inch by inch. Only 8 meters separated them from the next wall. Linda calculated quickly. A minimum of 1 more second would be needed for Nenekun to close the distance between them. In that instant, Nine sprang up, thanked Linda sincerely, assured her she'd done more than enough, then leapt into the air, sword in hand, and launched a headlong assault on the colossal dragon. In a flash, Nine unleashed the 7-star style, moving faster than the wind, his gaze locked on the dragon's eyes. Linda watched, spellbound, breathless with awe at the boy's astonishing agility. 9 pillars hovered ominously, casting long shadows. Looking up, the hero saw identical traps above him. No matter his strategy or attack angle, the risk of being pierced awaited at every turn. Celestial ashes drifted as the 9th, with nowhere to retreat and victory out of reach, hung suspended in a web of 76 radiant bands encircling him like the bars of a luminous cage. By the 47th line, relentless advance was his only option, but by the 76th, he found himself dodging blow after blow. Yet that was the full extent of his abilities. As long as the 9th evaded every blow, not a single opportunity for a counterattack emerged. Mule's defense remained impeccable, leaving no weaknesses to exploit. Should Naeem have dared to attack the dragon, the attempt would have surely ended in his death, his sword likely falling short of its mark. It seemed as though his adversary anticipated his every move, always a step ahead. 9 realized that a single blow wouldn't suffice, yet closing the gap any further was impossible, and from this distance, launching an attack like Sakuchi's was out of the question. Nain blamed his defeat on the limits of his swordsmanship, frustrated that his skills couldn't even bring him close to the dragon. The technique he relied on bore the grand name Heavenly Ash. In that instant, he recalled the card with the man in pristine carnival attire and a dazzling white hat. Faith surged. This cherished talisman, able to save him only once, would work. Eugene handed 9 the card. The Joker's mischievous grin confirmed the switch had worked. He explained that in a desperate moment, the talisman could be a lifesaver. Refusing to retreat or defend himself, 9 shouted to Mayul, declaring his moment had come. Instantly, the dungeon spirits turned to him, mocking and taunting, asking if he planned to run away again. Nain vowed not to retreat again as memories of his comrades, fearless S-class adventurers who trusted him for the decisive strike despite his self-doubt, flashed before his eyes. Resolute in his promise to honor his friend's trust, he vowed to destroy the dragon. Sword poised and nerves taut, he crept behind the beast, every muscle primed to strike a fatal blow. Preparing for the offensive, he meticulously crafted an intricate plan, a cascade of ingenious moves woven into a single devastating combo. This was the famed 7-star technique. Combining Moonblossom's precision with Fierce Ash's ferocity, he attacked the dragon, which roared. "Who is he?" Without pause, the warrior's blade sliced cleanly through the creature's scales. With the dragon defeated, 9's heart soared as he reached out to his father in thought, proud that, against all odds, his determination and loyal friends had finally made his cherished dream a reality. Mugala had fallen. Linda, Eugene, and Daria watched in silence as 9 turned away, leaving the dragon behind. A faint smile crept onto Daria's lips. A tiny kitten perched on 9's shoulder as he stared at the crumbling wall. Dawn's first rays lit the land beyond the mountains. Smiling gently, he reached for his absent father, prideful. "I did it," he declared. Exhausted from a fierce battle and weakened by a serious wound, Daria lay sprawled on the ground while silence settled over the trio. Nearby, Yevhen and Linda sat quietly, their concern etched on their faces as they kept a gentle vigil by her side. Evan's fingers brushed against Daria's wound. With a sharp note of reproach, he reminded her of her lie, insisting she hadn't been hurt. He went on to say, such deceit hardly deserved anyone's approval. Fortunately, according to Eugene's assurance, the girl's life was never in real danger. Daria shifted her gaze, turning her head to look at Linda. Linda erupted in screams, hurling curses at Daria and lunging at the wounded girl, relentlessly demanding why she kept lying, the question repeating obsessively like a chant that wouldn't stop. Overcome with emotion, Linda cried out, tears glistening in her eyes as she declared that Daria could have died. In response, Daria offered her friend a look filled with quiet sympathy, pressed her lips together, and turned her gaze away. With a reassuring nod, Daria assured Linda of her understanding and gently urged her not to worry. She promised to offer another heartfelt apology. At that very moment, Nain hurried toward his friends, calling Daria's name with urgency ringing in his voice. Nearly reaching her side, he was closely tailed by a tiny kitten scampering after him, paws pattering eagerly across the ground. Leaning in with concern etched across his face, he asked Daria if she was all right. In response, Daria offered nothing but a warm, reassuring smile. A reassuring smile on her lips, she insisted she was fine, gently brushing his cheek with her hand. For the first time, Dalius admitted she found him special, drawn to his quiet confidence. Nine blinked in bewilderment, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected words. Behind her, Eugene offered a warm, encouraging smile, while Linda gaped in outrage, her mouth falling open in protest. Exhaustion finally claimed Daria, her eyelids fluttering shut, yet a serene smile still lingered on her lips. At last, help arrived, their long wait over. The boys were swiftly transported to the nearest city. A few days slipped by, and Daria made a complete recovery. The young men gathered around the table, which was packed to the brim with steaming, mouth-watering dishes. A flush of embarrassment colored Daria's cheeks as she hurriedly denied saying any such thing to Yevon and Linda. Her denial only fueled their amusement, and the pair burst into laughter, gleefully mimicking every word and gesture. Nain's mind raced with Darius's words after their clash. Distractedly slicing vegetables, he struggled to grasp their hidden meaning as, behind him, the chef yelled at a young girl for yet again having nothing prepared. The girl approached Nine, noticing he didn't need to chop the vegetables. Smiling, he said it was second nature. Nearby, the kitten they'd met earlier huffed dismissively, unimpressed by the whole scene. The city bazaar bustled with a surging sea of people. Meanwhile, deep below in Bieber's underground lair, the oppressive silence of the gloomy hideout was shattered by the sounds of a fierce quarrel. Clad in gleaming armor, the young knight named Ares, his golden hair catching the light, thundered his indignation at his companion, demanding an explanation for such a glaring failure. Ares called his opponent an A-class adventurer, but the man smirked, calling Ares the real troll. Confidently, he declared he wouldn't die, since even S-class adventurers couldn't handle someone like him. The armored knight bristled with anger, ordering his companion to stop mocking him and declaring even a weakling could act as he wished. Learning Nain's squad failed to defeat the troll, Ares was overtaken by fury. Fury burned within him when his team suggested the troll he had defeated was still alive. A man in a tailored suit calmly said other adventurers reported the boss at that location hadn't been slain yet. When a dungeon has no boss, its monsters lose coordination and control, making exploration easier. That's why, according to Mr. Ares, beginners are often sent into such dungeons at these times. The businessman in the sharp suit, who had just been deep in conversation with the adventurers, countered the armored warrior's claim, pointing out that this time the circumstances had changed drastically. Amidst the ferocity of the battle, a boss suddenly emerged. While it's true that an ordinary monster can occasionally evolve into a formidable boss, such a transformation typically demands a significant passage of time. The young knight, seething with anger at his companion's words, slammed his fist onto the table with all his might. With a fiery outburst, he declared that no one should try making a mockery of him, for it was he who had vanquished the troll. With a calm and measured tone, the interlocutor requested him to reveal the enchanted stone. Letting out a dissatisfied sigh, the gentleman retrieved a small pouch and handed it over to the other. Dressed in a sharp business suit, the man lifted a pair of binoculars, scrutinized the stone nestled in his palm, and then, with a gaze as cold as ice, dismissed it flatly, declaring it nothing more than a troll. A newfound caution sharpened his actions. Vigilance guided every decision, banishing recklessness. Prudence became his silent guardian, dictating his every move with unwavering care. Fury surged in him, fists clenched, teeth grinding, as he struggled for control. Opposite, the suited man calmly assured him no one was hurt, no real damage occurred, and a 3-day suspension plus a minor fine would suffice. Ares tossed the money onto the table and strode toward the exit. His assistants, the girls, called after him. Without a moment's hesitation, both dashed after their master, pleading desperately for him to wait. With a sharp turn, the dark-haired girl faced her blonde friend, irritation in her eyes. "People who have this don't even know whose it is," she said bitterly. Her friend calmly replied it wasn't worth getting upset, and best ignored. Approaching the gates, Eris found herself lost in thought. Would the day come when they too would be forced to abandon this guild, leaving it to face whatever fate awaited it alone? With a sudden halt, he caused the blonde-haired girl to bump right into him. Her eyes widened in surprise as she glanced up at the man, hesitantly asking for his name. Without a moment's hesitation, Ares announced the arrival of the new team members to the guild. The news took both girls completely by surprise, leaving them wide-eyed with astonishment. Air declared he would begin a hunt in 3 days. The girls started to protest, but his commanding glare silenced them. Reluctant to oppose him, they quickly left to follow his orders. At that very moment, wrath consumed Iris in his hotel room. In a fit of rage, he hurled a bottle of red wine against the wall, sending shards flying and crimson liquid spilling across the floor. Grasping another bottle, he declared with bold conviction that this time he would surely vanquish the troll. After draining the wine, he resolved never again to let anyone believe he couldn't even tell one enchanted stone from another. Hatred blazed within Eris's heart. Again and again, Nina's image surfaced in her mind, accompanied by that unwavering promise he would never escape retribution for his deeds. The cavern throbbed with battle as trolls encircled the dark-haired youth wielding his sword, who cut down foes relentlessly, while Mr. Ares and 2 girls watched alertly, eyes fixed on the unfolding fight. The blonde young woman praised Ares, noting the A-rank adventurer handled the task skillfully, while her long-haired companion, indignant, questioned why they always had to fix the guild's constant mistakes. With arrogance gleaming in his eyes, Mr. Ares cast a disdainful glance at the adventurer and boldly declared that the vanguard's duty was to obliterate every last enemy. As the dust of battle settled, the adventurer rose to his feet, casually slinging his sword over his shoulder. One question lingered in his mind. Could he and his team truly find common ground and act as one? Convinced he'd found an ocean-class dungeon, the adventurer surveyed the magic stone-strewn landscape, irritated by the thought of inexperienced newcomers blundering around and getting in his way. Yet facing the trolls alone was beyond his ability. He needed allies. Uncertainty gnawed at him, but hope lingered that at least a Class C would stand by to shield him if danger struck. In that very instant, a thunderous explosion erupted behind, propelling the adventure forward as if swept up by a wild wind, racing to escape the tumbling shards of stone and the swirling tongues of flame. He shot an irritable glance around the room, demanding to know what nonsense was unfolding. Disdainful, he realized his assistants' magic was lacking and grew suspicious. They might even be plotting to betray him. Moreover, the warrior pressed on relentlessly. His adversaries had no idea where they had found themselves. Separating them would be a task accomplished with effortless ease. A colossal troll suddenly loomed before the group. The adventurer, frustrated that none of his blows had struck true, felt his strength and magic slipping away with every moment as if they were grains of sand. In a surge of determination, Ares sprang past the dark-haired boy, boldly proclaiming he could handle it alone. With unwavering resolve, he lunged at the troll, his sword gleaming as he leveled it toward the beast. The thought lingered that this boy had no real part in the matter. His presence evoked far more than anyone else here. Frozen in place before the hulking troll, Eris's eyes brimmed with sheer, unfiltered terror. But in a flash, a daring adventurer sprang to his aid, delivering a mighty blow to the monster with a gleaming sword. Reasoning that facing the monster alone was the wiser choice, he made his move. In that instant, while seated, trembling on the ground just behind the warrior, terror rooted him in place as he watched the unfolding chaos with wide, fearful eyes. The adventurer remembered how long it had been since he fought alone. Rushing ahead, he told Eris to run if things went bad. There wasn't enough at stake to risk his life so irresponsibly. Iris hissed and shouted a warning to the warrior to dodge the club, then, indignant on the sidelines, desperately urged the dark-haired youth to use his magic as he watched the struggle unfold. A strange warning seemed to echo in the adventurer's ears. From behind, Eris shouted that the troll was charging once more. Yet, unfazed by the beast's renewed assault, the warrior chose to pay it no mind. The memory of his last duel with a troll had long since faded. With a serpentine leap, he lunged forward, his blade crashing against the troll with such ferocity that the impact nearly sent him sprawling. With a thunderous crash, the monster slammed into the earth, sending shards of rock flying in every direction. The troll whirled toward the hero, eyes burning with rage. This was a true test of strength. The adventurer couldn't help but deem this quest exceptionally challenging. His strike had landed squarely on the hulking troll, or so it seemed. Only one thing remained: to finish the beast, step by relentless step. Each blow landed with unwavering determination, driving the creature ever closer to its end until, at last, all life would drain from its monstrous form. Ira stepped away from the chaos to take control, ordering the adventurer to stop, insisting only he could defeat the monster. Frustrated, he hurled insults, calling the man a useless fool and a squanderer. Eris gripped his sword and approached the dark-haired boy. The adventurer, irritated, complained that the Lord had pestered him all day, glared, warned shouting was useless, and told Eris not to interfere or block him. Anger flashed in the young master's eyes as he sternly demanded the warrior explain his blatant disobedience, sharply reminding everyone that each adventurer owes absolute obedience to their leader's will. In that very instant, a troll crept up from behind and brought his massive club crashing down onto the ground, missing Eris by mere inches. Terror seized the young warrior, sending him crashing to the ground. The shock jarred his sword from his grip, flinging it aside. Gripped by panic, he desperately scrambled to retrieve his lost weapon. The wanderer erupted, hurling accusations at Eris and calling him a fool, blaming him for their plight and claiming victory was impossible with such inept leadership as their argument escalated into a fierce quarrel. The adventurer raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Eros was merely joking. After all, not even an S-class warrior could hope to vanquish a beast of such magnitude. The warrior stopped suddenly, realizing he was too exhausted to continue fighting. He called to Aris, announced his retreat, and asked for the teleportation crystal. Fury blazing in his eyes, Iris refused to accept the bitter necessity of retreat. Bursting out with a roar, he demanded an explanation. What on earth were these so-called transfer crystals they spoke of, and what did any of it truly mean? The warrior declared he'd had enough. Drawing a crystal from his pocket, he turned to the leader and issued a stern warning. Flee at once if you wish to escape death. Rage flared within Xeres, erupting into a furious shout before he could even grasp what the adventurer had just done. His assistants, pale with fear as the troll lumbered closer, darted anxious glances at their master, uncertain and alarmed. Lord Harris commanded them to leave at once, his tone leaving no room for argument. There was simply no alternative. Seizing the moment, the adventurer activated the crystal. Emerging from the cave, breath ragged from the grueling climb, they caught sight of the adventurer already lounging comfortably on a bench, taking a refreshing sip of cool water. Turning to Iris's team, he showed real relief to see everyone safe. Iris, eyes blazing with frustration, stormed over and sharply demanded why he'd run away, repeating her question with increasing insistence. The adventurer snapped that this was a breach of their agreement, vowing to report Ares's conduct to the guild without delay. Thanks to her, he received the offer to join the team, but told her he'd heard rumors it might be a scam. As he left, Iris, curious, called after him to ask what exactly a scam was. The adventurer found the joining terms odd, but was simply told he'd replace an F-class player. Expecting to just repel attacks and break lines, he accepted. No mention was made of any hidden dangers. Eris sharply rebuked the warrior, calling him a fool and insisting only an S-rank adventurer would challenge a troll, but the adventurer, his voice stern, interrupted, demanding silence as he was tired of their bickering. Muttering complaints that such tasks weren't worth a single coin, the warrior stalked away. Attempts to dissuade him fell flat. The adventurer raised an eyebrow, remarking that the pay was far too meager to risk getting involved in such affairs. The explanation was swift. He deflects every blow with his baton, eyes alert for weakness, earning only a few coins. Yet one mistake can spell disaster. Soon you'll answer to someone higher and pay for your recklessness. A sudden recollection flashed through Iris's mind. The metahuman had visited this place only a short while ago. Yet that boy. He seemed to hold on to some memory about the 9. Desperation seized Eris as he cried out, pleading for the traveler to halt. Yet the warrior pressed on, unwavering, never once glancing back at Eris's frantic appeals. The blonde placed a call to Mr. Ares, suggesting they postpone the task for another time. The dark-haired assistant informed him that, for the time being, he was free to return to his estate. His eyes narrowed as he wondered aloud if they were hinting at abandoning his quest for adventure. Eyes wide with fear, the dark-haired girl challenged him, her voice trembling with unease. In stark contrast, Iris dismissed their offer with a glacial indifference, her demeanor untouched by emotion. Cloaked in shadow, he perched amid a clutter of empty wine bottles. The thought gnawed at him relentlessly. This was the 3rd time fate had led him down this sorrowful path. Iris chastised the adventurers, accusing them of insincerity and reckless enthusiasm. In her eyes, these so-called professionals were nothing more than frauds, individuals utterly incapable of self-control. Before long, the guild ceased sending reinforcements. Their response was curt. They claimed to have already fulfilled their promise. With no other choice, Aaron and his companions ventured down into the dungeon. For days on end, they wandered through its stifling darkness, not fleeing from bosses as others might, but desperately evading relentless hordes of monsters. Ordinary savings steadily dwindled away. Despite repeatedly seeking assistance, Ires's pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving every attempt in vain. Furious, the young master seethed. Though Class C was bought, it barely surpassed Class E, a clueless novice. Whispers centered on Iris, but blinded by arrogance, he completely failed to grasp the reality of the situation. In truth, the only reason he calls himself an adventurer is that he purchased the title with his own money, a secret he must ensure never comes to light. Eris was driven by unwavering conviction that everything should change. She became clan leader to block rival nobles, and as an adventurer sought not wealth, but the glory reserved for a masterful warrior. Deep in contemplation, the young master realized he could not simply abandon everything and fade back into obscurity. just another face in the crowd. Around that time, a flurry of rumors drifted toward Iris. She recalled hearing about 9 in total. Each whispered tale boldly claimed its subject was the bravest of them all. Daria invited 9 to join her. Overwhelmed by gratitude like warm sunlight, he grew more embarrassed, his mind clouded with uncertainty as he hesitated, unsure how to respond to such genuine appreciation. As Daria stepped forward to greet the guests, 9, suddenly nervous, quietly asked if he could attend the ceremony. Surprised, Daria paused, then smiled warmly and assured him, 9, you're the star of today's ceremony. Atop a magnificent white bird, Linda soared gracefully through the sky, while Eugene and 9 strode confidently at her side. All around them, people beamed with joy, showering the trio with radiant smiles and heartfelt greetings. Beaming with joy, the heroes waved to the cheering townsfolk, while Daria lounged atop the great bird, enjoying a well-earned rest, as Linda expertly guided their majestic mount through the excited crowd. Turning to Linda, he offered to take her place, remarking that Falcon had already exhausted a great deal of her energy. A sly grin curves Linda's lips as she inquires why Nain's cheeks have turned such a vivid shade of red. Recalling Daria's earlier words, he awkwardly waves her off, insisting, "No, it's not at all what you're thinking." Linda laughs softly, calming his nerves, and assures him that she'll handle everything. With a confident smile, she promises to overcome any challenge that comes their way. Everything about Linda broadcasts a clear message. She has no intention of giving herself to anyone. Number 9 picks up on this and quietly lets her go. Later, as he wandered through the building, the sheer expanse of the room filled him with delight, so vast and open that it seemed almost endless. Even the bathtub left him in awe. Its immense size surpassed anything he could have imagined. As evening descends, he collapses onto his bed, relief washing over him, marveling at the fact that he has a room all to himself. To him, this simple privacy feels like the height of luxury. Gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling, he recalls the whirlwind of events that filled his day. Weariness settles in his body, yet sleep stubbornly eludes him, leaving his mind clear and weightless, his thoughts drifting with a rare and gentle clarity. Memories of joyful faces flood his mind, filling him with the certainty that he had defended his people and homeland exactly as he should have. Perhaps there was still a chance to fulfill his father's final wish. With great effort, his hand rises, though uncertainty lingers. What if he isn't able to go through with it? In his eyes, taking the life of one of them could never qualify as fulfilling the man's final wish. Drawing closer, she gently traces his face with her tongue. A smile spreads across his lips as he squeezes his eyes shut, playfully pleading for her to stop. With a gentle touch, she slides the pillow out from beneath 9's head and walks away without a word. Left alone, 9 mumbles awkwardly to himself, protesting that it was his pillow. With a gentle purr, she assured him she was warm and offered her thanks. Still, hesitation flickered in 9's eyes as he wondered if perhaps she was cold after all. Finally, he allowed her to settle beside him. Lost in thought, he questions aloud if slaying the dragon is needed. Cain calmly assures him the choice is his alone. It's his life to shape. These words bring him peace, and soon, sleep gently claims him. The following day, guild representatives joined forces with adventurers to gather magical stones. As this was an official request, every discovered magic stone was supposed to go straight into the hands of the Red Hawk. Yet some crafty souls managed to secretly keep a few for themselves. Linda relayed Nicolam's words. Regrettably, it's true. They might accept this in place of the promised reward. In response, Darius exclaimed, "Don't let them get away with it so easily." With an unhurried sip of tea, Yevon casually remarks that those who come to claim them are destined to leave empty-handed, receiving not a single reward. Word spread swiftly among the guilds, a decree that all magical stones from the Mule Forest bore a unique brand. Any soul daring to steal and sell these enchanted treasures would face harsh retribution the moment their crime came to light. Confidently, he insists that their collectors receive generous compensation, leaving no room for the possibility of theft in his view. Should misfortune strike and the guild's moral foundation begin to crumble, lending a hand will become a far greater challenge. As he breaks off a piece of bread, an involuntary thought crosses his mind. Eugene embodies true royalty, so assured and regal. Beside him, Enyu settles quietly onto the bench, seamlessly merging with his tranquility. The butler leans in and murmurs something discreetly to the ninth. After their brief exchange, he vanishes with swift, silent steps, leaving a sly smile blossoming on Eugene's lips. He promptly announces an invitation from King's Landing, awaiting their reactions. Ninus arches an eyebrow in shock. Daria questions if this is happening again, while Linda grins slyly and coolly denies any knowledge. Eugene calls this a tremendous honor for them, Zaikana, and asks for permission, saying their presence could inspire hope. Seeing his enthusiasm, Linda notes how much he likes the idea and advises not to dismiss it. Eugene points out that nothing is keeping them here anymore, so he doesn't care what happens next. Linda, on the other hand, suggests they set off on a journey. After all, there's no reason left to stay. Slowly sipping his tea once more, Yevon nods in agreement. The truth of it rings clear. They have yet to pledge their loyalty to any nation. For now, they remain free spirits, wandering the world on their own terms. Eyes sparkling with delight, Nine eagerly devours his meal, then joyfully announces the whole trio is heading to the capital. News so exciting, he's visibly elated. A clear sense of discontent fills the trio as they watch him. Heavy silence dominates Sue's room, with unanswered questions and tension from misunderstandings intensifying the uneasy mood. Deeply engrossed in a jumble of papers, Eugene admits his inability to shed any more light on yesterday's events. Only one move stood between him and success, yet even his carefully crafted strategy had proven fatally flawed. Exhausted, Linda sighed in defeat, knowing they could do no more. A real dragon lurked in the dense forest shadows, attacking so swiftly they'd barely managed even the slightest defense. Darius points out that, while the attack plan may have been flawed, their mistakes hurt them just as much. He adds that pondering these matters shouldn't be the leader's burden alone. Everyone must take part in the deliberations. He silently enjoyed his tea at Umiyoa's, his thoughts calm and deep, while Eugene, relieved, recalled his request for seasoned adventurers and felt reassured they had never been sent. Doubt clouded his mind over whether Mu-El possessed the legendary power of the stone wall. Linda shared his skepticism, her eyes growing distant as she recalled the events in thoughtful silence. Darius insists that this being defies all human understanding. She finds herself in agreement with their leader. Even the arrival of the most formidable A-rank adventurers would likely make little difference. For quite some time they struggled to deal with his puppets. The ninth listens intently, then leans in to confirm. Could that truly be the case? With absolute certainty, Eugene insists it's true, adding how unbelievably fortunate they've been. Linda nods in agreement, her voice filled with conviction as she affirms his words. Daryl chimes in, echoing their shared sentiment. With unhurried grace, Nine savors a sip of tea, pondering just how astonishingly powerful they are. How could fortune possibly favor them so completely? Hope gleams in their eyes as all three turn to Nain, boldly calling him their secret weapon. Stunned, Nain struggles to understand, asking what they mean, while Enumia just grins with quiet pride. Eugene confidently declares himself the team's MVP and thanks everyone. Smiling warmly, Linda wholeheartedly agrees without hesitation, while Daria stands nearby and joins them. Typically, the reward is split evenly 4 ways, but this time Yevon finds himself singled out for a special bonus. Wide-eyed with astonishment, Ninth is presented with a sheet of paper as someone declares, "This is the sum he'll receive for the raid." The moment his eyes land on those numbers, a wave of terror sweeps through him. This sum could easily last a lifetime. Stunned into silence, he mumbles in disbelief, convinced there must be some sort of mistake. With a playful grin, Yevhen wonders aloud if it might be too little. The other, slightly embarrassed, insists that on the contrary, it's actually more than enough. Yevhen believes he ought to accept them, convinced these things are rightfully his. Yet Nine objects. She argues it's not true, for they only triumphed over him through their combined efforts. Announcing his intent to press on, Yevhen's words ripple tension through the room, making number 9 visibly uneasy. Just then, Linda lifts her hand in stern command, her voice unwavering as she addresses him by name. According to her tale, he chose the life of an adventurer to fulfill his father's dying wish, to slay a dragon. Nain nods in agreement, confirming the story. Linda beams with a warm congratulations, telling him he can finally leave his wandering life behind. Meanwhile, Nina falls silent, her mind filled with swirling emotions. News reaches him that he once attempted to slay the dragon before, but his former team had been, to put it mildly, far from ideal. Lacking any trace of magical talent, he poured his soul into mastering the sword, training harder and longer than anyone else. In the end, fate rewarded his relentless dedication with generous bounty. Linda observes that he received a sum so generous it would sustain him for a lifetime, and, on top of that, he managed to fulfill his father's final wish. Daria commands Linda to stop, but Linda ignores her without a hint of hesitation. With bold determination, she presses on, demanding to know. Why would he even bother being an adventurer now? With unwavering resolve, Linda turns to Ninth and poses a question that cuts straight to the heart. Why must he remain an adventurer at this moment? The answer to this could alter the course of their fate forever. Daria points out to Linda that, even though they all barely escaped death in this battle, she's being far too harsh on him. Linda cuts her off sharply, commanding her to keep quiet. With a steely voice, she makes it clear that her question is directed at Mr. Ninth right this moment. If his true intention is merely to join another raid, perhaps that isn't what he truly seeks, even though the Red Falcons have no current orders. With unwavering confidence, she declares that their team now stands as the most powerful force on the continent, united by a single unyielding purpose. Ordinary adventurers could never be mistaken for their team. These trailblazers surge ahead of the pack, blazing fearless trails through uncharted territories and diving headlong into danger without a second thought. Linda insists, come what may, they must set out for that place. Turning to Nain, she locks her determined gaze on his. He reads her intent perfectly, yet stands rooted to the spot, flustered and at a loss for words. Hidden within this continent are lands steeped in danger. Sinister dragons lurk there, their presence a dire threat to every living creature. The Redhawks, famed S-class adventurers known for slaying 6 dragons, now face a crucial mission, weighed down by the immense responsibility it brings. Linda feels certain she's being welcomed with honor, and that people are proud to have her, yet things take a different turn with Nine. After all, she still holds the chance to go back. Observing the entire scene, Yevhen silently muses that perhaps he should have spoken up himself. Yet Linda had confidently assured him she would handle the matter in his stead. Draped in the guise of a villainess, she wore her new role with conviction, and it seemed certain to him that Mr. Naim had picked up on it. The thought lingered in Naim's mind, prompting deeper contemplation. Agreement settled within him. Linda was right. Mule had proven a truly formidable rival, and his own fencing skills simply hadn't been enough. Never before had he faced a monster alone. The memory of nearly being impaled on a spear lingered vividly. If not for the talisman, he might not have lived to tell the tale. His entire body quivers as he whispers, barely audible. That was a terrible battle. I died. Over and over, the words slip from his lips, as if disbelief has rooted itself deep within him. With gentle hands, Dasha takes his and softly asks if he's all right. A flush of embarrassment colors his cheeks as he fumbles for words, but calm gradually settles over him. In a quiet voice, he assures her that everything's fine. Darius finally admits that Linda was right. It was her determination that convinced him to join their team. With a quiet plea, Linda asks for his forgiveness, yet Nine silently signals her that apologies are unnecessary. Darius stands firm, insisting his life belongs to him alone, and only he can choose what becomes of it. Nine things. Yet now, even to his own ears, the words ring with a peculiar absurdity. Darius once more reminds everyone that even though Nescapine stands apart in their own way, they are still a team, and together they must conquer the summit. For the second time, Nine arches their eyebrows in astonishment. His gaze drops as he recalls being forced into a hopeless duel with the dragon, stripped of magic, a chilling reminder that each second could have been his last, as mere swordsmanship gave little chance against such a powerful foe. Clenching his fist, a thought surged through him. If only skill determined the outcome, then united with these companions, no path would be too challenging to conquer. A confession escapes his lips. His heart yearns for fresh escapades. Dreams of becoming a true adventurer fill his nights, imagining himself beneath a celestial canopy, eyes wide with wonder as uncharted mysteries beckon him onward. A gentle smile brightens Linda's face in Eugene, while Daria positively radiates joy. Nain softly takes her hands in his and confesses his heartfelt wish to journey beyond the horizon of stars together with her. Daria's composure crumbled at those unexpected words, a vivid blush blooming across her cheeks. Awkward silence settled thickly between them as they faced each other, both searching in vain for something to say. Uneasy smiles flicker across Eugene and Linda's faces as their eyes dart around, uncertainty clouding their expressions. What on earth is he rambling about? Has he truly forgotten they're standing right here? Noticing Daria's violent trembling, Linda casts her a worried glance. What should they do now? Had Daria perhaps taken things a bit too literally? With a disdainful glance, Ina scoffs and complains loudly about the unbearable boredom suffocating the room. Meanwhile, the others leisurely sip their tea, immersed in an unhurried conversation. Delight sparkles in Daria's eyes as she realizes Nye stayed. Admiringly, she calls him incredibly strong, but wonders, how could such a skilled fighter not have been with the squad when they first found him? It occurs to her that his dazzling swordsmanship must be the key. Possessing such extraordinary skill, he could have effortlessly handled the situation alone. When Daria asked why Nain hadn't joined a group, he said he couldn't. Linda explained newcomers must work in a team for 3 months before getting paid, but smiled, saying this rule didn't apply to them as academy graduates. Nain explains that beyond all else, being stripped of magical abilities set him apart, making it nearly impossible to connect with other guild members as an equal. News reached him that regrettably no suitable team could be found. A wave of unease swept over Nine as he wondered if, after all, he might truly have to return to his native village. Eugene is an F-class adventurer per guild standards, a true novice in this world. His unique talents only emerged after he went independent, so his initially unremarkable status is completely normal. Linda bursts into laughter, teasing that no one would believe him, even if he claimed to be a swordsman. Daria recalls how Ilas and his entourage took notice of his impressive swordsmanship and invited him to join their crew. At the time, the future seemed brighter than ever. He truly believed everything would turn out for the best. Fury blazes in her eyes as she pounds her fists on the table, shouting that, denied fair pay, proper meals, and any chance to rest, he was still forced to work to the point of collapse. Fury pours from her lips as she hurls curse after curse their way, every inch of her stance radiating a wild, piercing aggression. Awkward and abashed, Nain admits fault. His own naivety allowed him to be deceived so easily. Linda firmly denies it, emphasizing that such claims are false. After all, the guild was responsible for acquainting him with all the rules from the very beginning, including, at the very least, the minimum percentage of the reward. Spotting the guild officer's blunder, Aless cunningly twisted the situation to his advantage. Evan admits to having turned his own ignorance to his advantage. Regret hangs over him for ever getting involved with such ruthless people. He goes on to say that while some might dismiss it as mere naivety, to him it feels like outright deception. A gentle nod from Daria affirms his innocence, assuring him he's done nothing wrong. Nain beams with delight at her supportive words. Daria instantly vows vengeance on all who wronged him, promising to annihilate them. The ninth, frozen by terror and sweating, pale and shaken, awkwardly admits her smile chills him to the core. At that very moment, Ailes sits amidst the bustling heart of Bebel, sipping his drink with a crestfallen sigh. The unbearable blandness of the beverage grates on his nerves, fueling his growing irritation. With a stern tone, he reproaches the girl, demanding to know if she has managed to find someone to lead the vanguard. Sighing in defeat, she confesses that her search remains fruitless. The guild has yet to respond to any of their inquiries. Another boy points out that given their current class, they're utterly useless in this situation and can't offer any help. Fury simmered beneath Ayla's composure as she hurled biting words, her restraint fading. The boy remained unfazed by her outburst, while the other girls gently pleaded with Ayla to calm down and regain control. He's desperate to leave the guild, and his friend agrees, saying they have enough coin to leave as soon as tomorrow. Exasperated, Ailes finally snaps, unable to hide how completely sick he is of everyone. A vow spills from his lips. He will not return home until he vanquishes the trolls. Not a single step will cross his own threshold until the shame stains his name no longer, for to do otherwise would only deepen his humiliation. The girls mumble awkward apologies, offering him a respectful bow, even as a silent contempt simmers within. They picture him as nothing more than a vile, mangy dog. The reason they continue to put up with him remains a mystery. With a weary sigh, the girl admits her hunger, while her friend chimes in, confessing she's absolutely starving as well. For days, they've had no decent meals and no money for even bread, surviving on tavern scraps and begging leftovers. Meanwhile, Eyelist bangs his mug on the table, loudly declaring his intent to drink and nothing else. An awkward silence falls among the girls before, with polite smiles they agree and promise to bring him a fresh one right away. Both of them head off in opposite directions. Left behind, Alice unfolds the newspaper with idle curiosity, only for terror to flash across his face. Paralyzed by shock, he stares at the page, eyes frantically scanning the dreadful details. He hears the Red Hawks are seizing Miawich Forest with help from a mysterious black-clad swordsman called Nine. Still, the hero wonders if this awkward newcomer can really match the astonishing rumors about him. Every line in the newspaper is devoured hungrily by ALS, his mind circling around the same echoing question. Could that truly be his name staring back at him? Could it be possible that this awkward swordsman cloaked in black is, in fact, himself? The notion strikes him as unbelievable. Perhaps it's nothing more than a coincidence of names, and the person in question is actually someone else entirely. A tense apprehension coils within him. As the girls approach, announcing they've brought more drinks, he snaps, voice sharp and edged with anger, demanding the alcohol at once. Snatching a glass, he gulps it down greedily. Proclaiming that the dish is utterly devoid of flavor, he pushes his bowl away, appetite evaporating. A silent exchange of glances passes between the girls, their eyes flickering with unease as they cautiously peer into their own cups. Quiet confessions slip between the girls, It seems this really is their reality. With not a coin to their names, they make do with the cheapest drinks they can find. In the past, things were much simpler with that clumsy one around. Only Mr. Isles ever had support magic cast on him, while the others at least managed to keep up appearances, pretending to genuinely work. Disbelief gripped them as news spread of his departure from their team. It had never crossed their minds that he would muster the courage for such a bold move. Inwardly, she scolds herself for not weaving her enchantments to draw him closer. How could she let such a breathtakingly handsome man slip through her fingers? A dawning realization washes over her. She had always seen him as a mere supporting character in her story, only now grasping the enormity of her mistake. Both admit to harboring deep regrets over how events unfolded. When a stranger approaches and asks a question, the mood instantly shifts. Should that stranger reveal himself as Lord Isles, one of them lights up with unmistakable delight. With delight, Isles rises to his feet, remarking on how long it has been since their paths last crossed. His eyes shine with surprise, admitting he never expected to find his old acquaintance sharing a drink in such an unlikely place. Prompted by curiosity, someone asked about Alès. Alès introduced Mr. Enrico, a friendly traveler from his hometown and a year older, who warmly said he was pleased to meet everyone. Enrico once thought the Guild Tavern was only for rookie adventurers, at least, that's what he'd heard, but now admits he enjoys spending time here and just found the idea appealing. A smile dances across Enrico's lips as he compliments the exquisite taste before him, confessing how utterly fascinating he finds the whole affair, especially the spectacle of internal doubts playing out. Enrico approaches with a hopeful question, asking if there's room for one more. With a welcoming grin, Alès eagerly waves him over, inviting him to join their little circle for a drink, even if tonight's selection is rather modest. Enrico grins slyly, says he'd like to try the cheap liquor, asks for a glass and some snacks, maybe chicken and roast beef, as annoyance flickers across the girl's face. The mere mention of those mouth-watering dishes instantly sparks the girls' appetites. Their mouths water in anticipation. Watching their eager reactions, Enrico muses privately that, while slender, they each possess a rather charming allure. Glasses are raised in joyous reunion as Alès is captivated by his drink's flavor, barely recovering before Enrico seizes the moment to share a story about a boy from Alès' crew. Alès instantly suspects who they're talking about, the very same loser who had once humiliated him so bitterly. Enrico wonders aloud if this swordsman truly possesses little magical skill, mocking him with a smirk and dubbing him a clumsy oaf. Alès claims to possess not a shred of magic, branding himself a complete failure. Yet this confession clashes strikingly with the impression he once left, one of undeniable ability. Besides, he has just returned from Gatero. Rumors call him a true hero, fueling Alès' rage. Enrico deepens his irritation, likening it to prodding an open wound, by noting the dragon's defeat involved barely any magic. Alès slams his mug down, declaring it absurd that someone so talentless could achieve this. Unfazed, Enrico calmly notes they look exactly alike. He's adamant he's seen that person on their team multiple times. Ailes, amused, makes a playful comment, curious about the scene. Could this confusion be jealousy toward the one who almost defeated the dungeon boss? Enrico quickly notes that this man is a fellow countryman, and not just any, but an aristocrat. Yet the man's repulsiveness is so overwhelming that Enrico feels an urgent need to escape his presence at once. With measured composure, he admits that the full scope of what's transpiring here seems to elude him. Isles' understanding still lingers just out of reach. Alès looks at him, surprised and curious, asking what he means. The other man replies that rumors are spreading, stories claiming Alès treated the young man in black with shocking rudeness. Rumor has it, according to him, that he was denied proper recognition and left ill-equipped, treated with a lofty disdain as if he were nothing more than a mere servant. Ailes, trembling with anticipation, demands to know what on earth he's talking about. The thought of ever seeing him as a mere servant had never crossed his mind. Enrico speaks with bitter regret about being dismissed as a worthless mage, denied meals and a bed, forced into deadly battles, and finally fleeing relentless cruelty. Grinning slyly, he asks if his companion truly understands his plight. In a sudden burst of energy, Ailes springs to his feet, shouting that it's all a lie. Does Enrico really believe he made him run away? With unwavering resolve, Ailes demands to be treated with the respect he deserves. In silence, Enrico sits, pondering whether this means he was merely cast aside, and if so, could that very act have nudged him toward a crucial revelation? With boldness and a hint of triumph, all boasts about casting him out on a whim. He insists the man was nothing but a hindrance during the fight with the trolls, and for that very reason, all ordered his immediate removal from the team. Clenching his fist, he admits that the failure to defeat the boss rests squarely on his shoulders, and he swears he'll make amends for it. Meanwhile, Islas protests indignantly, insisting that he's the real victim in this whole ordeal. Enrico nods in understanding, signaling that everything is clear. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he asks whether the commission has already been paid. Ailes, caught off guard, glances at him with a look of bewilderment. Enrico leans in, curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asks if he's familiar with the guild's regulations. When a leader dismisses a team member without proper consent, isn't there an obligation to pay a certain compensation? With a hint of fear in his voice, Ailes insists he would never make such a blunder. Enrico merely chuckles, amusement dancing in his eyes, and remarks that, of course, Ailes wouldn't. Such rudeness would be unthinkable. A fit of coughing interrupts him, yet he insists he understands perfectly. There's no reward in betraying a companion, he claims. In truth, a mocking glint in his eyes reveals he's merely ridiculing Ailes. A calm explanation follows as he describes his actions. He bid the swordsman in black a courteous farewell, allowing his foe to withdraw with pride intact. To reinforce his account, he nods resolutely, affirming that yes, that is exactly what he did. With unwavering focus, Enrico declares in a steely voice that this was a mistake. Across from him, Ailes stares back, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. With pride in his eyes, Enrico declares himself a true hero, the Dragon Slayer and member of the legendary Red Hawk crew, fighting on the Class S front lines beside the formidable Crimson Daria. Doubt flickers in Ailes' mind as he wonders if a mistake was made. Meanwhile, Enrico, bitter, laments that his talents went unrecognized. Instead, he was given dull tasks and ultimately discarded like useless baggage. He passes the newspaper, gesturing to an article. Ailes sees a bold headline about a grand ceremony in Gatero, celebrating the Red Hawk team and the official induction of the mysterious Black Swordsman 9th. Irritation flickers across his face as the girls confidently call it a 9. Ailes snaps that he knows but can't fathom how it's possible, repeatedly insisting it defies reality and something like this simply can't happen. With teeth bared, he tears the newspaper to shreds, trampling the pieces beneath his foot. The girls watch, mouths agape in astonishment, frozen by the unexpected spectacle. With a sharp edge in his voice, Enrico demands to know if the truth still escapes him. Turning to Ailes with a sneer, he declares that, in reality, the only fool present is him alone. Stunned by what he's just heard, Ailes collapses to his knees, paralyzed by terror. Frozen in place, he becomes the center of attention as every eye in the room locks onto him. After a while, he finally rises to his feet. The girls call out, their voices tinged with curiosity as they wonder what happened to him. Enrico then turns to them and, with a warm smile, asks if anyone would like to have a bite to eat. Eyes sparkling with intrigue, they turn to him, curiosity shining as they ask if it's truly possible. Enrico smiles enigmatically and says it can be done, but only if one crucial condition is fulfilled. Announcing his intentions for the evening, he reveals that, starting tonight, they will each take turns visiting his room. Naturally, generous rewards await them for every visit. The girls freeze in place for a heart-stopping moment, but almost instantly their hunger takes over and they pounce eagerly on the meat Enrico has ordered for them. He assures them they may eat their fill, then inquires whether anyone desires a proper drink, not that foul-smelling swill, but a glass of the finest local brew. With cheeks aflame, one boldly proclaims her craving for a drink, while the other offers heartfelt thanks to Enrico, addressing him politely as, "Sir." Since that night, under the cover of darkness, they began slipping out of their rooms one by one. Ailes noticed their secretive departures, yet, paralyzed by shame, chose to remain silent. At dawn, they would return bearing money and provisions. Their unwavering support was the only thing keeping Iolus afloat. He had slipped into the life of a pimp, yet even in this grim chapter, they refused to abandon his side. The truth hit hard. Enrico had just been toying with them. They imagined that if he disappeared, Alice might take them back, but these were empty hopes. The real story of what happened, however, belongs elsewhere. At last, Eugene makes his entrance, offering heartfelt apologies to Nine and Daria for having kept them waiting so long. The sight of their elegant attire beside Linda conjures an image of a true prince and princess standing before her. Laughter erupts between Yevon and Linda at his astonishment. Grinning, Yevon boasts about his eagle-eyed perception, while Linda reveals they'd planned to share this news with him for quite some time. Daria notes that these two are like a fairy tale prince and princess. In the center, Nina freezes in astonishment as laughter erupts around her. The others clearly enjoy her reaction, as if it completes the moment. Nine tilts his head and wonders, "Are we really a prince and princess?" Eugene smiles and replies, "Exactly. We're descendants of a royal bloodline, heirs to a kingdom at the heart of the continent." Eugene, grinning playfully, jokes he's the third contender for the crown, making it all seem absurd. Linda insists she's much more than a lord's daughter, and Darius adds that she's actually a princess too. Linda casually points out that, incidentally, Daria has the exact same mark. Stunned, Nine's face freezes in disbelief. His eyes dart over to Daria, but she only offers him a mysterious smile and softly says, "Now you know." With arms wrapped tightly around Linda, Daria proclaims that they are sisters. Nain erupts with a disbelieving cry at the announcement, her voice ringing out in sheer refusal to accept such an impossible truth. Linda quietly adds that no familial ties bind them. Desperation etched across her face, Nine chokes out her confusion. Nothing makes sense anymore. Heart aching, she pleads to know what they truly are to each other. Memories surface for Daria as she recalls their family's close bond. Linda, her voice sorrowful, shares she lost her parents young. Daria quietly adds her own parents came from humble, ordinary backgrounds. Once Daria found herself alone, her parents invited her to join their household. And so, she became the family's eldest daughter, having arrived into the world 3 months ahead of her new sibling. Dario couldn't help but notice her towering above the rest. Yet Linda pointed out that Dario was far too brazen and certainly not remarkable for her looks. With a laugh, Daria declares that Linda was always jealous of her, and playfully wonders if Linda can remember anything on her own, or if she needs a little reminder. She urges Linda to stop spouting nonsense. Linda reflects that even as a free-spirited adventurer, returning home might still pose its own set of challenges. In response, Eugene confides that, given the choice, he'd rather not go back at all. One glance at their faces tells Nain all he needs to know. They want no part of this. Darius cuts in sharply, barking that he's heard enough. Why all the whining? With a clear voice, she declares that the time has come to head for the ceremony. The bell tolls, echoing through the stone halls as they stride down the castle corridor, maids trailing gracefully at their sides. As they are ushered into the hall, Number 9's pace falters. Her gaze catches on 2 solemn rows of servants standing face to face before the grand doors, their presence both imposing and silent. Admitting the tension is closing in, he struggles to keep composure as Linda tries to reassure him no one is watching, but her words only heighten Ninth's discomfort. Rooted to the spot, he marvels at her frankness. Linda strides away, tossing over her shoulder with casual indifference. So, what are you going to do? That's just how it is. Eugene notes that everyone has gathered here, their eyes fixed on the stunning red hawks soaring overhead. In this crowd, he himself fades into the background, hardly drawing a second glance. With each moment, Nine feels more out of place. The doors are wide open, and as Yevhen notes, they'll walk through them together so everyone can see who Nine truly is. Wearing a triumphant smile, he announces to Nine that, having helped slay the dragon alongside them, he's now officially a member of the Red Hawk team. As they step outside, Nine casts a look of astonishment their way. Startled by the sudden entrance, a flock of birds flutters their wings in alarm. All around, many faces light up with genuine delight at their arrival. The four stand tall among cheering fans, their names celebrated as shouts of "Heroes" fill the air. The girls beam with joy, laughing and proudly declaring their greatness and unrivaled triumph. With a spirited call, the young man hails Daria as the nocturnal princess reigning over the realm of dreams. From the crowd, an awed voice echoes, marveling at her extraordinary beauty and majestic presence. Amid the noisy crowd, a bold suitor shouts a proposal to Linda, only to be shot by her crossbow. Sighing, she laments such admirers, but secretly admits these outrageous moments make the festivities oddly charming. Meanwhile, Linda's spirits sink, weighed down by disappointment. Nina, on the other hand, is overwhelmed by uncertainty, tormented by thoughts, wondering if anything he's done truly merits such thunderous applause. Meeting his gaze, Daria declares, "If you've truly vanquished the dragon, then stand tall. Let the world boldly call you a hero." A faint blush spreads across his cheeks as he gives an awkward wave. Linda watches him, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Inwardly, she admires his modesty. Meanwhile, the other boys have already begun to take notice of him. A collective gasp rises from the crowd, their eyes lock onto him. This must be the newest member of the Red Hawk, the infamous black swordsman who brought down a dragon with nothing but sheer strength, never once relying on magic. Excited voices erupt. Some praise his flawless swordsmanship, others are amazed such skill exists in someone so young. A blushing girl calls him impossibly charming, and many thank him, noting even his cat seems a bit magical. Nain stumbles through a hesitant greeting, his uncertainty clear. Seeing this, Inu raises a paw and gives a bold meow. The crowd responds with even louder cheers and applause, filling the air with growing excitement. Inwardly, Nain admitted just how delightful it felt to receive such recognition for defeating the dragon. Yet standing beside Daria, a surge of confidence fills him. In his mind, he firmly resolves to continue working diligently, more determined than ever. His eyes flash with disapproval as he questions if the boy is overstepping. The youth's swordplay, far less refined than his father's, shows he still has countless hours of training ahead to reach perfection. As holiday cheer fills the town, Inu notices wary townsfolk at the edges, suspicious of sudden newcomers. Rumors swirl about Inu's past guild branding him a failure, yet that accusation is just the beginning of this dark story. Inu realizes she has no right to meddle in Nain's choices. His life is his alone to shape. Still, if someone were to uncover his secret, the outcome would surely be far from joyful. As evening fell, King Gatero sat at the council table, announcing he would revisit the matter. With measured words, he invited someone to become the royal court's personal mage. Bowing respectfully, Eugene pleads with His Majesty for forgiveness, emphasizing their unwavering loyalty to the Guild of Free Wanderers, an allegiance that forbids them from favoring any single nation. King Gatero responds with calm understanding, yet questions, doesn't he feel compelled to serve the land of his birth? Even should the Red Hawks arrive on time, What difference would it make if disaster had already struck? Where then lies the assurance that his homeland remains truly protected? An awkward smile flickers across Yevon's face. Catching this, the king admits to having lost his temper and humbly asks for forgiveness. With calm assurance, Eugene insists that there's no trace of danger at the moment, promising that his brother will set everything right. The promise that their homeland would be as safe as Gatero brings a rare smile to the king's lips, and at last, a sense of calm washes over him. Proudly, the king speaks of his 13-year-old granddaughter, marveling at her rare mastery of earth magic and watching her radiant, indescribable beauty blossom before his eyes. All ears lean in as the king, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips, remarks that this land, ravaged by dragons, will not recover anytime soon, yet, in the end, they will inevitably cleanse it. Enchanted stones and mystical materials now flowed in astonishing abundance. Those ancient, impassable forests, once thought forever dormant, had awakened, transforming into a wellspring of power for the entire nation. Gratitude radiates from him as he thanks everyone for vanquishing Mul. Bowing his head deeply in genuine appreciation, he catches Ninth completely off guard with the sincerity of his gesture. Standing beside him, Eugene flashes a warm smile and echoes his gratitude, emphasizing what a tremendous honor this moment is for them both. The group heads to the royal palace's guest chambers. Nine, impressed, sprawls on the bed, marveling at its comfort and the grand room, while Inu energetically bounces on the mattress, unable to hide her excitement. Yevon, slumped over his desk and lost in notes, is met by Nine, who apologizes for possibly disturbing him. Yevon gives a faint smile and quietly reassures Nine that all is well. The sight of the letter catches his attention, prompting a curious inquiry. Eugene confirms with a nod that indeed it is a letter, and not just any letter, but one sent directly from the guild. Nain squints at the writing, unable to decipher it. Eugene explains it's encrypted and contains unique information. With a wry smile, he admits this mystery has haunted him for a long time. Eugene makes it clear that he has absolutely no ties to the Red Hawk. This is a purely personal request. The Nine, visibly puzzled, begin to probe for more information about him. Eugene promises more discoveries soon, since they're a team, but exhaustion overtakes him as he slumps forward, head on the table. Weary, he admits he's lost and, in despair, calls himself a fool. His actions leave me utterly stunned. Such quick wit is nothing short of astounding. Meanwhile, all I can do is struggle to appear as though I'm not just some overzealous admirer. To Eugene, he reveals his remarkable ability to juggle countless thoughts at once, orchestrating them with the finesse of a circus performer dazzling the crowd with 100 mesmerizing tricks. Lifting his gaze, Yevon can't help but notice the extraordinary perceptiveness shining in Nine's eyes. A thought flickers. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Rising to his feet, Eugene declares that under normal circumstances, he'd grant a whole month for rest, but right now, he desperately needs Nain's help. Lost in contemplation, Yevhen searches his memory, pondering whether he still remembers the decoy amulet he once wielded against Mui in battle. A pressing need urges him now to seek out the creator of that mysterious talisman. At last, Nine's eyes light up with understanding. He finally realizes which card everyone's talking about. With a grin, Yevhen calls out his name, urging him to introduce this notorious prankster who's caused such a stir. With a hint of astonishment, Nine echoes the question, seeking confirmation. Does he truly wish to be introduced to his own creator? Extending his hand forward, Eugene declares with a resolute tone, "It seems a troublesome pest has found its way into the Adventurers' Guild. Time to sweep this place clean of unwelcome intruders." The question hangs in the air, clearly aimed at Eugene and his skill with a blade. A tense silence settles over the room, until, without warning, a deafening explosion shatters the stillness. The crowd freezes in shock as panic erupts. Screams ring out and people flee in chaos. Was it an explosion? Everyone is sure, whatever happened, it all started in the girls' room. As they enter, Eugene scans the room, curiosity clear as he demands an explanation, while 9 goes to Daria, gently and concernedly asking if she's all right. A pillow flies and hits Eugene's face. Daria, in her robe, sits amid scattered belongings and toppled furniture. Sternly, Linda declares, entering the girl's room without knocking and permission is strictly forbidden. A flush creeps across Yevhen's cheeks as he hastily apologizes, pulling the pillow away from his face. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he asks what exactly transpired between them. Just moments earlier, the girls had gathered together, with Linda pressing Daria for details about what had transpired with her sword. Her gaze remained fixed on the blade, curiosity shining in her eyes as she examined every inch of it. Curiosity sparks in Daria's eyes as she presses for clarification. With a weary sigh, Linda reveals the truth. She'd clashed with Mula, and now only about a month remained for her. Certain that Daria speaks the truth, his magical strength wanes with every moment. She urges them onward, desperate to reach the blacksmith without delay. Regret gnaws at her. She yearns to help, yet finds herself powerless to do anything personally. With a playful grin, she names her sword the Holiday, jokingly apologizing for not thinking of it sooner. Linda gently reassures her it's fine and quietly admits her mind is elsewhere right now. Startled, Daria asks for clarification, her curiosity piqued. In response, Linda leans in with a sly grin. "Weren't you planning to go on a date with number 9? A faint blush coloring her cheeks, Daria grasps her sword and conjures her magic into the air. Meanwhile, Linda quickly summarizes the recent events for Jin, who listens intently and nods, signaling his understanding with a brief reply. A vivid memory flickered in Linda's mind. 9 bursting into the room, eyes darting straight to Arya as he urgently asked if everything was all right. She couldn't help but notice how he had quite literally stormed in with those words on his lips. Uncertainty flickers across her face as she asks if he feels nothing for her. Flustered, Nain quickly reassures her. It isn't true. Her well-being truly matters to him, and he cares more than she knows. Awkwardness flickers over his face as if he wants to speak, but he looks at Daria instead. Noticing, she quickly begs him not to stare, insisting it was merely a simple mistake while channeling mana into her sword. An even deeper blush floods Nine's cheeks as the full realization dawns. Awkward apologies stumble from their lips, accompanied by a hurried promise to turn away. A rosy glow soon spreads across Dasha's face as well. Observing the awkward glances and subtle averted eyes around her, Linda turns her attention to Eugene. He senses her unease and asks what's wrong. Linda, lowering her voice, leans in and asks, "Don't you think there are far too many people here?" Yevhen finally understands, suggesting he should fix things after what happened. Grinning, Linda hurls another pillow and snaps that he's mistaken. She actually meant it's time to make a quick getaway. The cost of repairing and replacing the ruined furniture in the room fell to Daria and Linda. This realization stirs an uncomfortable awkwardness within them, laced with a sense of shame. The following day, within the heart of Nova Kingdom's capital, the door to the guest room swung open. Someone entered, beaming with delight, and greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. The audacious jester boldly proclaims that he was the one who touched Arya's chest. Wearing a smug grin, he cheerfully greets the entire crew, evidently relishing the attention. Goria sharply demands his silence. Linda, puzzled, wonders why he bothered to speak up at all. With a wry smile, Eugene remarks that keeping quiet would have been the far wiser choice in this situation. With a mischievous glimmer in her eye, the clown leans in close to Yevhen, taunting him with the question of whether he truly wants to know who she really is. Her words barely hang in the air before she bursts into a fit of sarcastic laughter. In the blink of an eye, the heroes find themselves transported to the very heart of the main continent. Wearing a mischievous grin, the clown turns to them and inquires if they enjoyed his little trick. Harnessing the formidable power of distant teleportation magic through an enchanted circle, the Crimson Hawks of Gatero manage to reach Novan Nova. The central hub of the Adventurers Guild occupies a prime position within the kingdom of Nova Nov. Amid the gleaming grandeur of the capital, the legendary Red Hawk squad makes their home. Pointing a gloved finger at Eugene, the clown jeers that he chose adventure over royalty, leaving Eugene now an outcast before his family and no longer recognized as part of the royal bloodline. Curiosity sparked in Eugene's eyes as he wondered aloud why he was sharing this. Turning to 9, he politely asked to introduce himself, since he held the court jester title. The stranger doffs his hat with a flourish, bows respectfully, and confesses that this is their first meeting. With a courteous smile, he introduces himself. "My name is Piero." With a flourish, he pulls a flower from his hat and proclaims himself with grand ceremony, the court jester of New Nova Margarita, Piero. With a friendly smile, Nain extends his hand in greeting, expressing his pleasure at making a new acquaintance. As he accepts the offered flower, it instantly transforms into a bird that soars gracefully into the sky. Nain introduces herself, her name echoing softly in the tense air. Inu steps forward to meet her, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquires about the nature of this perplexing misunderstanding. Gripping Pior's hand, 9 leans in closer, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asks if this enchanting bird truly possesses magical powers. With a cheerful grin, Pior replies, "But of course it does." Pierre O wonders aloud if he truly believes that tricks cannot be magic, for in performing his illusions, isn't he also weaving a bit of enchantment himself? 9. Her gaze lingers on him for several tense seconds. At last, she breaks the silence, admitting she doesn't feel the same way. The clown, taken aback, lets out a disappointed sigh, confessing how much her response disheartens him. With a dismissive wave, Daria brushed 9 aside, implying that even talking to him was a complete waste of her time. Pierrot released an exaggerated sigh, lamenting, "What a heartless lady. How can anyone treat a poor, miserable clown so cruelly?" Daria finally begs him to keep quiet. Obediently, he falls silent and murmurs an apology. 9, however, just flashes a sly grin and remarks that he's surely become a true fool now. With unwavering confidence, he insists it's the truth. His name is Marguerite Pierrot. Yet with a wink and a flourish, he urges everyone not to stand on ceremony and simply call him Mr. Jester. Nain obediently calls him a fool, and the clown bursts into infectious laughter. Confused, Nain asks why. The clown, delighted, explains he loves such unexpected answers. Spontaneous emotions bring him joy. With steely resolve, Eugene declares he's had enough of this empty chatter. How much longer must he endure before the noise finally stops? The offended fool loudly announces, on the brink of tears, that he's about to break down and cry. He bitterly admits he's just a joke. Had no one seen his tears? Suddenly, Yevhen reveals himself as the guild's spy. Startled and terrified, Perrault cries, "What does all this mean?" With a wistful smile, Eugene laments that if the story were true, they could have gotten rid of him, an idea that almost saddens him. Pierrot replies such remarks are too colorful for his taste, though that's just his opinion. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Eugene declares that their little prank will finally rid them of the pest. Pierrot jumps in with infectious enthusiasm, shouting, "Down with all parasites!" Laughter still echoing from his lips, Pyro boldly declares his intent to wipe out every last one of these parasites, promising to eradicate their nest once and for all. Suddenly, his expression darkens. Fixing Eugene with a grave gaze, he asks in all seriousness, Does this young man truly possess the power to break through the magical constraints shackling him? Suspicion flickering in his eyes, Yevon glances over and asks where the man got it, all while thinking, Lord Nain's sword can destroy magic. This is knowledge best concealed from curious listeners. With an uneasy chuckle, the clown begs him to avert that piercing gaze. Producing a deck of cards with a dramatic flourish, the clown announces these are no ordinary playing cards. They're genuine tarot, and what follows will be true divination. Eugene recalls meeting someone anxiously waiting for important news, which reminded him of patience and the promise that good things come to those who wait, inspiring hope to blossom within him. Bewilderment grips Pyro as he struggles to comprehend how he managed to guess the card. The eerie realization sends a chill through him. Wrapping his arms tightly around himself, he begins to tremble, a sight that only heightens Nain's unease. Eugene pointed out that introducing Redhawk's newest recruit in detail seemed pointless. After all, the newcomer had already anticipated every move. In response, Pierrot insisted his insight hadn't been mere guesswork, but a genuine premonition. Yevon nods in agreement, for nothing chills the heart quite like a sinister premonition. So indeed, his companion must be right. With a dramatic gesture, he points directly at Nain, and in a solemn voice, declares that this is the one he has been waiting for all along. Nain fixes the stranger with a startled, bewildered gaze. According to Eugene, this very individual possesses the power to shatter the eternal pact with the kingdom of Novan. Even now, Nova, his confidence in their abilities remains unshakable. Pierrot's eyes gleam with hungry anticipation as he fixes his gaze on Nain, then asks once more if their moment has truly arrived. Nain erupts in an exhilarated shout, unable to contain the thrill. How exhilarating this all is. With unwavering certainty, Eugene points out that Nain possesses more than enough strength and resolve to break the contract in the clown's favor, dooming him to eternal servitude under Nova Nova. Doubt flickers in Linda's eyes as she asks if breaking the contract is really that simple. Eugene assures her confidently. He only signed because the plan was always to annul it once Pierrot met all conditions. Yet the court magician, the only one capable of breaking the pact, was banished from the kingdom after sealing the agreement. Curiosity flickered in Linda's eyes as she wondered aloud why someone so gifted in magic could be cast out. Eugene's lips curled into a wry smile. Envy, he said. That's all it takes. Once renowned for his skill, he now enjoys a quiet mage's life in the village. Eugene urges him to return, but always gets the same tired refusal. Sighing in frustration, Eugene is met by Linda's knowing smile, recalling similar tales. Long ago, Chief Pierrot stepped down from his post, his duties coming to an end. Yet the contract remains, its grip unyielding, binding him tightly to this place even now. Pierrot explains that the contract binds him to this place. He isn't even permitted a brief visit to his hometown. He asks if they pity him, even as he sobs uncontrollably. Yet, having cast him in the role of a jester, they have stripped him of even the simple right to shed his tears. Though Eugene admits to cutting a sorry figure, tearing up this contract is absolutely necessary. Incapable of harming Novi Novi in any way, and long since stripped of the power to leave this palace, he remains a prisoner. Naya finds this cruelly unjust, and the thought weighs heavily on her heart. Eugene confides that he made a promise to Pierre. No matter what it takes, he'll tear up the contract, if Pierre agrees to work for him. Nain nods, the meaning sinking in immediately. A sudden recollection sparks in Linda's eyes, and with a wry smile she quips that, in the end, a lifetime devoted to Nova Nova isn't so different from playing Eugene's loyal lapdog. When all is said and done, nothing really changes. With a flourish, the clown cites Linda Brown, but the Pierrot insists everyone must freely choose their allegiance, not to a coercive government, but to one they truly believe deserves it. Outraged, Linda demands an explanation for this nonsense. In response, he calmly calls it a tale of life's choices, then, without hesitation, confesses his fondness for girls just like her. With a gentle touch, he conjures a magical flower and, just as tenderly as ever, calls Linda his little biscuit. Confession spills from his lips. He's dreamed for ages of sharing a night beside someone as enchanting as her. Dropping gracefully to one knee, he asks, "And what about tonight? Could it be that Linda will refuse me yet again?" Terror seizes Pierre, his legs give out, and he crashes to the floor, groaning in agony as he confesses to feeling utterly miserable. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yevon snaps, demanding he finally stop whining. Paris admits with a sheepish grin that whenever something piques his interest, he simply can't stop himself from rambling on and on. In response, Eugene teases that if this chatter keeps up, they'll be draining the Earth's entire supply of oxygen. Pierrot teases Eugene, joking that he's acting so domineering, almost as if they've been married for decades, locked in an endless power struggle. A look of guilt flickers across Eugene's face as he offers a sincere apology to Nain for his behavior. Eugene wonders aloud if perhaps it's time to attempt a mature conversation with him. Pierrot, suddenly gripped by a rush of excitement, immediately fires back. What's the point of that? Yevon declares that he won't complain if the contract is terminated on the spot. Pierrot's unease intensifies, his nerves starting to fray even more. With a swift motion, Nain draws his sword, settling into a battle stance. Determination flashes in his eyes as he declares his readiness for the challenge. He warns Pierrot sternly, forbidding him from making a single move. With a trembling voice, Pyro asks if he truly intends to sever this bond with his sword, and whether he is certain about his decision. A nervous inquiry slips from his lips. Can he truly place his trust in this person? Facing his very first battle with cancer, he pleads gently, asking them not to let him suffer. Nain demands absolute silence. Pierrot, quietly humble, begs forgiveness for every error. In another reality, Nain's world is only black and white, while Pierrot is bound head to toe in cold, unyielding chains. Recognition flashes in Nain's eyes as he's finally noticed. He surges forward, determination blazing, channeling all his strength to swing his sword in a powerful arc, intent on ending things immediately. Amazement sparkles in Eugene's eyes as he witnesses the spectacle unfold. A single effortless sweep of the sword conjures a true miracle before him, leaving him doubting the reality of what he sees. In truth, he had landed nearly a dozen strikes. Nain calmly slid his sword back into its sheath, his composure undisturbed. With a triumphant cry, Pierrot breaks free from his shackles, proclaiming that at last a wave of relief has washed over him. He feels reborn, no longer bound to this place. Exultation bursts from him as he leaps into the air, shouting with glee, at last, freedom is his. Hurling a curse at the city he leaves behind, he revels in the newfound thrill of living life to the fullest. Tears threaten to well up in his eyes, while Eugene, wearing a gentle smile, remarks that only someone like him could feel such pure happiness. And yet, even this overflowing joy seems almost too much for him to bear. Eugene, eyes alight with excitement, exclaims to Naina how incredible that was. In response, Naina acknowledges with a modest nod, admitting the spell truly was rather complex. Ninth remarks to Eugene that perhaps only he could have broken it, and truth be told, it's genuinely impressive. For a heartbeat, silence grips the world, every eye locked on the ninth as the jester revels in triumph. Suddenly, the hush breaks as the crowd erupts in shouts, and a ripple of discontent surges through the masses. Astonished, Linda wonders how it's possible. Yevon, with a mysterious tone, says they face an extraordinary person. Proudly, Daria adds she knew him and believes the ninth can do such feats. Linda concludes he's now hers. With an awkward shrug, he insists he only cut the chain, yet at that very moment, a collective outcry erupts. Things are far from simple. The ninth marveled at how smoothly everything went, as if a tangled knot had been sliced by sharp scissors. So this is true magic. For him, solving such a problem was as easy as severing a thread in one swift move. Nain admits, a bit confused, he doesn't fully understand the situation but is glad to help. Eugene teases that he's too kind. Linda worries about him, and Darius says they must protect Nain. No wonder Lee managed to trick him. Wild with exhilaration, Pyrrha shouts that he's finally managed to set him free. Freedom at last. In a frenzy, he bellows that it's impossible, for he's always been aware of his true nature. Half dragon, half human. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would possess the power to set him free. Lost in thought, Nine realized that, indeed, it was absolutely essential. Pier approaches the ninth, inquiring if there's anything he might need. The ninth, caught off guard, instinctively takes a step back, confusion flickering across his face. Pierrot shakes his hand firmly, gratitude in his eyes as he warmly thanks Eugene for his support. Eugene smiles and suggests he calm down, making Pierrot grin and confess he's just overwhelmed with emotion right now. Without warning, he drops to one knee and solemnly declares that from this moment on, his entire life belongs to Eugene. On the ninth, he swears undying loyalty and devotion. Eugene greets his promise with nothing more than a gentle smile. Splendid. Startled, Nyan wonders aloud if he is half dragon, half human. The other explains, he is a dragon shapeshifter, able to transform at will. In the form of a man, his father fell deeply in love with his mother, and so the tale of his origins began. Considering himself more human than most, he continues to send money to his mother, despite having never laid eyes on his father. If only his name weren't Margarita. What a pity. Asked by Nana if he disliked his own name, Jest smirked and revealed a preference for the quirky nickname Genovese Pizza. Piero shares a cherished family secret. His mother crafts an extraordinary margarita, adorned with velvety basil sauce and paper-thin slices of potato, a creation that rivals an authentic Genovese masterpiece. A subtle smile flickers across Piero's face as a realization dawns. Something unspoken connects him to Nan. With a gentle nod, he expresses his delight at their meeting. Nine admits his fondness for Geneva-style pizza with a sheepish grin. Inu slips outside and, savoring the moment, watches him with quiet delight. Leaning in closer, Pierrot gazes at her intently and asks if she likes him. She responds with a feline huff, followed by a low, disgruntled purr. Pierrot leans in, unsure he heard right, but Nine waves him off, insisting, "Nothing important, just forget it." In truth, though, Inu had quietly muttered, "How can you possibly be so terrifying?" Word on the street is that Pyro claims Nine has been completely stripped of magical powers. Nine looks utterly stunned by the notion, while the clown immediately jumps in, scoffing at the rumor. Nothing could be further from the truth. Taken aback, Nine falls silent, unable to answer. Grinning, Pyro jokes his mana could match a dragon's. Nine sighs, admitting his strength is gone and his guild ranked him F. Pyro objects, saying he's only a half-dragon with simple E-rank magic. Piero points out that he probably possesses far more than Eugène himself. Turning back to Eugène, he eagerly seeks his opinion on the matter. Candidly, Yevhen admits that, in his opinion, he possesses hardly a trace of such talent. The ninth has undergone multiple tests for magical abilities, yet not a single sign has ever surfaced. Piero remarks that it's no wonder someone like him struggles to grasp it, a comment that instantly irritates Eugene. Piero observes that, despite his rather modest magical talents, it's plain as day to him. The boy is anything but an F rank. Eugene, curiosity piqued, can't help but ask what exactly that's supposed to mean. He suggests that the issue might lie with the person who performed the measurements, Or perhaps the very device used to assess magical power in the guild is faulty. There's also the possibility that it all comes down to simple human error. At the mention of magic, Pyro's lips curl into a subtle smile. I doubt such accidents happen by chance, he remarks, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Realization dawns on Eugene as he deduces the measurements were taken oddly. Inu Miyawa, ready to explain the incident, stands by, while Nine remains completely confused, unable to grasp what others understand. Inu offered an explanation, while Nain's thoughts drifted back to Aeolus's stern warning, the decree forbidding him from ever measuring magical power without explicit permission. Stunned glances dart around the room as everyone tries to grasp whether he truly uttered those words. Meanwhile, Pierrot beams with delight. Everything has come together perfectly, just as he hoped. Ino, irritated by the clown's antics, loses patience and bites off his finger in a fit of anger. The clown yelps in pain, mourns his injured hand, and desperately begs Eugene to heal his serious wound. Concealed from Inu's view, Eugene quietly tends to his injured finger. Once the pain subsides, he turns to Pierrot with a grave expression, demanding to know if Pierrot could ever do something like that. Confident nothing can stop him, he basks in freedom and looks forward to going outside. Nine, still wary, asks if this means Mr. Pierrot will finally help them get rid of the persistent pests. Clarifying his role, Eugene explains that his job is simply to locate them. After that, the task is in their hands. Raising a hand clutching a magnifying glass, he lends extra conviction to his words. Suddenly, Pierrot spun into a lively dance and proclaimed that for the past 6 months, he had played the part of a jester at court. But now, he announced with a flourish, a new life awaited. He was setting off to become a wandering adventurer. With absolute confidence, he proclaims his greatest assets are cunning tricks and smooth pickup lines. Without hesitation, Daria delivers a sharp smack, while Ninth remains utterly bewildered, unable to grasp where the real strength lies. Spinning faster, Pyro halts mid-spin, strikes a bold pose, and proudly boasts his investigative talent. Nine watches, spellbound by Pyro's flamboyant gestures, as Pyro recalls the sleight of hand that makes him a true magician. Nain, eyes sparkling, exclaims, "It's incredible." Pierrot grins mischievously, playfully demanding more praise. Meanwhile, Eugene gravely announces the illness has spread from the western regions to the continent's heart. Yevon recounts how the guild master himself entrusted him personally with the mission to combat the epidemic, yet she herself seems involved. Pyro investigates the case, while Nine seeks details on the illness. Eugene explains it's a psychotropic drug causing euphoria and severe addiction, and it is undeniably a forbidden narcotic. Concerned these substances may have infiltrated their guild, Nain and Eugene now both suspect that the dubious methods of measuring magic are likely tied to the sudden rise of these mysterious concoctions. Ugnas Nine felt certain that unraveling the details surrounding Aelus would lead straight to the crucial clues he so desperately sought. By the window, Pierrot fidgets restlessly, eager to know if it's finally time to go. Waiting any longer feels unbearable. With a wry smile, he remarks that, after all, anticipating the results of the investigation is all part of the suspense. With a sudden leap, he hurls himself out the window. Ninth peers down and realizes it's quite a drop. The falling pyromaniac lets out a startled shriek at first, then, stifling a mischievous grin, calls out, "Just kidding!" Producing a mysterious tube, he skillfully inflates an enormous balloon adorned with his own face, captivating the crowd with the spectacle. With this clever trick, a gentle, cushion-soft landing is all but guaranteed. He crashes again but quickly jumps up, shouting as if pain is nothing. Number 9 observes his stubbornness with irony, while Eugene wonders aloud if he really plans to race all the way up there. Evan observes that, until Pierrot gathers the necessary information, there is nothing left for them to do but wait. This unexpected pause brings delight to the girls. Finally, a chance to unwind and enjoy a well-deserved moment of rest. The next day, Linda arrives at Darius's manor, carrying with her a selection of exquisite tea. With a bright smile, she suggests sharing a cup together, eager to enjoy her day off in the warmth of delightful company. Settling around the table, everyone prepares to savor their tea. Drawing in a slow, deep breath, Daria beams with delight and observes aloud that the fragrance curling from her cup is simply exquisite, just as she had always imagined it would be. A contemplative mood settles over Linda as she wonders whether her words truly concern the tea before her, or perhaps reflect something deeper about herself. At last, a gentle smile graces her lips, and she quietly decides, let it be about her. Linda crawled over, settled beside her, and nestled close, tenderly embracing her in her thoughts and savoring the warmth of their closeness. No matter how hard she tries, the words refuse to leave her lips. For her, it's like a beloved cat's gentle bite, just enough pain to notice, yet somehow comforting and cherished in its own unique way. Memories return to the black cat, the enigmatic swordsman. A suspicion grows. 9 has taken him, leaving only a girlish gaze behind. Jealousy burns in her chest. After all, she's just a hugging pillow, invisible to everyone. Her thoughts swirl. Without him, Daria would never have known true love. She'd have married for propriety, not passion, shared life with a man who never touched her heart, loving her family gently, distantly, but never truly. Lost in thought, she wonders what fate awaits her should she one day become a mother, and secretly begins to choose names for the children she dreams of. With a stern tone, Darius utters Linda's name, prompting her to rise at once. Awkwardness flickers across his face, yet he manages to ask, what kind of gift would please the boy? Would a handsome ribbon do the trick? Linda observes that, if Nina is involved, it must be some trivial weapon accessory. Daria explains that while the scabbard and hilt are one of a kind, she couldn't find a suitable strap for carrying, so that's what she intends to give as a gift. Linda turned to Daria with astonishment. Did you just call him a boy? The words hung in the air as her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, and embarrassed, she gave a small, confirming nod. Embarrassment flushes Linda's cheeks as she's deeply moved. Before her stands pure innocence. With how things are going, naming her own children feels like a distant, likely unreachable dream for now. Considering herself extraordinarily kind, she turns to Daria with a gentle smile. Well, what can you do? That's just the way she is. Linda's urgent call breaks the morning quiet, ordering Daria to dress quickly. Ignoring questions about where they're going, Linda urges her to hurry and get ready without delay. As they approach the 9th level, Linda can't help but notice his equipment remains unchanged. She suggests a visit to the forge, inviting him to see what's new. He shadows them into the blacksmith's forge, where Master Darius, spotting wreckage, notes it looks like an explosion. Meanwhile, Linda, eyes bright with curiosity, leans toward 9 and asks if this work interests him. Clad from head to toe in gleaming armor, 9 transforms into a comical sight, prompting Linda to burst into genuine laughter, while Dasha watches him with an affectionate sparkle lighting up her eyes. Daria notes the 9 would suit lighter armor. Linda then approaches, holding a strange object, and asks, "What do you think?" Daria, astonished, exclaims that now it's truly over the top. Sorting through a few more items, Linda's fingers brush against something crafted from leather. Admiring its sleek design, she imagines just how stunning it would look on him. With a nod, she remarks that simplicity never goes out of style. At last, festive robes are draped around the 9th, drawing admiring gazes from everyone nearby. Cries of delight fill the air. This is the one they had been searching for. With excitement and certainty, they decide to take him along with them. The tailor announces that he needs to take measurements and gestures for him to follow. Meanwhile, Linda leans in close to Daria, whispering something softly into her ear. With a playful wink, she leans in and says, "If you're planning to give a gift, now's the perfect time." Stepping out into the bustling street, Daria ponders where she might find what she needs. Before she can decide, Inu approaches, Mio cheerfully in tow. Curiosity sparkled in Daria's eyes as she wondered aloud whether she was actually out for a stroll. Yet her only answer was a soft, rumbling purr, as if to say, "I'm on patrol right now." With a mischievous glint in his eye, Darius asks if she'd mind if he perched on her shoulder. Inu Mao hardly looks thrilled at the prospect, but Darius, ever the joker, insists it's an extraordinary honor to host such a distinguished guest. Amid the bustling market, Dari spots shelves of strange vessels and potions, curiosity drawing her into the shop. Inu, intrigued, hesitates outside, briefly considering if it's a grocery and contemplating heading home instead. Stepping outside, Daria offers Inu an apologetic smile for having kept him waiting. She extends a ribbon toward him and asks if he thinks Nana would be delighted with such a gift. Scratches along the hilt of his sword reveal years of devoted use, yet to him this weapon is far more than a tool. It is a priceless gift from his father, cherished as his most treasured keepsake. Darius assured Inu Mayao that the keychain was just a trivial trinket, nothing of great value, so she decided to give it away as a gift to someone else. With a gentle smile, Inu softly hums to herself, silently swept away by admiration for how meticulously everything has been planned. A bright laugh escapes Daria as she invites Inu to come home with her. In a sudden flash, Inu leaps onto Daria's shoulder, catching her completely off guard. Startled, Daria can't help but ask how Inu manages to perch there at all. Inu Miyawas affirms it with pride, prompting a genuine smile from Daria, who glows with delight at the words. Soon after, side by side, they set off for home, their steps in perfect harmony. While Piero delved into his investigations, the Red Hawks reveled in a rare stretch of leisure, savoring their precious days of freedom. As Eugene strolls down the bustling street, his hand moves with practiced subtlety, swiping a sheet of paper from an unsuspecting boy. Could this be the clue he's been searching for? In the midst of Eugene's deep immersion in his work at the manor, Piero suddenly burst in with a flurry of shouts. The sudden uproar startled Eugene to his core. Could Piero possibly be that boisterous all the time? He begs him not to jump out or shout in his ear. Sheepishly, the other admits he planned a prank. Eugene raises an eyebrow, hoping such stunts aren't for the girls, too. Piero winks, calling a sudden date a splendid idea. If teleportation had been used, no trace would remain. The mansion's barrier would have triggered, and as an S-class mage, he would have noticed any disturbance, hence why this demonstration is crucial for them. Curiosity flickers in Eugene's eyes as he inquires about the purpose of the visit. In response, his guest arches a brow and replies with biting irony, "Isn't it glaringly obvious?" He announces his arrival, eager to share his findings. Eugene, surprised by his speed, exclaims joyfully, hadn't he warned them? Monsieur Piero was never someone to be underestimated. Tales came flooding from the lips of the noble Enrico, who regaled him with a trove of captivating stories. Even if many were already familiar, each retelling shimmered with newfound charm. Curiosity shines in Yevon's eyes as he asks who runs the drug trade. Piero leans in, whispering that Lord Tamika, a top aristocrat controlling the kingdom's main port, masterminds the entire operation. Little did Yevon suspect that they were transporting goods by sea. Whispers about Tamila's alleged ties to the criminal underworld constantly swirled around her. If memory serves him right, he believes she is his business partner. His contemplation doesn't end there. Pyro goes on to reveal that the Babylon Guild, the very branch where Nine once worked, maintains a close partnership with him. With keen interest, Eugene listens closely as Pyro reveals a surprising tidbit. Lord Tani, too, has a son. His name is Aeolus, and like any true adventurer, he belongs to the very same guild. Relief fills Yevhen as he sees how well things turned out. Pierrot exclaims, "It's perfect." Yevhen wonders if it's coincidence, but Pierrot, grinning, assures him the ninth has no idea about any of it. The thought that leaving the group would instantly rid him of every parasite hardly crossed his mind. Such a clean break was nothing short of impossible. Truth be told, they still had to find a way to dispose of them. Intrigued, Pyro wondered aloud if launching a raid might be the answer. Outraged, Eugene demands to know what fuels his arrogant confidence in such an easy victory, hinting that a biased interrogation awaits them. Pyro couldn't contain his excitement. An interrogation awaited him at the hands of the continent's most formidable team. Oddly enough, the prospect struck him as even more terrifying than any raid he'd ever endured. 9 steps into view, clad in a fresh outfit. Joyful eyes light up all around as everyone turns to greet him. Even Pierrot can't suppress a delighted grin. Linda exclaims in excitement at the adventure, while Daria thinks only of her favorite cozy jacket, and Pierrot, unable to contain himself, shouts boisterously above the commotion. Descending the staircase, Eugene's eyes linger on the immaculate gear, silently admiring its perfection. With a respectful nod, he offers a quiet apology for disturbing their peace. With a resolute tone, he announces, "There's no time to waste." Candidly, he unveils every detail, holding nothing back. Instantly, the mood in the room shifts. Hope flickers in his eyes as he counts on each of them for support. With fury in his eyes, Dyer accused feudal Lord Tmitsa of bribing Bible's guild head to exploit resources for drug trafficking and underreporting Nine's magical abilities, condemning him as a slave to Tenmu's son, Alis. Fury sends shivers through her as she cries out, insisting that neither the guild nor that man ever truly grasped his worth. Her voice rises in fury, accusing him of being labeled useless and expendable. She demands permission to destroy the city, as desperate pleas for mercy echo from all sides, with everyone trying to convince her to stop. To Darius, it was clear that this could indeed be considered a stroke of good fortune, but of course, only from her perspective. For him, the entire affair amounted to nothing but sheer vexation. To Naina's question about where he would go if he considered it good fortune for her, she responds without a moment's hesitation, "Of course, meeting you is true luck. After all, I found you." A stern look forms on Daria's face, her lips parting for a sharp retort, but Linda interrupts with a challenging tone, wondering aloud if this will finally break Daria's mask of indifference. Eugene points out that, without solid evidence, they won't be able to lay a finger on him. Darius nods in agreement. Compelling proof is absolutely essential for their case. Curiosity flickered in Daria's eyes as she wondered if Pierrot had managed to retrieve them. With a heavy sigh, he confessed his failure, admitting that, sadly, the task had proven beyond his abilities. The group finds themselves aboard a ship, expertly concealed beneath a masterful veil of illusion. Even Evgen, with all his perceptiveness, would hardly detect its presence, leaving their options for action severely limited. Suddenly, as if prompted by a silent signal, everyone seems to recall something at once, and their gazes lock onto the ninth. Flustered, he takes a step back, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he stammers, asking why they're all staring at him. In the eastern reaches of the continent, within the borders of the kingdom of Mudville, a man lost in contemplation announces unexpected news. The Adventurers Guild of the mainland has launched an investigation and now seeks to inspect their cargo. With a sneer, the man dismisses them as nothing more than pitiful drifters. Had they truly forgotten their rightful place? After all, standing before them is none other than Lord Talmiva himself. With a hesitant tone, the butler points out that should the guild's request be denied, no one can predict how the king might respond. With a knowing nod, Tanmiwa assures them that he understands perfectly. He encourages them to proceed with the investigation. After all, with disguises as good as theirs, There's no chance anyone will trace the goods back to them. The butler confirms the Crimson Falcons are on the case. Tanmiva notes their famed dragon slayers, yet despite their legendary feats, it seems even they may not be able to help this time. Turning to the young men lingering nearby, he inquires about their thoughts. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figures perched atop the roof can't resist joining in. Interjecting confidently, they assure everyone of their full agreement. The assailants leap from rooftops onto unsuspecting dockworkers, mercilessly dispatching them. Panic and confusion sweep the crowd as no one understands what's happening or knows the true identity of these enigmatic attackers. In an instant, his life is snuffed out, and the halls of Tanmu's palace erupt with raucous laughter. Nearby, the butler stands awkwardly, uncertain where to look or how to react amidst the commotion. Buller pondered the Lord Tenmu's personal guard. Though assembled from every conceivable walk of life, each member wielded their own brand of magic. Their leader approached, one eye squeezed shut in a perpetual squint. Tanu Miwa couldn't help but admire the commanding presence before her. Bartholomew, a former pirate whose deadly skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In Bartholomew's eyes, the Purple Falcons might excel at battling dragons, but when facing human foes, no one rivaled their prowess. Here, amid the clash of mortals, their true power shone brightest. He confidently tells his lord there's nothing to fear. Even if, by rare luck, they spot the ship, victory is impossible. These travelers are used to monsters, not opponents of this caliber. He boasts that none of the adventurers he's ever had to destroy put up a worthy fight. Not even the Red Falcons, acclaimed as the mightiest guild on the continent, could withstand his power. A wicked smile curls on his lips as he envisions fiery-haired Daria being passed from hand to hand in a circle. Inside him, a thirst for blood seethes, almost impossible to contain. Tanmiwa laughs, her eyes shining with trust in her companions. Bartholomew answers with a warm smile, while the butler, embarrassed and caught off guard, quietly slips into the background. Tanewa inquires whether the branch manager in Bebel has responded. In reply, she learns that the answer is affirmative, and moreover, the manager expresses readiness to ramp up import volumes. With a gentle smile, Tenmiwa remarks that he has finally started being honest with himself. Turning the conversation, Ten then inquires about how Alus is feeling. The butler arrives with a discreet announcement. The young master has made a request for additional financial assistance. Lost in thought, Tanmua wonders if he truly shouldn't have dismissed the advice a second time. Now, with not a single coin left to claim, perhaps this hard lesson will finally leave its mark. Once he had considered entrusting his legacy to Alias. However, as long as Alias treats his own father with such disdain, that day will never come. Deeply convinced that children should honor their parents and learn from their wisdom, he still believes that a grown man must forge his own path, earning his keep independently. After all, what harm is there if the means aren't entirely honest? Bursting with joy, he boldly declares that once he seizes control of the Adventurers Guild, the entire continent will fall under his dominion. At that moment, all treasures and lands shall belong to him alone. With a triumphant shout, Tanmiva declares that from this moment on, everything will belong to him alone. The butler, in silent submission, bows his head in acknowledgement. Lord Tenmiwa, wielding noble status and immense power, had vanquished many foes, pirates and mercenaries alike, and claimed vast territories, yet a troubled shadow lingered over his distinguished features. Yet despite everything, this time he has summoned a peril far graver than before, so dire, in fact, that the butler believes his master's final hour is fast approaching. At long last, the long-awaited day of inspection dawned in the eastern reaches of the continent. In the bustling port city of Tanmikua, nestled deep within the heart of the kingdom of Gryaznevovna, anticipation crackled in the salty air. A crew member steps forward, politely requesting that the researchers temporarily surrender their enchanted armor and weaponry, After all, the ship carries highly flammable materials, and safety cannot be compromised. The Crimson Falcons arrived at the bustling port, where Tan Miva awaited them in person. Bartholomew stood at his side, observing the newcomers with keen interest. Eugene, struck with awe, remarks what an extraordinary honor it is that Lord Tanmiva himself has come out to greet them. With modesty, the Lord replies that he simply cannot abandon his guild when it needs support during the investigation. Moreover, with the royal inspector accompanying them, skipping this meeting was simply out of the question. The inspector once again offers his sincerest apologies. Adjusting his glasses, Yanan introduces himself. He explains that suspicion isn't the reason. He simply wishes to avoid the grievances of other nobles later on. In short, this is nothing more than a formality. Silently, Muva marvels, how bold of the royal hound to show his face here again. Aloud, he calmly points out that groundless accusations are easily refuted. As a distinguished aristocrat, Muva has long grown accustomed to the envy of others. The inspector commands them to head to the cargo without delay. Striding in the lead, he sets the pace, while Ninth, staying with the group, casts a wary glance over his shoulder. An intense gaze drills into him, a silent promise that several unseen figures lurk around the ship, cloaked expertly by magic, and perhaps more still remain hidden. Those watchful eyes had first materialized the moment their feet touched the harbor. The reality settles over everyone. The battle has already begun. Wearing a mask of determination, Naeem strides forward, gripping a small knife so tightly his knuckles turn white. On the eve of the inspection at the Tan estate, Miwa announced unexpected news. The guild had summoned a royal inspector, apparently intending for him to serve as an official witness. Baltalaim notes the king is probing their affairs, aiming to use the guild to find evidence. But if he finds nothing, their scheme may collapse, leaving them with only bitter regrets over their chosen path. Curiosity flickered in Tandmila's eyes as she inquired about the whereabouts of their people. In response, he assured her that 30 soldiers from their unit would take up positions throughout various corners of the port. Ten Muas claims he can rally the noble armies against the king's inspection and guild oversight, but though many nobles support the government, he struggles for backing. Winning over dissenters will take immense effort and even greater cunning. Launching an uprising against the king would undoubtedly have required rallying the noble armies. Yet circumstances had shifted. Now, a handful of personal guards would suffice. With a hint of hope, he suggests they won't need to step in after all. Bartolomeo offers reassurance, insisting there's nothing to worry about. At worst, they'll be sent home empty-handed. Grasping the pen, he decides it's wiser to err on the side of caution, determined to stave off any unforeseen risks. The others agree, opting to employ a barrier that will stand as a formidable obstacle. The royal inspector likely carries enchanted stones for communication and recording, but rendering the first one powerless should be more than enough. At worst, they'll simply seize the inscribed stone from his grasp. With a mocking chuckle, Tanmiwa remarks that the dead rarely loosen their tongues. For mages, wielding a weapon is essential. Only with its presence can their magic truly awaken and spells be cast. Bartholomew points out that stripping them of their weapons would rob them of their ability to wield magic. Vessels powered by enchanted stones are generally forbidden from transporting weaponry. Only senior officers are granted an exception to this rule, permitted to carry arms aboard. Any threat will be neutralized well before setting foot on board, leaving them utterly defenseless. With a brief nod, 10 Mirror signals complete understanding. Every squad member at the port is a masterful magical archer, hidden and waiting with crossbows that can pierce troll hide. Bartosz says no ordinary person could survive such a shot. Death would be instant. The mirror issues a dire warning. Should they discard their armor, the power to summon protective magic will vanish with it. No defense will remain, and the lightning will find them, relentless and inescapable. Suspicion flared in Bartolomeo's eyes as he doubted the inspector's survival. Few ever escaped their masking magic. Sensing danger, he steeled himself and argued it was safest to kill the inspector now, leaving no loose ends. Tanmira suggests they should keep him around, convinced he'll prove useful before long. In response, he merely laughs and admits he can hardly wait for dawn to break. Meanwhile, a strategic meeting unfolds within Eugene's manor. Pointing decisively at the map before him, Eugene outlines the situation in detail, emphasizing that this is precisely the course of action they should anticipate from their adversary. Darius insists that making any sort of plan is pointless. Charging straight ahead is the only way. Eugene nods in agreement, conceding the wisdom in her words. As Dario reviews the documents, he realizes there's no legitimate maritime business, just piracy, civilian raids, human trafficking, forged deeds for land and ships, extortion, and the constant presence of narcotics. Outraged, Daria insists they've settled in perfectly right where they are. With a biting touch of sarcasm, Yevon remarks that they've done so despite a third of the continent still teetering on the brink of danger. One concern preoccupies him. All intelligence comes from Madvul's internal spies. Unease grows as Tanmu's influence rises, threatening a potential uprising if his power reaches a critical point. Curiosity flickered in Linda's eyes as she asked what he feared. He replied cautiously, he couldn't fully trust them. Narrowing her eyes, Linda pressed, "Why would royal intelligence have any reason to deceive us at all?" Eugene calls the idea absurd, but wonders if the king and his government are under Anderteni's spell. Linda reluctantly agrees it's possible, but calmly estimates the odds at no more than 10%. Eugene says that's why he wants her to stand guard with equipment meant to neutralize barriers. He's sure the ballista can defeat any obstacle. Linda pauses, wondering if he means the legendary weapons said to pierce dragon scales. Confusion crosses her face as she questions if she's needed. After all, their foe is just a lord, not a threat worth all-out war. But Eugene remembers fighting Mayul. Even perfect plans can fail when things don't go as expected. Linda explained that moving here would cost a lot, felt sympathy for these people, and gently asked Eugene if he was sure about his decision and if he might someday regret it. Admitting he might be coming across as overly cautious, Yevon still insisted, urging Linda to grant his request. The girl nodded her agreement, remarking that when the leader brings such a request, she has no reason to refuse. Even if she proves to be useless, Linda assured that no complaints would pass her lips. With a gentle smile, the girl remarked that this money wasn't hers to begin with. Eugene nodded in acknowledgement and offered his thanks. With a commanding tone, the leader addressed the team, urging them to prepare as if a true dragon awaited them on the battlefield. At that moment, Bartholomew lounged on the sofa, thinking Eugene's team prepared for battle like a dragon awaited, yet forgetting the crucial fact. Their enemy wasn't a monster, but a clever, cunning human. Evan reminded his team that though their adversary was only human, he was dangerously cunning, and urged them to consider both his mortality and his remarkable strategic ingenuity. Curiosity flickered in Daria's eyes as she pressed him. Yevon explained, the enemy does whatever seems right or profitable at the moment, but could always choose differently. After all, he is human too. In short, crossing one's own path is a perilous folly, a misstep that courts disaster. At that very instant, Bartholomew and Tanmiwa suddenly materialized before the team. Turning to Mr. Eugene, Tanmiwa presents his precious cargo with a flourish. He emphasizes that a single one of these paintings is worth no less than a lavish mansion. Eugene then glances at Nine and asks if he is witnessing this display. Nine, captivated by the spectacle, exclaims at the breathtaking beauty before them. Ribbons of radiant light intertwine, flowing together in a dazzling river of colors, a true rainbow come to life. 9 announcements echo in his mind, prompting a curious thought. Does the northern aurora resemble this canvas before him? Naina emphasizes that this level surpasses even the one used for Mr. Pirro. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Tanmiwa nods in agreement, remarking that number 9 is absolutely right. After all, this masterpiece was painted 1,000 years ago. Yevon calmly assured all was well, and they were ready, wishing everyone luck for the battle. Daria smiled warmly, and Inspector Yonon confirmed everything was set, giving the signal to begin. Nain notes how remarkably easy it is to disrupt such a delicate magic. With a flourish, he draws his knife forward, making a point of displaying it. Shock flickered across Bartolomeo and Tameva's faces, freezing their expressions in astonishment. An involuntary gasp escaped Tameva's lips, unable to mask her surprise. Even Inspector Yonon could not conceal his amazement at Nine's revelation. Wearing a calm, unflinching smile, Yevhen suggested they surrender immediately, promising that compliance would grant them a swift and painless end. Nain confessed, his first life taken at the tender age of 6. Shadows cling to his past, shrouding countless secrets yet to be revealed. Yet life in a mountain village brims with countless dangers. On one such day, 9 villagers set out toward the forest, intent on gathering kindling for the evening's fire. Everyone here is utterly unhinged, and the monsters are no better, Nain thought, as a huge beast, like a bear with shaggy spikes and an impressively long tail, suddenly erupted above the boy. The beast growled menacingly, rearing up on its hind legs as it prepared to lunge at little Nain. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a man materialized behind the bear, sword gleaming in his grasp. With a swift, fluid motion, the sword flashed from its sheath, cleaving the massive bear clean in two with a single thunderous blow. Awe lit up Nine's face, his excitement impossible to conceal. With a gentle voice, she addressed the man, calling him Dad. Turning to his son, the man remarked that dusk would soon settle over the land. Side by side, the boy wandered through the tangled forest undergrowth alongside his father. One fateful day, Nine's home was besieged by bandits. Their faces hidden behind menacing masks, they brandished knives that gleamed with wicked intent. As fate would have it, Nine and his father were just approaching the house at that very moment. As they approached the door to the girl's room, Nain's father paused and gently cautioned his son, "Let's not disturb Mama and Layla. Please, stay quiet." The boy's face flickered with surprise, unable to conceal his puzzlement. The thieves inspected the house with sharp, searching eyes. One of them crept toward the door, bracing it with an object, and called out to inquire about the owners. Throwing open the door to the street, he found a black-haired youth standing on the threshold. In that instant, icy steel pierced his abdomen, the sword's bite swift and merciless. One of the thieves glanced around nervously, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, his companion, grumbling in frustration, demanded to know what kind of house this was, so spacious and lavish, yet devoid of anything valuable inside. Curiosity prompted him to ask his partner how things were going and whether any luck had come his way. Yet, at that very moment, the second burglar lay sprawled before him, headless. The robber's nerves began to fray as his fearful gaze darted around the room. In a hushed, trembling whisper, he muttered, "What's going on?" Where did he disappear to? Without warning, an armed number 9 emerged silently behind him. Outside, a weary figure stands, silently cursing the endless delay. With a resolute push, the door swings open. Impatience flashes across his face as he mutters that this should have ended long ago. Suddenly, a spray of blood splashes across the young man's face, just in time for him to witness 9 mercilessly drive a sword into their comrade's back. Gripped by terror, he stumbles backward before bolting away from the house in a frantic dash. Meanwhile, the 9th simply exhales, her breath calm and steady. Naturally, he couldn't just let him go after such an attack. One always had to stay alert and respond in kind. With determination burning in his chest, he set off in pursuit, never slowing until he finally reached their territory. Before him lies an impressive arsenal: 3 swords, a dozen throwing knives, smoke bombs, stun grenades, and sleep devices. He makes a strategic retreat to prepare, plan, and select the perfect tool for his next move. His father used to say, "When you discover their lair, purge everything down to the last trace, but always leave at least one survivor. Vengeance will consume the soul left behind." That was his father's lesson. In essence, this felt no different from the old goblin hunts, even though life in the mountain village teemed with dangers at every turn. Silently gliding toward the campfire, he muses on how little separates humans from monsters. In his eyes, the line between the two is nearly invisible. Without hesitation, he claims the lives of the village's inhabitants. He wipes his sword clean, recalling how monster bodies dissolve into smoke, leaving only magical crystals, while humans leave weapons and armor to sell. Ultimately, that's the only real difference between them. A firm belief settled within him. Some creatures, whether monstrous or human, simply lack the capacity to grasp spoken words. A sudden piercing sound erupts behind Nine. Looming out of the shadows, a masked giant creeps closer, sword poised high above the unsuspecting boy. In a flash, the ninth sensed danger, spun with lightning speed, and in one fluid motion beheaded and dismembered the attacking peasant, his icy eyes never wavering or revealing any emotion. With deliberate care, Nine slid his sword back into its sheath. Determined never to face solitude again, he resolved to master the art of the 7-star school to perfection. At that very moment, someone approached the boy and gently stroked his hair. At first, Nine's heart leapt in fear. Nain's father stood before him, offering heartfelt praise. Joy blossomed within the boy. A radiant grin spread across his face as his eyes sparkled with delight. Joy radiated from him as he eagerly awaited his father's next words of praise. An insatiable curiosity drove him, yearning to master all the marvelous things only his father could teach. Eugene's team faced Bartolomeo and Tanmiwa, their confident smiles radiating an assurance that sharply contrasted the bewilderment etched across the tricksters' faces. A sudden wave of memories from his childhood in the mountain village washed over Naim, leaving him wondering why, of all moments, his mind chose now to awaken those distant recollections. Clarity struck. He'd take another life tonight. Anxious, he wondered if he'd see his father, mother, or sister again, but amid the unease, resolve hardened. One thing sustained him. They would be proud. They had to be. In a hushed, bewildered whisper, Nikva muttered to himself that such a thing simply couldn't be real. In the blink of an eye, the magic veiling his face vanished completely. A thought flickered through his mind. Could this young lad truly have orchestrated all of this? Perhaps he'd stumbled upon some extraordinary butter knife? No, surely no reasonable person would ever believe such a tale. Casting a wary glance at the crates stacked behind, Tanmiwa knew. Under no circumstances could anyone be allowed to glimpse the cargo hidden there. Bartholomew and his crew positioned themselves firmly in front of the cargo crates, forming an unbreakable human shield. Their unwavering presence blocked any approach to the treasure, rendering Eugene's team powerless to even draw near. Inspector Iannone firmly ordered the criminals aside. Brow furrowed, Bartolome calmly apologized, explaining that due to someone's carelessness, the cargo had accidentally ended up elsewhere entirely. With a dramatic flourish of his arms, he exclaimed that he couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of fool would come up with such a troublesome idea. The whole affair, he declared, was nothing but pure hassle. With a sharp edge to his voice, Inspector Iannone demanded that Bartholomew open the crates at once and reveal their contents. Yet the criminal, feigning an apologetic tone, regretfully insisted that he simply could not comply. The inspector noted that, given the circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would object if he, or a guild member, conducted a personal inspection of the premises. Bartolome burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the room, then threw out a challenging question. How could they possibly discover what secrets those crates concealed? At that very moment, Nayan stealthily crept up from behind, nimbly scaled the stack of boxes, and peeked inside one, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within. With careful precision, Nain lifted the flask and removed its lid. His eyes flickered toward Bartolomeo, silently gauging his reaction. A shriek burst from the criminal as he desperately tried to halt Nine, crying out in disbelief at how swiftly his foe had managed to pull everything off. Nain poured a mysterious liquid into the flask with deliberate care, his eyes riveted on the shifting colors within. Once satisfied with the reaction, he finally turned his attention back to Eugene. With curiosity etched on his face, Eugene inquired about the outcome of the experiment. Suddenly, the liquid inside the flask turned midnight black. Turning back to the leader, Ninth announced with grave certainty that the substance was poison. The criminals froze in shock as fury twisted Artolomeus's face, and Eugene, calm as ever, coldly ordered everyone wiped out. At his merciless command, every trace of their smug confidence instantly vanished. Surrounded on all sides by Bartolomeo's loyal followers, the group stood their ground, unflinching and unfazed. Without a trace of mercy, Bartolomeo barked a ruthless command: eliminate them all. In the blink of an eye, every criminal lay defeated, felled by a dazzling combination of magic and weaponry unleashed by Nine and the inspector. Horror etched across his face, Bartholomew watches helplessly as his subordinates collapse one after another, utterly baffled by the unfathomable events unraveling before him. Spinning back to face Eugene, an expectant smile curled on his lips as he declared that this would be their final chance. Extending his hand confidently, Eugene offered them the opportunity to surrender then and there. A shiver of excitement runs through Bartholomew, his nerves almost visible in the air. Tamiva can only gape, mouth agape in pure terror. Meanwhile, Eugenia fixes them both with a bold, defiant smile, meeting their eyes without an ounce of fear. All at once, Bartholomew produces a crystal and holds it aloft for everyone to see. In an instant, the meaning clicks for Nine of Spades. This is a teleportation crystal. Bartolomeo calls out to his master. A dazzling flash pierces the air, slicing through reality itself, and in the blink of an eye, both vanish before the stunned eyes of everyone present. The group made their way to the study within Tenmiwa Manor, where two figures awaited them, the dignified butler and another attentive servant. In Bartolomeo's opinion, monsters have never used crystals, so the notion of teleportation probably never even crossed their minds. Bartholomew turns away, announcing to his master his intention to return to the ship. Gritting his teeth, he mutters under his breath that these people must be dealt with, once and for all. Anxiety consuming him, Tan Meva clasps Bartolomeo's hand and urgently asks if he himself will be all right. Rumors swirl that several of his men have been killed. Bartolomeo corrects him, his voice somber. No, not several, but exactly 5. A flicker of hope glimmers within him. He believes all is not yet lost. Calm reassurance flows his way, urging him to set aside his worries, remain right here, and simply wait. Tanmiwa obeys with a gentle smile. Bartholomew, curious, asks Seamus if he has another crystal. Seamus confirms, revealing one linked to the ship. Pleased, Bartholomew praises their luck and says he'll join him. Bartholomew approaches the butler, John, entrusting him with the responsibility of looking after Mr. Tamiv. With those words, he vanishes without a trace. John turns to his master, urgency in his voice, and announces that the time has come to make preparations for their escape. With a deep sigh, Tenmua fixes his gaze on his own hands, concentration knitting his brow. Muttered words spill out. This humiliation is almost unbearable. Frustration mounting, he smacks his thighs in anger. Rising to his feet, he cries out in defiance, unable to accept such a senseless end, vowing that he will never forgive them for this. Such unwavering resolve belongs to those who have earned their renown through sheer strength of spirit. This is the mark of true talent. Consumed by rage and trembling with fury, he refuses to wait for the servant's return. Instead, he immediately begins plotting anew, his mind already shaping a fresh scheme for revenge, one he is determined to carry out without delay. There's a reason why Bartholomew, once a fearsome pirate captain, pledged his loyalty as a servant, and it has nothing to do with money. The indomitable spirit of this man captivated him, drawing Bartholomew into unwavering allegiance. Seizing the moment, John decides it's far too dangerous to let an enemy survive. Meanwhile, Tamiva shouts across to him, urgently asking how many teleportation crystals they still have left. Without waiting for a reply, he whirls around, and his heart freezes in terror. Standing before him with a sinister grin is that very same PRO gesture. Aboard the ship, Eugene, frustrated by their quarry's escape, said tracking them was possible only with a skilled observer, since teleportation leaves a faint mana trail that can reveal direction if carefully followed. With a note of regret, he explains that following them via teleportation is simply out of the question. The teleportation crystals lack such a capability altogether. The tale unfolds. He entrusted Linda with overseeing the port. Should their plan succeed, she would swiftly discern where the others had gone, and from there, she and her team would follow the faint trail of lingering mana echoes. Eugene, skepticism shadowing his face, remarked that was only true if she was still alive. In response, Nine, with a curious tilt of the head, wondered aloud whether those supposed obstacles really prevented them from finding out. Yevhen asks Nine about their next move. Nine scans the area, alert to every sound. After a tense pause, he concludes the enemy is gathering above and subtly signals the inspector. According to him, the chief of the guards fled side by side with his master. They possess proof, and the imbalance of power couldn't be more obvious. Grins spread across everyone's faces at his words. In Nain's opinion, the only way forward is to keep running without glancing back or ever returning to the manor. Only then can they truly vanish without a trace. With a sigh, he acknowledges the challenge of catching up to them. Eugene nods in agreement, remarking that it makes perfect sense. The inspector beams with admiration, while Darius comments that this is exactly what he expected from the Ninth. Nain can't help but notice, with a spark of intrigue, that Darius stands before him stripped of both armor and cloak, leaving Nain utterly at a loss for where to rest his gaze. Eugene notes with certainty that the enemy will undoubtedly attempt to flee. In his eyes, faced with such circumstances, he himself would have chosen precisely the same course of action. Nevertheless, he circles back to the Ninth, reminding him of the words exchanged before the operation began. Memories flickered through Nain's mind. This sensation mirrored the tense anticipation before a dragon's battle, or something equally daunting. With a playful grin, Inu Mayao called him a fool, her tone light as a feather. Yevhen drops a subtle hint, alluding to none other than an appraisal of their strategic cunning. Meanwhile, the Nine sweeps the surroundings with a discerning gaze, sensing the faint echoes left behind by their presence. Utterly oblivious, he fails to grasp that victory is an impossibility for them. Escape alongside the Lord was always an option, yet the captain had no real need to confront them in person to stall their plans. Astonishment flickers across Nina's face as she inquires why they never acted upon it. Eugene, calm and collected, simply replies that they wouldn't have understood anyway. Yevhen insists their confidence in their own superiority remains unshaken. In his eyes, the two still haven't grasped how those two managed to defeat their comrades back then. In that instant, surrounded on all sides, he calculated the trajectories of his 4 adversaries, and with lightning speed, dispatched each one without hesitation. The last one remained solely for him, a deliberate choice, sensing the simmering intent to slay his foes. Yet nothing could have prepared him for the pitiful sight as the poor soul was reduced to a crimson smear, much like a squashed tomato. The memory resurfaces. Daria didn't even stir, evidently dismissing them as far too trivial to warrant so much as a flicker of her attention. 9 observes with astonishment how their captain, oblivious to the sudden loss of 5 team members in an instant, remains unfazed and clings stubbornly to the belief in ultimate victory. With a warm smile, Yevhen remarks that the very reason he finds it so hard to understand is because he never noticed it in the first place. Then again, perhaps he genuinely does have some elaborate scheme brewing. After all, they only managed to defeat Mayula by playing a hidden trump card at the crucial moment. At last, revelation dawns upon the 9th. They themselves have become the dragon that must be vanquished. Eugene cautions that while a careful approach is necessary, there's no need to overestimate the enemy's strength. With a commanding gesture, he thrusts his hand forward, declaring that the path to victory lies in unrivaled supremacy. Only overwhelming power can utterly crush an enemy. His insistence rings clear. There's no room for even the slightest mistake. A single misstep, he's convinced, will bring ruthless annihilation at their enemy's hands. Those words stir memories of Nain's father, one person in the world he can still trust without question. No part of him wished to trade places with his enemies as they ascended the stairs, each step weighed down by uncertainty. Eugene halts abruptly, turning to assure the inspector with unwavering confidence that, from this moment forward, he alone will shoulder full responsibility for the inspector's safety. Eugene asserts that within a 5-meter radius, no sorcery can harm him, even if his reflexes aren't as sharp as others. Staying close to him is wiser than risking distance. A silent question lingers. Everything okay? Agreement and trust are exchanged with a nod, while 9's nerves fray, tension tightening in his chest as a wave of fear threatens to consume him. Life in a mountain village, he mused, is undeniably fraught with constant risk. Yet, as it turns out, the city harbors its own share of dangers. Bartolomeo stands firm on deck, eyes narrowed into the darkness where the enemy lurks. Around him, his crew stands at the ready, each man prepared to fight at a moment's notice. A hunch tells him that those responsible have likely ensured there are no teleportation crystals within reach. The barriers still hold strong, making any attempt to contact allies utterly futile. The thought crosses his mind. Even their hidden backup, a sniper lying in wait somewhere, would be powerless to aim accurately through such daunting obstacles. Naturally, a fire might break out even without their interference, yet that alone would suffice to trace the path of the shot. Absolute conviction fills him. The moment any of them sustains even a scratch, the enemy will instantly pinpoint his position and unleash a barrage of return fire. The realization dawns. The enemy stands abandoned, cut off from reinforcements and with no path left for retreat. Every one of their swords, Bartolomeo has already heaved them into the sea. Confidence in victory burns within him, yet he knows full well that it's far too soon to drop his guard. A lingering shock gnaws at him. How did they manage to take down 5 of his men? The answer is clear. In close combat, they've already secured their victory. Events unfold precisely as they had planned. All that remains is to open fire, and the enemy will be utterly defeated. Now, with their magical defenses shattered, the crossbow bolts become an unavoidable doom. Ignoring the ship's damage, he makes his choice without hesitation. Their arsenal now includes 12mm explosive bolts that rapidly consume mana. After barely a dozen shots, each marksman's reserves are drained, but the sheer destructive power these weapons unleash is astonishing. Enthralled, he imagines the chaos that will ensue as they struggle to survive the onslaught. A relentless barrage of attacks from more than 10 hands will descend upon them all at once. The door creaks open slightly, sending a wave of tension through Varlet Matt as he freezes, certain someone has unsealed the lower deck. As he moves forward cautiously, he suddenly realizes this is all an elaborate trap. Most likely, this is a carefully laid trap. Some bundle, or perhaps even the body of a fallen comrade, will be tossed out the door, baiting their enemy to unleash a volley of gunfire. Never letting himself forget, He recalls how these people managed to turn even a simple butter knife into a weapon. Clearly, they are plotting something. Everyone else calmly slips out, letting the doors swing open behind them, while Bartholomew stands frozen in disbelief, astonished that they left without a hint of preparation, not even bothering to arm themselves. Outrage surges within him. Could it truly be their core principle to forsake reason entirely? The gravity of this moment strikes. Opportunities like this come just once in a lifetime. Without a hint of hesitation, he issues the order, "Attack our own." A deafening explosion shatters the air. Bullets streak toward their marks, yet not a single one finds flesh. Every round slams uselessly into the ship's hull, while, in an instant, their figures vanish without a trace. Vara Lotme struggled to grasp the scene. Had no blow landed? What could be more important than that strike? Where were the three? Did even their bodies escape notice? Even torn apart, some trace should have remained. Obstacles prevent any direct contact with his subordinates. Their sudden disappearance leaves him utterly baffled, unsure where they could have vanished. Scattered comrades' bodies lie behind him, forming a grim scene. Bartholomew is amazed that these warriors use martial arts during the peak of magic, genuinely wondering why they chose this path. Ortalamus smiles as he realizes the technique is his own favorite. On a ship's cramped deck, where pirates fight at close range, no crossbow matches the brutal effectiveness of hand-to-hand combat. The mechanics elude him. Enchanted gauntlets boost strength and speed for close combat, but whether fighting up close or at range, no spell works unless he wields a weapon. He notices that this inspector is wearing completely different gloves. By his side stands another man, weaving spells without so much as a weapon in hand. As bullets whiz toward them, a dome of invisible force blossoms around the group, shielding them from harm. Frozen in terror, Bartolome exclaims, "Can they really wield magic?" With a swift motion, Inspector Iannone thrusts her hand against one of the assailants. At her touch, the foe's body suddenly erupts, scattering into pieces in a violent explosion. The group stands ready to attack. Bartolome is stunned. How can this happen? No human should wield spells without a magical artifact, since the incantations are etched onto the artifact itself. True modern sorcery emerges from the artful weaving of dozens of simple spells, skillfully entwined to form a unified and formidable magical construct. At first, this great power belonged to spirits, fae, and creatures. Humans only borrow it briefly. Even achieving this is an art, for magic merely imitates the wonders the gods once performed. For Bartholomew, the idea of an ordinary person conjuring magic with bare hands is sheer nonsense, an impossibility he staunchly refuses to believe. A relaxed smile plays on Eugene's lips as he effortlessly parries every strike. Bewilderment clouds Bartolome's mind. The secret behind how they wield her abilities remains a complete mystery to him. Eugene stretched his hands forward, concentration intense as he whispered an incantation. Only the most formidable sorcerers could weave multiple spells at once in complete silence, a rare and exceptional gift. Rather than relying on enchanted weaponry, they draw upon the might of intellect. Eugene explains that all it takes is to envision several melodies weaving together in the mind, much like a real orchestra performing in perfect harmony. Linda points out the danger in his approach. Has he ever seen an orchestra where a single person plays every part? Enter Eugene Hummes, the renowned singing maestro from Novinov. In his hometown, this opera graces the stage time and again, and Eugene himself has long since committed the overture to memory. The first time those sounds reached his ears, echoing after his desperate escape from the gloomy palace, they etched themselves into his memory forever. That very moment awakened a hidden gift within him, the spark of true magic. A shimmering protective barrier forms around Yevhen as the inspector materializes at his side. Without warning, the inspector steps forward and forcefully shoves one of the criminals away. This is the secret art of the Ganchi palm. It allows one to channel the mana gathered within their own body directly into an opponent. This technique tears him apart from within. No armor, no matter how formidable, can withstand such overwhelming power. By blending martial arts from the eastern reaches of the continent with an enchanted inscription carved into his magical weapon, Iannone single-handedly forged this one-of-a-kind technique. Bewilderment clouds Bretsolam's mind, struggling to comprehend how any of this could be real. In his confusion, the magical gloves encasing his own hands go entirely unnoticed. Magical weapons can be seamlessly embedded right into the body. Enon jokes that after undergoing such a procedure, no search party could ever frighten him. After all, who would ever think to check his insides? Naturally, things are far from simple. The chance of dying during the operation stands at 50%, and even if the procedure succeeds, almost every patient ends up suffering from side effects. Certain procedures strip a man of his capacity to fight. Ironically, the very outcome he hoped to avoid by undergoing the operation in the first place. In the end, all that remains is a senseless cruelty, devoid of purpose. Adjusting his glasses, Iannone breathes a silent sigh of relief. Against all odds, fortune has favored him. He escaped with just facial paralysis and the near-total loss of sight and taste. An ear attuned to whispers and echoes, curious eyes behind enchanted glasses watch a world blurred by magic. After the day's toil, he enjoys sweet treats, finding just enough comfort to restore strength for upcoming battles. A unique predicament unfolds for Daria. Manifesting beyond the safety of the barrier, she becomes the target of the enemy's ridicule. They jeer, mocking her as a fool, and taunt her mercilessly for having leapt out from under the shield's protection. The blow hits Daria's stomach, unleashing a shockwave and swirling smoke. Yet amid the chaos, her triumphant laughter rings out. Everything has gone as planned, and she stands determined, ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, hands emerge from the swirling smoke and strike the opponent's chest with precision. Daria unleashes her technique, the ganchi palms. In that instant, the enemy bursts apart, scattering nothing but tatters of their cloak across the wind. Only Daria remains untouched, her brilliance wrapped in the quiet elegance of simplicity, standing as the lone exception. A wave of relief washes over Daria, her chest swelling with pride. Meanwhile, as Yevon steals a glance at her, awkward thoughts swirl in his mind. After all, theirs is a world where justice feels like a stranger. No arcane arts were at play. She merely concentrated mana deep within her core. With the immense reserves Darja possessed, this simple act became enough to effortlessly deflect magical projectiles. With a keen gaze, the inspector observes intently, piecing together the truth. The girl had simply allowed the collected coins to slip freely from her grasp. Lost in the horizon, Eugene reflected on his relentless years of research. Now he wove a dozen spells with ease, but his mastery had cost him dearly. He had sacrificed much, including his own body, for this victory. In that instant, it became clear. Daria had managed to replicate those actions relying solely on her innate reservoir of mana and raw instinct, a feat achieved in the blink of an eye. Inaun responds with a gentle smile. Once upon a time, during his tenure as an instructor at the Magic Academy, he had personally shown her this very technique. Memories return of those days when everyone gathered to learn from him as loyal companions. During training under the old tree, Daria would easily defeat him, her strength hidden behind a gentle, knowing smile. Yevhen never imagined he'd meet the students again during the investigation, and recalls how unlikely it seemed that a Hliniana Stina inspector would be both an incorrigible debater and an unabashed sweet-tooth. They agreed to pretend to be complete strangers aboard the ship. Thanks to this clever ruse, their seamless cooperation utterly astonished Bartholomew. Bartolomeu stands frozen in confusion, unable to identify the person before him. Eugene hums to himself, oblivious, while the inspector, annoyed, demands, "What's going on here? And who is interfering?" Eugene reassures him that it will soon be over and there's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Ninth and Inu stop before a vast, intricate structure, and Ninth confidently says, "Looks like we've finally arrived where we need to be." Mere hours earlier, deep within the heart of the ship, Nine's hand flicked with deadly precision, knocking the weapon from his enemy's grasp before swiftly ending the man's life. Pushing his limits even further, he seeks to sense the stone's elusive hiding place. With eyes shut tight, he channels his concentration, reaching out to detect the delicate current of energy. The ropes strain upward toward the first deck. Success, the goal is within reach. A muffled rumble echoes from either side. He realizes this must be Iannoni's doing, but can't fathom why he'd slam people against the walls instead of just tossing them overboard. The sound of bodies hitting the sea would have reached him just as well. Amidst the escalating brawl he observed, the inspector concentrated his mana, summoning a swirling disk of energy that spun just above his abdomen. Channeling his power straight into the enemy's body, a wild maelstrom erupted within, spelling instant and inescapable death. The sound was not from someone hitting the wall, but from a man breaking into pieces, a chilling sight for Nine, though such bizarre events were hardly uncommon in their world. A memory surfaces, the moment before their parting, when Iannone had fixed the young man with a curious gaze and asked, "What is that technique?" His movements had seemed uncanny, as if he could foresee every move his opponent would make. Curiosity sparks in Number 9's eyes as she asks about the mana-powered gadget he used. After all, he defeated his enemies with that spinning top. He shrugs nonchalantly and says, "I just set it spinning, nothing more to it." Without hesitation, he answers, "Fencing." Adjusting his glasses, Janone elaborates, emphasizing that it's a martial art. Wearing a gentle smile, Nine strides forward, pleased to sense their relationship slowly mending. His steps carry him onto the ship's main deck. With a swift kick, the door bursts open, revealing an immense, intricate system sprawling before him. Inu Miao's Nine stands by its side, offering unwavering support and wholehearted agreement. Nain declares it a magical stone that conjures obstacles and swiftly leaps down, slicing enemies. He muses, "Stone? Hardly. This thing is massive, more a boulder than any simple rock." With a single mighty leap, he shatters the system in one colossal blow. Eugene's lips curl into a triumphant smile, while terror flickers in Bartolomeo's eyes. A colossal sphere erupts into the sky, sparking panic as the crowd realizes they're powerless. Moments later, a massive blow crashes down, obliterating every last enemy. Bartolomeo fends off the attack unscathed, realizing the same 12mm bolts his unit uses were fired at him. Astonishingly, every single one launched in perfect unison, with no misfires. With a stern warning, Linda declares escape to be futile. Inevitably, they will hunt down their target. From afar, Linda sees explosions erupt across the ship as the sacred bird swoops down, lands smoothly on her shoulder, and with a mischievous wink, playfully declares the mission already accomplished. Calling Yevhen and Daria to the reception, she cheerfully asks if her voice is clear. Yevhen praises her perfect shot, Daria adds her own compliment, and Linda, grinning, announces that all obstacles are gone and aiming is now effortless. A triumphant smile spreads across Yevhen's face, as if to say his plan succeeded flawlessly. With pride glimmering in her eyes, Daria remarks, "I never doubted the 9th for a moment." A sigh of relief escapes Linda as she averts her gaze. A gentle smile playing on her lips, she muses how fortunate she is not to have had to wield that intimidating, oversized weapon looming so close by. Linda realizes that tapping into that power once more would completely drain her energy. In response, Eugene recalls how the last time she unleashed it against the dragon, she slipped into an unbroken sleep for a staggering 2 weeks. A playful smile graced Linda's lips as she replied, recalling fondly how Darius had once wept at her bedside. Still, she insisted, that particular item no longer served any purpose, unless of course they ever found themselves dueling a dragon. Darius, wounded, remarks that she truly had been concerned for her. Yevhen wonders aloud if perhaps the time has come to return their weapons. Linda assures him that she is already handling the matter. In a flash, their weapon materializes nearby. Eugene grasps it swiftly, his gaze catching the flow of water beside him. At that moment, the realization strikes. Just as he suspected, they had hurled him straight into the sea. Linda remarks how fortunate they are to have her and the return spell at their disposal. Eugene nods in agreement, adding that with this, the barrier has outlived its usefulness. The bullet hits him with a sharp crack, but bounces harmlessly to the ground. Grinning, Eugene playfully remarks that his staff gives them flawless protection, or something to that effect. Surveying Bartolomeo, he quickly notes that the man has survived, standing there, clutching a bloodied blade, unmistakably alive. Yevhen, sorrowful at the Lord's absence, begs for Bartholomew's peaceful surrender and rest, yet wonders in disbelief if Bartholomew truly never saw how great the gap was between their strengths. Rising to his feet, he condemns them as monsters. Producing a pocket watch etched with mystical circles, he hurls it skyward. Instantly, the watch ignites in midair, engulfed by flames. Curious, Daria asks the inspector about the mysterious object. Yevhen secretly marvels at the genuine enchanted stone, his hidden trump card. Suddenly, Bartolome declares that only a worse beast can defeat monsters. Raising the clock high above his head, Bartolome triggers a mysterious glow that pulses from its face. A surge of tension ripples through the group. Alarmed, Linda levels her weapon, ready to confront whatever unforeseen danger may emerge. Lost in madness, Bartholomew shrieks that only a monster possesses the strength to vanquish other beasts. In the blink of an eye, his arm is severed at the elbow, hand and trump card alike disappearing in a flash, gone before he can even register the loss. Blood trickles from Bartholomew's lips as he spits crimson onto the floor. Gripping her weapon with renewed determination, Linda hurls the severed hand aside, its lifeless weight thudding onto the ground. Bartholomew collapses to his knees, torn apart by a raw, agonizing scream. Before them all, Eugene rises to his full, imposing height, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Lifting his head, Bartholomew reveals a wickedly slashed grin. Just then, the talisman flares with a dazzling light. Eugene can only watch, barely masking his astonishment at the spectacle. Boredom tugs at his thoughts, and he can't help but wonder, could this be the work of summoning magic? Meanwhile, behind the ship, waves roll in one after another, chasing each other relentlessly. Without warning, the ship lurches violently to the side, throwing the crew into the mercy of crashing waves. Amidst the chaos, Bartoszlium stands his ground, resolute despite the loss of an arm. Out of the churning depths, a colossal tentacle bursts forth, crashing down upon Eugene with terrifying force and smashing straight through the ship's deck. Out of nowhere, an enormous beast materializes before their eyes, making even me seem minuscule in comparison. Towering and monstrous, the colossal lobster-like creature thunders out of the shadows, mercilessly tearing through everything in its path. The inspector, his expression tinged with disappointment, surveyed the unfolding scene beside Eugene. From a distance, Linda muttered under her breath, "Seriously, is that freak really the final trump card you've been bragging about all this time?" Calmly stationed on the deck, Eugene casts a doubtful glance as he questions whether this monster truly represents his final opportunity. Bartholomew flinches. The mere suggestion in the boy's words sends a tremor of fear through him. Bartholomew calmly takes charge, urging everyone to stay calm and prepare for embarkation, when suddenly a brilliant spark flares in the sky, freezing him in astonishment as if held by an invisible force. Like a thunderbolt tearing through the heavens, Daria plummets earthward, weapon poised for battle, launching herself straight at the beast. Bartolome watches her charge in terror, scarcely able to breathe as the scene unfolds. With a swift arc of her weapon, Daria cleaves the monster in two before it can even register her strike. The beast, toppled by Daria's fierce might, crashes helplessly back into the sea, sending waves surging and sparking an overwhelming surge of emotion in Bartolomeo. A cry bursts from his throat, raw and thunderous. The monster's tentacles settle on the ocean floor as Daria studies the fallen beast warily. Then, turning to the others, she tentatively asks if she may have acted too hastily in destroying it. Eugene reassures everyone with a smile, saying there's nothing to worry about. Linda jumps in, laughs, and jokes that the whole situation felt like the thrill rides at the capital's amusement park. Garrel scans the surroundings with a spark of curiosity, asking if the ninth has returned yet. Eugene, wearing a grave expression, turns to Bartholomew and presses the question, what now since his card has already been defeated? Bartholomew refuses to calm down. A broad grin spreads across his face once more as he boldly declares to Eugene that he's mistaken. Once again, a dark barrier rises above the ship. This time, however, a calm determination settles over the crew. Steadied breaths echo around as a powerful voice rings out, boldly declaring that surrender is not an option. The barrier he conjured enveloped not only his own ship and several nearby vessels, but also swept across a vast stretch of the city, claiming it entirely within its grasp. Bartomeu bellows a wild threat to blow up the entire harbor with his magic. Malicious laughter bubbles from his lips as he proclaims that victory justifies any means, and he stands fully prepared to sacrifice himself right here and now. Only now, speaking of the Lord, does unwavering conviction strike him. The return is inevitable. For the sake of this faith, he stands ready to sacrifice himself and to lead them all into the next life. With calm assurance, Eugene raises his hand and affirms that, indeed, the explosion resembles a chain reaction. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asks whether they've managed to contain it already. If so, their skills are, as ever, truly unmatched. Bartholomew hesitates, bewilderment clouding his features as suspicion of telepathy flits through his mind. With wide-eyed amazement, he asks for clarification. What exactly had he just said? Suddenly, a familiar crackling sound erupts behind him. Spinning around, he is horrified to see his barrier crumbling into jagged fragments before his eyes. Panic-stricken screams burst from his lips as he desperately denies everything unfolding around him. Observing the scene, Eugene notes with a certain inevitability that, true to form, the captain mirrors his mentor's every reaction. Wearing a grave expression, Eugene assures him that he understands his feelings completely. Overcome with despair, Bartholomew demands to know how things could have turned out this way. Every last detail resurfaces in his mind: the camouflage spell, the sudden communication breakdown, that deafening explosion. None of it should have fallen apart so easily. With a bright smile, Yevon declares the cherished words, "This is fencing," as if drawing back the curtain on a grand adventure. In a flash, Nina grips the ship's edge tightly, then, with a sudden leap, plunges inside alongside Inu. Eugene greets Nine with a warm welcome, but before he can say more, Dasha suddenly leaps into his arms, leaving him utterly astonished. With a joyful cry, she exclaims how relieved she is that he's all right. While genuine worry for his safety never took root in her heart, the desire to stay by his side remains sincere and unwavering. With a grateful smile, she remarks that he managed to solve the communication problem, expressing her heartfelt thanks for his help. Words hover on Naeem's lips, but the tense embrace leaves him speechless. Linda, impatient, snaps that this foolishness must stop, especially here. Eugene jokes Naeem isn't laughing, but morale in the squad has improved since the battle. A sudden jolt snaps Dasha to her senses, making her hastily pull away from Ninth and accidentally push him aside. Flustered, she apologizes, cheeks red, while Ninth, equally rattled, blushes and stammers that it was nothing. A chuckle escapes the inspector as he remarks on how delightful the youth are these days. Bristling with indignation, Daria sharply retorts, insisting that such antics are entirely out of character for her. Iannone gently reassures her he saw nothing and expresses the joy of reunion. Daria inwardly denies any romance between them, but finds herself unwilling to contradict him. With a sharp gesture, the inspector singles out Bartholomew, signaling for him to stay put. Without warning, he lands a hard blow to Bartholomew's stomach, then swiftly binds his hands together. With a swift, forceful motion, the stranger hurls him over his shoulder and remarks icily that, as a criminal, he fully deserves whatever punishment awaits. A thoughtful observation escapes him. Returning is essential. Without it, no changes will ever be noticed. Eugene chimes in, emphasizing the importance even more, especially if everything hasn't been completely destroyed. Nine listens intently, declaring the situation utterly dreadful, while those nearby exchange sly smiles. Yet you can't help but notice that for him, the Crimson Falcons remain far more terrifying. And so, the Battle of Tanmiwa comes to its close.